acting surprised, but I know I'm not over you. Keep missing our fights, even though they're so overdue. We had a fire, now we're watching it burn low. Isn't it time we go our separate ways? Not enough time, not enough time. I'm falling behind, I hate to separate my body and mind, my body and mind. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. It tastes like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. Losing my pride, but I guess that's what love do to people like us, struggling to come through. We had a fire, now we watch it burn out. Isn't it time we go our separate ways? Not enough time, not enough time. I'm falling behind, I hate to separate my body and mind, my body and mind. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. It tastes like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. 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 I'm acting surprised, but I know I'm not over you. Keep missing our fights. Think I'm losing my mind, but I guess that's what love do. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. It tastes like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. 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 Demons pushing all my triggers.
Where are you? What's up? What's going on? Simple truth, I'm low. Let's get it on. Touching the stars, touching the stars. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the moonlight. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the spotlight. Depending on you, depending. what's going on. Simple truth, I'm low, let's get it on. Touching the stars, touching the stars. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing till the daylight. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the spotlight. Depending on you, depending, depending, depending on you. Into the city where the lights are, to turn it up and turn it on. Into the city where the night starts, depending on, depending on. I love the night, love the night. Let's do it all. I love the light, love the night. Let's do it all. We do it all.
I know that I should keep it cool, babe. Not lose my swag and play the fool, babe. Just play the game and hold on, maybe. But I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Those who wanna play by the rules end up last with nothing to obtain. So let's level up to remain. 'Cause I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go?
Shouldn't have known if I was the one who's drowning, drowning in your flood. It's overwhelming me, but I guess it's clear to me now. After staring holes in all my walls, don't you cut me off like you did that time. Once was already enough, I'd say. But I wonder if you hear me. Can you hear me? Can you touch the fire with your hands? 'Cause you're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. You're walking into quicksand. Not a lesson learned. 'Cause you're gonna get burned. Let it go without thinking about tomorrow. Gonna let you know you're spending all the time you borrowed to get through this. Not giving you a second chance. So turn around and feel it the place. We're a star, but you've forgotten how to fall.
有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
A wonderful night here at the CN DPC. My name is R Cryptic. I am joined by some very amazing panelists here. It is going to be G-Drop as well as Lizard, and we are going to be starting the day off with some Division 2 Dota. But before we talk about that, I want to talk about the men of the hour. Let's start with Lizard tonight, because normally I put you on the back burner and let you, go second. But let's put you front and center, man. How you feeling? It's an early morning for you, right?
Yeah, just like for Drag and Drop, it's an early morning for me. The only difference is I think Drag and Drop actually managed to get some sleep.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. It wasn't a wild night. It's a weekend. I didn't do anything special. I just couldn't sleep. So it's gonna be. Expect some gaps from me when it comes to casting and talking and.
Well, yeah, we don't know.
Take over Drag and Drop.
Be used to it, Lizard. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
What do you mean used to it? Oh boy,
it's fine, Lizard. It's fine. We still love you, and I'm just glad that we're joined by such a wonderful
You
host
don't
as
love
well,
me?
you know. Not as much as Ricky, because he did such a great introduction. I'm very happy.
You tolerate me. That's about it. I think Ricky loves me. I'm sure about Ricky. I can see the love in his eyes. But you, Drag and Drop, you
Come on,
barely
Lizard,
tolerate me.
We go way back, you know that, right? We go way back. We're both Slavs, as you said, in some form.
It's tough love as well, right? Like,
yeah.
It's a Slavic thing. We can't.
We understand each other, you know.
Yeah. Ricky, come on, take it away.
I can't understand all that, but what I can understand is the Dota we have lined up for today, and it is going to be YBB taking on Team Fusion in our first series. Now, it is going to be a pretty much a must-win for YBB, if I'm not mistaken, at this point. For YBB, if I'm not mistaken, they are currently 0-4 in Division 2. Meanwhile, Team Fusion is 2-2, kind of right in the middle. So this is an important series for both of these teams. But I don't know, man. What's been like holding YBB back? I feel like this is a team that we had a little bit higher expectations from, but they've just. It feels like they've really struggled. I don't know necessarily why. Do you have any insight into that, Lizard?
Well, where do we start? Where do we begin when it comes to YBB? They've been having problems left, right, and center, really. The games that they do well in, they struggle to close out. The games that they don't do well in, they lose very swiftly. The series... Usually, when I watch YBB, the most common used word for me is interesting. Like every time I see their series, I call them interesting because there's just a ton of interesting stuff happening on the map. From laning stages that shouldn't go the way they go, from abandoning your offlane. I think that's something that I mentioned in a couple of series. Their position 4 over rotates. Like it's you can't see, like in tier 1 teams, the better they get, the harder it is to notice mistakes, right? Like they aren't thorn in your side. But when it comes to YBB, there are just some things that are just so noticeably sticking out that need to be called out. However, usually those same things that are noticeable and that are sticking out are very easily fixed, because they are like that, right? So hopefully YBB can do it in this series, maybe even.
Yeah, they're gonna have to show something here. I'm not sure mathematically how it's gonna work out, but yeah, you're absolutely right. If they want to stay in this division, if they don't want to re-qualify it through open qualifiers, they're gonna have to start putting some points on the board and hope that other teams kind of start slouching a little bit, because 0-4, it's a bit rough when there's 7 games in total, right? So gotta start putting up
that's also
right now.
Yeah, the thing that's also interesting about YBB is, like you can see here, all their recent matches, they did go 3 games. And I think some of that comes back to what Lizard was saying, where, you know, the games that they do have an advantage, like you can see right here, they have a 45% lane advantage rate, meaning that a lot of times coming out of the lanes, they're looking really good, but then struggle to close things out. And, you know, that's something they really need to work on if they want to take a game off of Team Fusion or even take the series. Is Fusion, they've had a little bit of a rough patch. I think there was a lot of high expectations for this squad, but they did manage to drop their series against IG, as well as Shenzhen, which, I mean, Shenzhen has just been riding a high. We just saw them the other night, taking down Magma 2-0, like completely dominated them. So Shenzhen's a team to look out for, definitely now in the middle of the pack, but one of these teams here today, you know, YBB must win scenario. Fusion, if they want that chance of going to Division 1, also must get themselves a win. 3 losses would probably take them out of the running. So we can take a look at hero picks here, though. A lot of teams starting to favor the Dawnbreaker. We've seen both of these teams play the puck quite a bit, which isn't really that surprising. We're seeing a little bit of the meta shift here in China, but there are still some of these like primary picks. Drag and Drop, do you think any of these teams, like, do you think any of these heroes are going to be like must bans for these teams, or are they just going to let them through?
Well, must bans and must picks. Like when you think about those, you're always going to be thinking about Dawnbreaker, I think, still. That's highly contested in general. Team Fusion hasn't been particularly successful with it, though. Last 2 times they picked it, actually ended up losing and then letting it through. But it's still just, it seems to fit such a good niche, the same kind of niche that Mars has been filling for so long, you know, as an offlaner that does quite well in lane and then has this big team fight ultimate, the turnaround potential from across the map. Like, that's the added bonus. You don't already have to be there with the blink. You can always just join in the right circumstance and then just kind of change the math that's so ingrained into people. You know, you just see someone isolated, all right, we have vision, we can go in, it's fine. And we can get that kill. But then the extra heal comes out, the extra +1, and that throws off the math and the intuition as well that a lot of players have, I think, and it's still going to take some time to adjust there. So I think Dawnbreaker is still going to be very contested.
You know what just threw me off? Drag and Drop as well. Like there's some fusion, there's some new meta going on these 3 cameras. There is a brand new haircut happening as well from our American boy, Ricky Peterson.
Right.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for noticing.
Can you give us a spin? Can I see the fade as well? It's looking.
Yeah.
Come
we're
on.
rocking the full mullet, my friend.
Holy crap! That's the most American thing I've seen in a while.
It's a European cut on the mullet, though. Slightly different. But yeah.
European mullet? Like.
Yep. Slightly different. Like the American mullets are like very long in the back, and they don't really come down to the front. They're kind of like longer in the front.
Who told you? Wait, who exactly told you Europeans have mullets? Why is it called European mullet? Mullet, whatever. We don't wear that, dude. There's no such thing. You damn Americans! But I like it though. I still like it. That's why I'm calling
Thanks,
it out.
man.
I love it. It took
Yeah.
me like I couldn't really figure it out at the beginning, but
You're
now
like, he looks a little weird tonight. What's going on? What's he doing? Yeah.
yeah. Like
appreciate it,
what is that? I couldn't really put my finger on it, but now that we have a draft as well. Ricky, stop talking about your damn hair. You self-centered egomaniac.
I'm just like, all right, cut these guys out. We don't want to see this stupid haircut anymore. We're gonna go straight to draft.
It's bad as well because I'm getting very self-conscious because I have to go to have my haircut as well. It's a mess right now.
Yeah, I was growing it out for months. It was a must-do at this point. So here we are. Yeah. You're just trying something new, man. I had the same haircut for like 12 years.
No, that's...
Now we're doing something new.
In other news, Dawnbreaker is completely ignored in first phase, rendering me an idiot. So that's a good start to the day.
I mean, this would be something new in my opinion. I think part of that, though, is the Nyx Assassin is not banned. And this is one of those heroes that you pretty much need to ban out if you want to take the Dawnbreaker in the first phase. So instead, they get rid of the Enigma and the Razor, which Enigma has been a staple of Team Fusion for sure.
Yep.
As well as the Razor. They've actually first picked it, if I'm not mistaken, like overall first picked the Razor a couple times, and they instead grabbed themselves Warlock Marcy. Marcy's still an incredible hero, but Team Fusion actually go ahead and ban out the Pudge this early.
Yeah, the hero has started being picked up by other regions too. On that position 1, 2, 3, it definitely does work well with Warlock in the lane. Maybe they just don't want to think about it, don't want to mess with that toxicity rot coming from the butcher. But overall, I see that these teams are kind of pivoting towards what the rest of the world is doing when it comes to Dawnbreaker, and that's ignoring her pretty much. Bans are still on the Chinese brand, like they're still banning the Treant very early on.
Yeah.
Which opens up that Nature's Prophet as well for Team Fusion if they wanted to. Like this could be some God King Nature's Prophet. Which they had some success previously with, not always, but some success, and they also snatched the, like you said, tiny puck, right? The drop puck. They can break that coil.
Yep. They can do some fancy things, tossing people out of it. We seen them do that last time, didn't we? That was pretty fun. Or one of those days, yeah.
Yep, they did
it wasn't with the tiny. I think it was with Earthspirit. Yeah, I remember that game.
Mm-hmm.
This game took against Shenzhen, Puck and Earthspirit just constantly. That's what roving mid coil into snapping the coil. Didn't end up winning them the game, but
they did well overall, right?
Well. That was very fun to watch. But yeah, it's a solid base to build any draft on, right? Puck is very strong these days. Tiny also. Very good flex pick. You can put him in a number of different roles if you want to.
It's kind of funny because when you look at the DPC right now, Puck Tiny are the number 1 and the number 2 most contested heroes of the entire region, and they got them both. So that's pretty good, considering they both boast way over 60% win rate. That's pretty nice.
And YPB just keep banning out the classic Fusion heroes,
Yeah, you see the Prophet ban makes all the sense when the Spectre was banned and the Batrider. I don't know what Team Fusion expected really. I thought that they wanted to get the Prophet because of the 3 ban, but then they banned the Bat and the Spectre. There is no way in hell Nature's Prophet goes through. I'm surprised YBB didn't even snatch it for themselves. I feel like Team Fusion knows for a fact that YBB isn't playing Prophet. That's the only way this happens, really. Like 3 heroes get banned that are extremely good against the hero. You can pick the hero and you ban it instead.
Yeah,
all right, it's fine. But look at Team Fusion. Look at their team fight. This is like both of the teams actually have pretty decent team fight. Obviously better on side of Team Fusion, but we might be in for some good old 5v5s across the map.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got the Phoenix set up at a Puck coil, they can't really run away from it. Dawnbreaker to help out as well. Coming out now is this not real space for Nyx Assassin anymore, right? With Warlock 5, Marcy presumably 4. together with
Yeah.
Mars and off lane, which is a pretty good kill lane, I would imagine.
Yeah, Nick.
I don't-
Sorry,
Oh,
go,
ahead,
Rick.
sorry.
All right,
No,
yeah,
go.
that's what
You
team
are
playing.
far more intelligent than me, Lizard, and handsome, so this is all you.
I am not far more intelligent, but I have played a lot more Dota. Probably.
Okay, so I was gonna just ask: is it possible they run a core Marcy in terms of like the mid lane, and then double back for like a Nyx Assassin or more of a counter here?
Like the value of the hero itself is huge, right? Value of Nyx Assassin for YBB versus the Dawnbreaker versus the Phoenix, slightly versus the Puck as well. But I still don't think that you mess up your complete draft just to pick up that hero. I think it's good. Do I think it's worth it? I don't know. I don't think so. I think something like Kalina or Invoker or anything that deals damage in the Chronosphere would be safer.
This would be a very strong Invoker game. I think you're correct. Yeah.
You can also go for more standard Void Spirit or something like that. Lina has been just banned out. So I wouldn't be surprised if they ban out Invoker too here on the side of Team Fusion, right?
They did run, YBB did run the Ionet Invoker a couple of times, I do believe.
It didn't do amazingly, but yeah, they did run it.
I mean, it still seems like a strong enough combo, or at least an annoying enough combo to not do it. Like, even if you go Quasic Zord in the laning stage, you've got, again, the Marcy and Mars kind of working together, and then eventually gonna have the Cataclysm with the Faceless Void Chronosphere. Just a lot of
I feel like it
burst
has to
coming
be an
through.
Invoker ban. Wow, actually,
Yeah, it's not.
the reason I say that is because Aunit has played, I believe, 5 games of Invoker in the DPC right now. It's one of his most picked heroes. It actually probably is his singularly most played currently in Division 2.
Another thing that they could do that would be pretty damn work well for them is put the Mars mid, last pick Alchemist, or something crazy like that, and give that Aghanim's the Void, or just last pick offlane. You know, I'm just saying Alchemist, but they could put Mars against Puck, right? It's a good lane for him.
You're right. Yeah, I kind of forget about this matchup. You go 1 point God's Rebuke and then 1 point Bulwark, and you just toggle the Bulwark every time Puck goes for a last hit to try and basically redirect the attack and deny instead. It's pretty funny. Obviously, Puck can just use spells to last hit, but makes it a little bit difficult. They go for the Life Stealer. Ooh, I'm not really sure how I feel about this. This is not a hero that I have seen do particularly well. I'll double check the stats in a moment, but I want to get your thoughts on this one. D-Drop, how do you see the Lifestealer going into the YBB's draft right now?
Yeah, so it is a God King hero, so I can't really fault them for that. I've actually seen it producing Eastern Europe yesterday on Friday, like with VTune playing that, and doing quite well with it. Like it's a strong laner. It's a hero that has trouble farming up times, but but it also fits well into a kind of aggressive style. You know, you can jump into Puck, you can eventually jump to a tiny puddle of picking that one up. So when they get to Blink Dagger and something like that, you can jump to the Dawnbreak and jump across the map here. And even though it's probably not going to happen all too often. Yeah, I do like that matchup. Like it's Faceless Void will eventually outcarry him, but it's going to take a while.
Okay, Lizard, I need your quick analysis on this Viper pick because I am a little bit confused on this one. Yeah, you seemed very excited when it got picked for some reason.
How can you be excited about a Viper, man?
Yo, the hero is good. I like Viper. I enjoy playing him, but I am a little bit curious as to why it might get picked here because I don't necessarily see like the huge value on it this game.
Well, there's one thing that he's good at. You can use that ulti against anything, and you use it against the Lifestealer. He's kind of slow in fights, easier to kite. You should do well in the lane, right? You're playing into a Puck, so your laning stage should do all right. You have this hero that there's a break on him. Overall, I don't like it too much. I completely agree with you. You have another toxin in the Chronosphere, and you can spam your right clicks, but it's not huge. It's it's just a hero. It's what does a Viper do? He wins the lane, probably. Then he walks around with his ATOS or whatever he builds, and he creates a bit of space. I don't know. I'm not a big fan from the roof when it comes to this Viper.
Okay. Well, it'll be an interesting series. I am excited to see how these ones, how this one ends up playing out. Real quick, 3 seconds, quick analysis. Who do you think's got this one in the bag? Drag and drop.
I'm the resident member of the Fusion fan club, so I'm gonna say Fusion.
Lizard, are you feeling the same way?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Pretty cut and dry. They're feeling Fusion. I'm gonna spice it up and say YBB's got it in the late game, so I'm gonna hold out for that one. We'll see what happens. But we got to go into game to find that one out. So we're gonna send it right on over to our first game of the evening. Everyone, it is YBB taking on Fusion. We got D-Drop and Lizard on the mics to just coach it through all of that fun action. I'll see you guys when you get back.
All right.
It was already.
Thank you.
Goddamn, Ricky talks so
Very
much. Right, Dragon
right
Drop.
into pause. Yeah, I mean, it's, finally we get some
He got
peace
his
and quiet around here. I mean, come on.
fancy new haircut, and he thinks he owns the place.
I mean, on paper though, he could have a point about this draft being pretty good in the late game, right? I mean, we're talking about the Faceless Voids, always great, and until then, you have the Mars, you have the Warlock, you have some team fight kind of throw into Fusion if they want to get too uppity. But my main problem is
say that. Don't say that he's right. He's just gonna talk even more next panel.
No, I was just
Do you
saying
know how this
that
works?
you have to let me finish. I was just saying that there's a problem with this kind of view because a Warlock Golem, very long cooldown, right? And if you look at Fusion, what are their cooldowns? Supernova, Dawnbreak Gold. Okay, yeah, but they can still fight without that. They can still fight much faster.
I mean, I can see his point, right? Like, in all seriousness, there is this chrono to work with, and a team with the chrono can always win games. Are there saves? Yeah, there are some saves. You also have Dawnbreaker's ulti. You have Phoenix Egg with Aghanims, perhaps at some point. But they do have a decent shot if they do manage to use all their ultis properly on the side of YBB. They have multiple ways to deal with the Life Stealer as well, the Rock, not Nether Toxin, but the ulti from the Viper. What's the name?
Viper Strike?
Is it truly Viper Strike? That's it.
Viper Strike, yeah. It's
some heroes,
very
like you
creative
can
name.
see that they were bored making Viper, right? It was like, here you go. What's your ulti gonna be named? Viper Strike.
Yeah.
Like strike. Like for Phantom Assassin, coup de grace. Like let's go French. Let's find something really cool.
Yeah. Nothing will ever
Viper-
beat amplify damage, though. I'm so
Yeah.
sad they changed that.
Amplify damage is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's my favorite. They do end up putting, by the way, Mars mid, and it's gonna be the Viper on the offlane. So the Viper will have a decent lane versus Nyx. That's
I'm gonna say Viper like that all game because
Viper.
I would have to ask Ricky to replace you at that point.
Viper.
Oh god. Why?
Poison stacks.
Just cast an entire game in Viper's voice. A terrible Viper voice, by the way. Just pointing that out. Yeah.
Dude, any voice I make is terrible. I'm not really a talented person, I don't know what I'm doing here. But anyway, I think the lane should be fine. We'll see. The lane itself is seemingly very, very strong. You paired up pretty much this lane here. Thank you, Observer. On one side, you have this Lifestealer and the Phoenix. On the other, you have two literally strongest laners in the game.
Yeah.
And Phoenix was never known to be a strong laner. His strength is later, right? So
Yeah.
we'll see just how much they'll be able to do. If they win this lane, I'm not only going for them to win the game, I'm going that they will win the series 2-0 quickly. If Fusion wins this lane, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, mean, yeah, Viper and Marcy, they're pretty strong laners. At the same time, Phoenix does have the Icarus dive to get away. And Lifestealer has Rage, obviously, to fall back on. Lifestealer in and of itself is very strong laner, so it doesn't really rely on the support.
But did you
help
know
them out
that the
much.
point of laning isn't to run away, it's to farm, it's to get get something for yourself.
I mean, he's kind of doing that. He's struggling a little bit, but he's still getting last hits on God King.
Yeah, I completely agree.
And they keep
Very good
keeping the
point.
lane under the tower, like they're not really controlling them up. I think the XCJ also walked up to block the hard cam manually. So they
Yeah,
can't do
you're
cycles.
completely right. They're farming pretty damn well under the tower, getting that ching, getting that dollar.
Yeah.
Dora.
Let's talk about these other lanes a little bit, because it's kind of shaping up in that way that we just described. Mid lane should be nothing crazy happening, but top lane, I mean, there's a bit of back and forth here. Fishman taking a ton of damage now with the dirty point of fatal bonds as well, but that toss
toss.
under the tower into the avalanche. He's gone too far, and this will be the first blood, most likely. One more hammer toss. He's pretty damn fast on his feet, though, with the
That
boost,
was just
so
a
never mind.
debate. That was
Yeah.
just a debate right there. A very ballsy debate from Polosin, but he does manage to live in the end. Yeah, like running up to the tiny that way, toss is inbound 1000%.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't do it again. Next time that happens, he's gonna die.
I'm not sure Starbreaker was ready.
Cooldown, I believe.
Yeah. If that was available, he was dead 100%. But hey, it is.
But
what it
hey,
is.
there is
Forget
still
to be
Viper on the bottom lane. Free farming. But like you said, Lifestealer as well doing quite alright. 15 last hits versus 18. Not too shabby for him.
Okay, there you go. Phoenix just dies away. Needs to get to interrupt the pull here.
We're doing
Okay.
quite alright on Fusion so far, on all lanes. Mid lane Puck is evening out versus a Mars that's supposed to
he's
be
so low, though.
Puck. Yeah.
There's a jump forward there from 9 to 8. Jump it back. Yeah, you just even get to put John to the orb. How did he get so low?
Easy kill, easy life. Observer is just gonna continue watching bottom lane because no one saw anything, no first blood happened. Don't worry about it.
It's not flattering for the puck, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Oh well, you don't expect Puck to be dying that way on mid lane
Yeah.
against the Mars. Like Mars definitely should be out farming you, but perhaps should not be killing you. And he's still keeping up. It's not flattering. He's still keeping up amazingly well with the CS. Of course, some of those are neutrals, but doesn't matter. He's only never mind. I take everything back. Thank you, Observer. We have 700 gold difference, but that's because of the kill as well. Still though, already a difference in net worth on this mid lane. Mars doing a bit better.
Quite a difference indeed.
And rotating top. They get him. Nope. Never mind. Nice rotation. Run back mid. This is embarrassing. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Bottom scouting out some stacks, and now perhaps rotating in. I mean, Polison's joining in with the Mars, trying to look at the rune. It's spawning bottom though. That's a haste rune there. And Polisson
Yep.
sneaks really bounty rune, so it's yeah, nice little series of events there for Fusion.
Yeah, White Album has had not the best games recently. Like, overall, what you expect from him. He's fallen.
Revenge now, 928.
This is a kill. He has ult, he has haste. This is a kill.
He also has XCJ to help out just in case. Gets disposed, so XCJ actually has to take the kill.
Well, he didn't actually have to take the kill, right?
No, he had to, you know, it's justification,
look.
you know, I had to, you know, the kill secure, here you go. I'm gonna set up for Aeonid, you can get the kill still, White Album, oh no, he's sealed again, and he gets
He's gonna die at this point. That was, yeah.
Can you
Wasn't
TP
great.
home? No haste, June. I'll have to walk all the way back now. Taking a few too many tower shots during that attempt. Up top though, Fishman. Sinful Soul jumping forward. The Chronosphere just yet, but he has to bash! 2 bashes in a row! Are you kidding me?
The bashes are real.
20% by the way.
I mean, I don't know why people complain. It's not like it's 17 or something.
Yeah.
So it's a lot.
17 would be broken. 40%, but that was still very lucky because 20% times 20%, what, 1/25th chance, I believe.
What are you talking
two-
about, man?
We got 2
do
patches in a row.
maths. We don't do maths here.
Of course we do.
What? 20
We're not-
times
we're not
20?
filthy Americans. We
400.
can do math.
I think it's 400. I learned that in elementary school.
What?
Yeah, you said 20 times 20.
No, no, 20%, so it's 1/5, right?
Uh-huh.
1/5 at a time.
Uh-huh.
And then we have 2 of that in a row. It's
1/5
times
Of
1/5,
a 1/5. Uh-huh.
which is 1/25th.
Uh-huh.
That's basic EU maths.
I don't understand this.
Okay.
It's complicated. How much is...
Let no one say that I'm not that I never
how-
tried to be educational on the stream.
How much is 100 divided by 400?
100 divided by 400.
Uh-huh.
That's 1/4.
1/4? How much is a 25?
What?
Out of 100, how much is a 25?
1/4?
Woo! We did it, D-Droppa! You're talking with an engineer here, baby! Oh, he's caught! They got him! They got him. One of my favorite pastime activities is fitting numbers into any scenario, by the way. That wasn't no smarts, that was
Absolutely. Well, Puck dies, Fishman also likely to die here. There's no help coming. As the arena finally comes out, Storm previously made another rotation up top, which didn't immediately lead to anything. But yeah, still, 2 cores going down. His White Album was in way too deep, and then Fishman gets caught by the arena, so a YBB there.
XCJ gonna drop
Put up some
out.
numbers here, XCJ as well, down bottom.
Yeah, sometimes you burn yourself as Phoenix. He used a couple of spells on the Viper. If he just dove out without hitting him, he probably could live, but those Fire Spirits keep on reapplying things that you don't want to be reapplied.
Yeah. It's not part of your skincare routine, that corrosive skin.
What do you think? What kind of skincare routine does Viper have? Oh, by the way, I need to put some nourishing skin cream, all-day moisturizer, my face. You know, like we're not getting any younger.
Yeah.
We drop. We need to take care of ourselves while we still can.
Well, I'm not exactly an expert on skincare, but I would imagine it had to.
Of course you are. I'm sure you are.
Don't tell people. Anyway, back to the kids.
I'm sure you are.
But let's talk about Dota, right? Because that's something that we all understand. It's fun though. Getting some space for Blink Dagger, but now being punished. And so, okay, this time around though, there's a turnaround here, both from Dawnbreaker and the Lifestealer Infest here, but can they get on top of somebody? Fishman needs to get close, needs to find some sort of stump, but they don't have it. Can't quite find the range, so big commitment here to respond to this without getting kills just yet, but White Album joining in, smoke breaks though. Sinful Soul gets a jump away. The call still connects.
Man, that's never gonna work. Come on.
Fine. Yeah, I was. And now the turnaround, perhaps 9-8 with his disposed there, but got a rock to follow up here if they need it, and they get it. Sinful Soul 5 seconds off the Chronosphere, so it's still a little ways longer. Supernova comes out, tossed back, but you just get to walk away because the call has already been committed.
My God, if this Oh,
This is-
we hyped up the team fight so damn hard, and that's like the symphony of skills right there.
This is the reverse of that, yeah.
It all fails for what was it? Dota Cinema.
Fails of week, yeah, that was,
Yeah.
that was a good time. As
God King.
God King doesn't have a rage to work with, gets bashed twice again, and now the Chronosphere! This is very problematic indeed. He gets clicked to death.
Ricky was right. Panel was bait.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, they just have to. If you're fusion, it's like, come on, use the spells properly. You can't chase too deep. You can't use your Dream Call prematurely. That needs to be comboed together with the egg so that they actually have to break the coil or try hitting the egg. Like they need to have that decision. You can't just use the coil and then randomly use the egg afterwards. It makes absolutely no sense. And now YBB is actually 5k ahead with a draft that I won't say that they have a natural late game advantage, but it is there. They can item if they itemize correctly. This Void and Viper could take over later on. Mostly because they're only up against a lifestealer that's threatening them. So, yeah, next fight for Fusion needs to go well. They can't make any more blunders.
Well, hopefully they figured out what the mistake was, and hopefully they can adjust so the next time. They did follow up some camps to kind of recover somewhat here, but all three of the dire cores are well ahead, and now Fishman, not Fishman, God King just all alone walks up top and dies. Just not reading things properly, or maybe thinking that he might be able to survive long enough. As there, the girl's been snapped. There's the supernova combo. Zionid will end up dropping. Alright. Big commitment, but they do get a kill. They can maybe turn that into a tier 1 tower. Finally get the trade for bottom. But YBB still hanging around. They have a golem in 10. They have Mars TPing in without Arena. As
they don't have Viper,
tower, though the spear connects onto the Dawnbreak. Yeah, Fishman also linked with some White Album. They get Polar Sun. And Fishman actually gets a live for now. It's in full soul in 928 though. Have something else to say about it. Another spear pins Phoenix to the tree, gets bashed and killed. It is bleeding way too much, Lizard.
Yeah, they are. Really. They don't even take the tower. They're trying to pressure top. I said that they needed to win these next fights, but they aren't even making the proper fights, right? With all their ultis, there's always someone missing. One thing that I'm now looking forward from Fusion is probably the Ponlo Blink, as we watch him farm. Go get those lasted, you big boy. You tiny big boy. But once he gets the blink, perhaps they can start initiating without committing. Right now they need to commit, that's the problem. Right, like you go in with the puck, you need to commit with the egg. When Tiny gets the dagger, everything changes.
Oh, all of a sudden. Should be able to finish him off. Yes, he walks into the wrong part of town, the coil being used. Perhaps not strictly necessary, but well, you can definitely feel that they're a bit on edge here, right? On Fusion, like they're forcing bad fights. They're kind of overcommitting spells just to make absolutely sure they get the kills, even on a 5 position.
Oh, definitely. I would say most certainly it feels forced, and I also think that's perhaps because of the heroes that they chose to be their last big position.
Here we go again. That's some good amount of burst here. And he's taken out. Alright, that one was pretty good here with the Witchblade take. They'll lose XCJ for it, but that's an arena. Link deck showing up from the Mars as well once again. Seeing 2k gold towards that BKB.
They've got a lot of these circles though, right, on YBB.
Yeah.
You've got the arena circle, you've got the chrono circle, you've got, well, the rock isn't really a circle, but there's upheaval, so maybe I can. And what I want to say is they have a lot of ultis that they can waste on these single kills. Nice little play by Sinful Soul there. He goes in, but realizes, okay, never mind. This is the wrong neighborhood. There's Puck around. I can get silenced, so he runs away.
Yep. And alright, the Crowley XCJ, they just hate him, but those Omrek Ultimate comes in, not quite enough to keep him safe though. The call comes through, but without the egg, do they have the damage here? The rock being dropped, they're all linked together. Fishman is in a lot of trouble, but they still finish up the kill on the Faceless Void. Hashtag worth, especially if he gets a lip and Storm's right there. The spear will finish the job. This would have been really good if the egg would have come out. As it
Could have
stands,
been.
it's just okay, I guess. Killing off the Void.
It's still alright, right? Like you slow him down a little bit. They have this Armlet on Lifestealer going into Basher.
Upon low. At least he did finish off the Blink, but there's another arena coming through. He will not get out of this one.
This is a sweet death from the Tiny, I would say.
Yeah.
This is something, yeah, you die, but you're not really sad about it. You just got your Blink completed, plus you get to leave your base with the Blink undetected, right? Like you can just choose where to go. Okay, do I TP top? Do I TP mid? Where do I go? Who am I gonna smoke up with? As a smoke is most likely going to come. They now have that Blink Dagger and Phoenix Egg, so my guess would be to go top lane and finally take down the tier 1 tower, but Lifestealer is actually TPing mid. So let's see how they go about this. They're actually going in their own jungle. Maybe they have an idea that Void is farming the triangle. Yeah.
Well, they would be right. They just finished farming at Sinful Soul.
Look,
they see him jump right on top of him. Goodbye, sir.
Why was there a nether shawl out of there was just a nether shawl sitting there on the stairs. Did they take it? I believe they did. It's a nice gift. It's a welcoming gift, you know. It's sometimes. Do you have that? Like, do you do like baskets when someone moves into your area? Do you just give them like, here you go, nether shawl, quickening charm,
no,
some lotion?
That does not sound like something I would do.
No.
No.
What do you do? Do you make cake, or you just ignore them? You're like whatever.
I mean, I wouldn't even notice it honestly. The big apartment building. I don't know. Don't really have that neighbor thing going.
I see. So it's one of those big story buildings with a lot of people living in. Yeah. I live in a small place, small neighborhood, so we know everyone when they come in. We still don't greet them, but
Oh man.
Tiny rocking that enemy's nether shawl that was just stolen. Feels good, man. I think it was stolen at least.
Yeah, it was actually. Look at the neutral items and you'll find that it is actually belonging to YBB.
They need to continue.
It's a bit interesting here, but smoke will break there and both Pono, they do find the Mars first, skin person down. They cannot, they don't quite have the people ready, but they do get themselves out of there.
Yeah, like the problem for Fusion when it comes to these plays is the only hero that they arguably should and can go on is the Void. Like, you need to kill him. If you don't kill the Void, every move that you make can backfire easily if he's around. He jumps in, chronos you, you're kinda done. So that's why they are so reluctant at going at someone such as Mars. Also, he was just running uphill, so you're kind of thinking, oh, did they smoke? What's happening? This is weird. There's a Mars running straight at us. But one trap that they mustn't fall into is this trap of waiting, the trap of time.
Yes.
You just wait all the time instead of going for that Void, forcing him to chrono and then fighting again afterwards. Ponlo, he just got rocked.
And chronoed. And now the turnaround here, Phoenix Supernova goes out. Pondo's absolutely fine here. Rena and Chrono are down. Storm forced into the BKB. A lot of ultimates being exchanged, but certainly a lot more on the side of YBB.
Yep. 1000%.
Again, there's a long cooldowns here partly. Is XCJ also get the D ward. Paulison don't quite want to run at him here, but 928 comes in, but it was a bait. Pondo goes in with the combo. Now the Sunray took a lot of work here. Paulison gets killed. Fishman, well, super low, tries to make his way out, but he cannot. XCJ also dropping here. It was a bait for whom? White Album with the coil, but does not have really all that much damage to set up for anyone except 928 here. Now Ponlo finally started with him surviving, and now it's gonna end with him dying after all. Oh, this looked pretty decent for Fusion for a moment, and then it was just turning really, really bad. So much damage done by Faces Point, even without the chrono.
He's still feeling much stronger than the side of Fusion's. Lifestealer does more in these fights. Also, it's not only him. All three top cores are basically YBBs, and they're definitely managing to use their item advantage. Like they literally have an item advantage on most of them.
Yeah.
The BKBs are there, and then they just take fights way easier. Plus, they greeted them to their neighborhood, to the high ground. They're like, okay, you want to come here and fight? Sure. We don't have ultis, but you don't have ultis as well. You just wasted them. White Album as well, just isolated. I'm not sure. White Album before and White Album right now feels like two different players.
I'll go 9 it up here.
Can they get him?
And
Yes, they can.
Should be free. Yep.
Yep. A lot of time that God King is spending chilling in his Ubers, right? Like he just likes to be driven around, whatever. But in any case, can I ask Uber to stop sending me? Can I ask Uber to stop sending me recommendations where to go? Like,
No, right? They keep sending me emails. It's like, oh, hey, why don't you get another Uber ride? It's like, dude,
Yeah.
I'm taking Uber because I need to go somewhere. I'm not taking Uber because it's such a great experience, and I'm doing it for the sake of it, you know? It's
no, it's my favorite pastime activity. I just take.
yeah. Just take
Do-
Uber rides
like,
everywhere. Fun.
what-
Just
When I
meet
lived,
people.
when I lived in that beautiful city of Kiev, I would take Ubers very often to go meet my girl at the airport.
Okay.
And I did meet some drivers, like Uber drivers, that didn't do it for the money. Like some filthy rich guys. They would come and pick me up in a Hammer or something, you know. There was this, I don't even know what that car was, but once this guy picked me up, it had that transparent roof, you know, you could see the sky through it. It was a luxurious car.
Yeah.
And he was like very well dressed in a suit, and you can see the suit was, you know, it was one of those old money suits, you know. It just smells old money. I asked him why is he doing it. He's like, yeah, I just like to talk to people. So
Yeah.
there you go. Some people do use Uber for
Yeah, but
recreation.
that's one thing if you drive Uber, right? But
Yeah,
do you really take Ubers? As we see Pondo finally being caught out here, so they're done with the shenanigans. But do you really pay money, get an Uber ride regularly, just for fun? Not even going somewhere where you need to go, you know, just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and for everyone in the chat complaining,
Talk about the game.
Uber is fuck. Get on the meta.
Yeah, fuck is the Uber. This is all related, I swear.
And
but
Tiny
it's-
as well.
For real though, YPB, they got free Aegis, they got another pick off, and
Who would
they
you
actually
rather
lost
be?
network advantage though when there were no kills happening. So Fusion left to own devices, though farming a bit more efficiency apparently.
Who would you rather have as your Uber driver, Puck or Tiny?
That's a good question. I want to say Puck because he's kind of flying, which is cool, you know.
Yeah, but Tiny is Tiny Airlines. You're also flying.
I guess. I don't know. I would still rather say Puck. Because rocks you can see anywhere, right? But when was the last time you get to hang out with the fairy dragon, you know?
So you're a Tiny hater? That's what I'm hearing.
I'm a dragon fan, what can I say? As they do take the tier 2 bottom, up top, Ponlo's kind of sitting in the side, blinks across. And 928 was bearing down on him, so it's a 1-for-1 trade in the tower department. As who's blinking first, Lizard? Both teams going high ground here, and it does have that shot, so you can apply that poison to the towers with a Desolator. I mean, it's just going down way too fast. All 3 lanes have been skipped by Fusion. Damage is already being done here. Will Vector Region kick back in time? I don't think so. Rex is just gone.
They got all their ultis, more or less, and they also have the Aegis. Why not? Why not continue pressuring? Why not even go mid afterwards, is my question. You still have 2 minutes on that Aegis on the Void.
I need to use Midas though. There we go. Thank you.
They're just waiting for the next wave. They could... probably not, because the lane on top has been pushed in. One thing that it's necessary to be done when you're in this position is to cut the wave top, so no Tiny sneaks past and starts pushing it in or anything like that. But
He's doing right now in mid.
Yep, exactly. They still have the top wave. That's the thing, though, right? Like, if you keep on cutting top and mid, it's very unlikely that they'll manage to get both of those waves cut, and because of that, you'll be able to push. That's the reasoning behind it. It's not only to keep them in the base; it's to be able to actually take the high ground. Fishman,
ooh, that is not good. Caught outside the base.
how much is the fish? Come on, you're German,
there?
you know this.
What? How much is the fish? I do not know that.
You don't.
No.
Wait. I
do not know what you're talking about. As the high ground siege is coming in, Sinful Soldiers threatening a Chronosphere. Sounds out of it, but objective-based gaming is happening. Just clicking away at this tower, and once again just dies so freaking fast.
I'll open the chat, and I swear, if no one knows how much is the fish, I'll just be done. I'm ashamed. I'm casting with the German. He doesn't know the reference, but it's fine, I guess. I might be old. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's fine, Boomer. It's all good. YBB though, they're also feeling good. Fusion not so much. They just couldn't even find an angle to attempt taking a fight here again because of the Aegis. It was still available for Sinful Soul that has now expired. But the situation has not really been getting easier here. Fusion though, they gotta get something done here once again. Infest into White Album. Fishman kind of showing himself in mid, but YBB, they kind of huddled together on their side of the map at the moment.
Another smoke.
Yeah, looks like it.
They don't have someone there. They don't have Dawnbreaker, but yeah, you do have that ulti to join the fight. They were expecting this area to be occupied by the enemy heroes because of the bottom tier 2, right? That's the place where they should be. But look at how smart YBB are playing this game. They smoke up themselves and they wrap around.
Yeah.
This is one of they'll catch one hero here for sure. Just who is the question.
Looks like
Phoenix seems like
finds a dive to the side. He's trying his best to make his way out there. The Indus gets procs. He bought some time. He bought some time for Puck to live at the very least. So
yeah, but this is now a free tier 2. What's gonna happen is Fusion is going to go top. They'll try creep skipping, but look at Storm.
Christ,
You
he's
baited.
still inside. Oh god, yeah, Pablo. Nice toss back into the Yules, into the lane. He's actually still living for so much longer than you would have thought. But
I did
might have
force a
over-rotated in
BKB.
with the likes. I could have turned this one around with the Dawnbreak ult as well. But you never know how that works out.
Yeah, they could have tried. They could have tried to Dawn break in, but that Mars had a BKB up to the last second. You probably don't get anything out of it. There is a tier 1 tower on the mid lane that they can always TP to as well, so it's not great. And now your bottom lane. I don't know if YBB should high ground this. Like, they can, but I don't think it's the best course of action. Like, the safest, most disciplined one is try to get another fight. Like, you have very decent wards on the map. They're unable to deward you. This triangle is completely in your control. It's like the whole map is in your control.
Yeah. This God King just AFK. He's been sitting inside Puck for like 3 minutes now. This can't be good, right? Can't be a good sign.
I mean, they're good friends. What's wrong with being friends? I wish I had a friend like that.
Yeah.
I can just, chill with. I don't want to say sit inside. People might think something. But,
Well, maybe it's like, alright, Puck. If I get you all this extra health, it won't get bursted down. Finally jumps out. Oof. Well, at some point the YBBs are gonna have to go high ground again, and this is where Fusion won the fight. The downside is that this is not gonna be before the next Aegis comes online. It's to find the spear on Cock. They have to follow up. They do indeed. Pawnlaw came in to try and help, but just got bashed down.
they're just gonna straight go bottom from here.
Yeah.
There are buybacks, and they will use their buybacks. The question is, will YBB commit to fight, or will they just back out? I think backing out.
Jay.
Viper. Yeah.
Go back towards Baruch. Still 40 seconds on the clock, but they don't necessarily know that. So it's a bit on the longer side.
Yeah, Fusion doesn't know that as well, so they will smoke up straight into the vision of YBB, or maybe around it. Let's see. They think they're sneaky, but Roche didn't respawn yet. Oh, they will see the couriers, so the couriers will give away a lot of info. Coil him, White Album. Never mind.
The courier. Oh, and they realize it's an illusion. This all silence doesn't do anything here with a BKB. Couple of bashes is okay.
He's got buyback.
Yeah, it didn't take long at all. Fishman is in trouble here. It's gonna have to be God King, but all locked inside the Chronosphere. Fishman clicked to death. A spear to follow doesn't quite connect here, but now the goal for the follow-up. Dawnbreak ult comes in, but it's too little, too late. This God King is dead. Fishman will die again. GG is called. This was the bad Fusion today in this game. They did not wake up on the right side of bed.
Oh, for them it's not that early. It's early for us. Dragon draw, but not for them. They don't have any excuses like that. Like, we can say, yeah, we're casting poorly. We just woke up. The tongue isn't working there yet. The cogs, the gears are. But who can? Please say it.
Yeah,
Hi.
Ricky can.
Yeah,
Hey, welcome back.
Can you believe it? I'm already here. This was an interesting game. I feel like I didn't expect YBB to do that well in the lane stage, but here they are having a great time. And then on top of it, they just kind of snowball this game. They have that great team fight in the late game. But yeah, like, I'm really curious to see like what Fusion do, as a response to this. Because in your opinion, Lizard, like what really took this game out of their hands? Like, I feel like the lane stage wasn't enough, but I don't know. What do you think?
Okay, so What went poorly? Let's talk about it. What went?
Or like maybe that's like too vague of a question because I
No,
gotta
no,
say
no,
I don't
no. It's enough, Ricky. You don't have to.
okay
You don't have to specify. It's very vague because what went poorly is everything. Uh, Besides the laning
Oh,
stage,
no.
the lanes went all right for them. I even said if they win the lanes, this game will be over. They'll take 2-0 very, very early on if Lifestealer does well, which he did. He did very well for what I thought was going to happen. However, you have this team with 4 very good ultimates, right? But these ultis, they need to work together. They're a little team. If they work together, they're strong. If they're apart, they fold. You know, it's there's this good old saying, "Together we stand, divided we fall," and that's what happened. Sadly, Dragon Drop noticed it. Ricky, you noticed it. Dream Coil on one side, Phoenix
Yeah.
Egg somewhere else, a million miles away, calling for the puck, please. Hold them in place. I want to egg. No, never happened. Also, Lifestealer versus Void feels pretty sus when you're playing from behind. It didn't work out at
Yeah.
all.
That was the one thing about the Lifestealer pick that I was so worried about. Like they picked this, on 23 or the ninth pick, whatever you want to call it, and it just it's like an okay Lifestealer lane into a Mars, but you actually called this in draft. They put the Mars mid to dodge the lane, and they pick up Viper last, and then you have this, a non-real like an okay lane for Lifestealer, but not a good lane for Lifestealer. And again, an okay lane mid instead of a good lane for the puck. So it's just, and then of course you don't have the late game matchup. Like Lifestealer just gets absolutely destroyed by Faceless Void in the late game. So it's just, it feels weird that they went back for this. I know Dragon Drop, you were talking about this being like a God King specific hero. This is something he really likes to play. Do you think they're going to rethink that going into game 2 and maybe just do something that fits their draft better, or are we looking to be seeing another God King hero that maybe not be best for the matchup?
Yeah. I don't think the lifestealer was a problem. It was really just that they were playing from behind because they messed up a lot of these fights. I mean, this is the one time they kind of got that sort of combo going, but that was only on a Viper, and these kind of situations were few and far between. And then they got into this mindset of, oh crap, we gotta fight, we gotta be going here, we gotta stop them from farming, we gotta come back here, and that led them to overcommitting into some excellent Damath play as well. Like, let's just point that out too. Like YBB, they were always playing from ahead, and they were always able to respond to this sort of aggression, right?
Yeah. I will say, like, one of the traditional counters to the Faceless Void's Chronosphere has always been the Dawnbreaker, but it's usually from the 5th position, right? And when you do this, like, you can just rush the Aghanim Scepter and try and save someone in the Chronosphere with that 60% evasion. But this game coming from the off lane, you don't have that Aghanim Scepter. You see this BKB picked up early by Fishman, eventually goes for the Shard, because these are like the standard damage items for this hero. But now you kind of lose your counter to that Chronosphere that you originally had. So it's a little bit of an odd decision there. Just maybe they thought, Dawnbreaker without the Aghanims would be strong enough, but they really just... they just got shut down in every fight. And credit where credit's due, Storm absolutely owned this game.
Yeah. Maybe without the Aghanims it would have been enough if they at least used their ultis together and at the right spots, but it comes down to the same thing for Fusion. For me, they never utilized their spells properly, and this is a game in which cooldowns do matter quite a bit for both sides. If you waste your spells, it's very unlikely that you'll be able to just get some pickoffs off of Ponlo's Blink Dagger, right? And that's what they were trying. Like, you have this Tiny, he buys a Blink Dagger, and then perfect world scenario is you go and you jump the Void every single time you smoke up. You find him, you kill him. No, it's never gonna happen. It did happen once, my bad. But after that one time, what will happen in every single pro game in Division 2, in Division 1, is he's going to be surrounded by supports from any side that you can approach him while he's farming. Right, they will be moving in those lines that break smokes, and every other attempt on his life was actually broken that way. So For Team Fusion, they couldn't put all their eggs into this pick-off. They actually needed to play common and good fights, which they failed to do. I would actually pick one guy as the main reason behind that, even though it's kind of bad to do that, right? It's White Album. And why am I doing this is because I know that he's capable of so much more and so much better that I'm just not sure what's happening. On a puck, your job here was to set things up for the Dawnbreaker for the Phoenix, right? And it wasn't happening. The dream calls that were happening were always way too deep or way too late or just not there at all.
Yeah, I feel like one of the combos we classically see, right, with the tiny puck is like coil into just immediate blink toss out, and then that hero is just, you know, dead, right? And we didn't really see them connect on this all too much, and yeah, it just felt like they were a little bit disconnected. I remember you guys were talking about it in the game. There was the fight near like Dire top 2 tier 2 tower where it's just every spell just felt off the mark from Fusion in that fight, right? Like everything was just completely disconnected. But that's just, it kind of just felt like the trend for Fusion for the rest of the game. Like they never really got that, I guess, you know, in the zone, I suppose. I don't really know what to call it. They just weren't gelling super well in the team fights this game. But, you know, unfortunate performance from them. We have seen them struggle a little bit recently. And YBB, I mean, we know that this team has taken games off of almost every opponent that they've played against, right? Like they've gone 2-1 3 times now, but they have not won a series. So it's could be classic YBB fashion here, potentially, where they, you know, get reverse swept. But they looked like the better team, right? Dragon Drop, like they legitimately seemed like the better team in this game.
They did, yeah, but it was also because Fusion seemed so much worse than they can play. And they've had these kind of issues before, like, but they've also been able to address that in the same series. So I would hope that they do that now and kind of shake themselves, wake up, and get in the zone, as you said. They definitely have it in them. It's just a question of whether they can make that same sort of jump again, or whether YBB can maybe find a bit of a pocket strat. You know, you're up 1-0 in the series. You can maybe try and catch them off guard in a draft, even in game number 2. And that would be quite the coup for sure for YBB.
Yeah. Well, we've got plenty more that we can talk about, but we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break, and we will be back with our second game of this series. It is YBB here versus Team Fusion. YBB grabbing game number 1. We'll let you know what happens in game number 2 right after the break. We'll see you then. Or maybe not.
No break allowed for you.
通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
I had a feeling you'd come back and save me from all those lonely nights and heartbreaks. And I feel misplaced without you. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to? Never wanted to end it like we did. I guess shit happens for a reason. But it's like something feels different from back then. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to? Honestly, I'm open wide. I don't feel like waking up without you by my side. I still see your silhouette. Why don't we go back to, why don't we go back to your bedroom?
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hey everybody, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that very short break. As we're just nonstop action here, but we do have to stand up every once in a while. We're human, and apologies for that. But with no further ado, we're just gonna go right into our draft here for game number 2. It is YBB taking on Team Fusion. My name is RCryptic, joined by Drag and Drop and Lizard. Guys, before we we get maybe into the draft, you want to make some quick predictions, Lizard? Any major changes here? Any major bans? What do you think is going to happen?
I'm afraid of making any predictions after that last game because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you draft. You just have to execute properly. If you don't execute properly, you're gonna lose. And it doesn't matter if you're on paper a stronger team or whatever. Just have to execute right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we see something a little bit interesting here. An immediate first phase of the Alchemist. Not something that we see all that often. The hero has been getting a lot more popular here in the Chinese region, specifically ran as a 5 more often than not. But Team Fusion, they do manage to get the Death Prophet, and the Tiny Death Prophet has seen a lot of success here. She used to be the most contested hero here in China, but was eventually taken over by the likes of Tiny and Puck. I think that once those started, being seen as super popular elsewhere. But they go back for the Mars. So, Drag and Drop, talk to me about this Mars pick, because this is something that has definitely fallen out of favor for a lot of teams, but YBB seem to still love it.
Yeah, I mean it's still strong. It's just a matter of teams trying to figure out new things. But he still does what he's always been doing, right? He's still going to be doing good enough in lane, if not winning it straight out. It is a flex pick. Like you can run him off lane, you can run him mid, and it gives you a team fight and kind of forcing Fusion once again into the Phoenix. So YBB doesn't get that combo. So there's nothing wrong with that hero.
Is this a stolen Phoenix away from the Mars? Is that what it is? You get that Phoenix. You also have
some of it, yeah, for sure.
One hero that's actually pretty good with Phoenix that usually you don't really mention it is Tiny. Like Tiny Phoenix is actually pretty strong combo. You have the egg, and you can always follow up with a mass AoE stun in that avalanche. Plus the toss back or toss in is pretty strong. So overall, Tiny plus Phoenix is decent. This is a combo that my team used to draft ages ago, just because of that. It secures the egg quite nicely. Once the BKBs are there, obviously, it becomes a bit harder, but...
I mean, Mars Phoenix is not the only combo, but it's one of the better ones for exactly this reason as well. Snapfire up against Phoenix, pretty damn strong, but if you have the arena, you can kind of place it in a way where the Snapfire cannot get these attacks in. Of course...
Wait, arena is on the same team.
That's what I'm saying, right? They don't have that because they don't have that Mars Phoenix combo, right? They have a different way to go about it. And well, there's a lot of damage, a lot of team fight, a lot of bursts as well coming in from YBB now.
This is now a Death Prophet offlane with Tiny, position 5 Phoenix. They will counterpick the Lina on the mid lane most likely. I'm just talking what they should be doing, but they might put the DP mid, and then Lina has just an amazing game overall. I don't think that should be done, but
how do you
see.
counterpick a Lina though?
You don't have to counterpick her. You can at least take something that makes sense against her on the mid lane. You don't go with the Death Prophet. Get anything that perhaps can get on top of her easily.
Okay, Kunkka's not bad. I also think PA is actually like a really solid pick for Team Fusion this game, if they can go for it. It has kind of fallen out of favor, but it's great against Mars. It's really good against the Lina. But I do worry about Team Fusion's drafts right now because YBB again have some pretty stellar team fight just from the Mars Snapfire. The egg is basically going to be a non-factor this game. So like that's why I agree with what you were saying. Like just relegate it to a position 5 at this point because it's not going to have a great game. And I think you're right. So, what do you think both teams are looking for? It's got to be the 1 positions for each team, correct?
Most likely, even though I have seen this switch up. You first pick the Alchemist first phase, and then you put him on a core, and then you lose because he's got countered. But was he countered that hard on the side of Team Fusion? I don't think so. He hasn't.
No.
That Prophet is kind of alright against him, I guess.
An early Vessel from DP would be pretty scary.
Yeah. Or a Phoenix, right? Like he can get it too.
Yeah.
A bit later, obviously, but both are heroes that can build the item, which is sometimes something that you don't have. Like there are so many drafts that just can't build a vessel at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be interesting. I'm a little bit confused about the Ursa ban because I don't feel like it actually is that dominant of a hero, especially into like what is probably a DP offlane, but maybe they're planning on swapping it up and running like a 3-position tiny, but I don't know. The Ursa is a little bit strange. It's another egg hitter, but I feel like that box is more than checked at this point by YBB.
Yeah. I feel like Ember Spirit will make an appearance here. One side or
Ember,
another.
you think a safe lane Ember is what we're going to see?
Yeah.
Anti-Mage and Medusa both taken out with the Weaver.
I mean, especially for Fusion, right? Because I feel like they need someone that can jump into the backlines, get on top of the Lina, get on top of the Snapfire, try and kill her off when she gets uses that ultimate. So Ember's a hero that can do that, and and fight early, and also scale well enough in the damage department. It would leave them a little bit thin in terms of like super hard late game carries. And it might be a problem once again if YBB goes for one of those.
What about a sniper here?
For Fusion or for YBB?
For YBB.
No, yeah. Not sure I would have liked that. Lifesteal seems a lot more stable. There's not a whole lot that they have against that.
Yeah, this is
It's a hero that kind of soaks for the Lina, right? Because Lina, I guess, is going to be your primary damage output. So they just pick something that's a little bit, more in your face, I suppose.
Yep, looks much better of a Lifestealer game. Overall, looking at the whole YBB's draft, yeah, they don't have that carrier, the Uber driver for the Lifestealer, but I don't even like Uber drivers for Lifestealer right now. I think he should be the one that just runs in and then uses that ulti defensively. He's also got that rage against the egg. He's good versus Tiny, good versus Kunkka, not necessarily versus DP, but you can't be great versus everything. And now on Team Fusion, it's to pick something that's good against him, that's also decent against Lina and Mars, which is so hard. Like the TB is banned out, the Morphling isn't that great versus the Lina. All these heroes that are good against one are not necessarily that good against the other. What about that PA that you talked about earlier?
Yeah, I think it's a great PA game. It literally counters all of these heroes.
It wouldn't be bad.
All you have to be worried about is like an MKB eventually coming out from the Lina. Oh,
yeah, like this is what I thought. Morphling. I mentioned it, right? Like the first 2 heroes that come to your mind when you see these Nike cores, Lifestealer cores, are Morphling and TB. The problem is there's Storm on the Lina that can zap your watery booty 24/7. So we'll see if that happens or not.
Yeah, God King's gotta have to be very careful about being initiated on and just straight up killed by the Lina burst. But if he gets to live through that, I mean, he's always gonna have a free BKB turning into the Lifestealer, right? So that's always nice. Turn into Mars for some extra stuns and whatnot.
You can go for the Axe build as well.
Yeah.
Snatch some stats off of that Lifestealer. It can work. It can work. We'll see if it will. It all depends on execution once again.
Yeah. Certainly a lot of weight on the
So I
shoulders.
just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a number to work with here before we go into predictions. Morphling right now across the entire DPC is sitting at a 48% win rate. In China, however, it is sitting at 37%. So, that being said, are you still confident enough, Lizard, that this Morphling can carry it? Who do you think has game number 2?
I'm not confident in anything anymore after that game 1. I'm not confident that I can make myself breakfast. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh no.
I have no idea.
Is life even real? Are we all in a simulation?
It's always been a simulation. Dragon Drop, you got any thoughts? What do you think? Who's got this one?
Well, again, I think there's a lot of weight in Fusion to execute, certainly on the Morphling. And Morphling as a hero in general is just bad. Like, they took away this E-Blade build, and it's not been replaced with anything equivalent in Morphling. So it's just a right click if he has farm, for the most part. So unless he can get super creative with that ultimate, I don't know. Like, especially after game 1. I'm still a Fusion fan. Like, I want to see them do well, but I'm not sure if they can do it here with this draft. Like, YBB just look way too solid for that.
Well, that being said, we've got a game to cast, so we're gonna go ahead and throw it on over. It is Dragon Drop and Lizard in game number 2 of WoW versus Team Fusion. We're gonna find out if it's gonna tie up or be a 2-0. I'll see you guys, after the game.
Both teams smoked up. Let's place these early wards. Doesn't look like they'll be running into one another. So, Lizard,
Yes, my man.
just give us your best truth. Like, who's gonna win this one? Who's gonna be first blood here? Because Ponlo looks like he's. Oh, he does not.
Avalanche and bye-bye. Come on. How is that first blood? Come on, Dragon Drop.
It looked like
Step
for
it
a
up.
second like he was AFK
Step it
or
up.
looking somewhere else, but then he reacted in time.
These are professional players. They don't go AFK like you do to open your doors or answer to mom when she calls. Come on, man.
I don't know, man. I've seen things.
They have designated
just
game
solo
time.
players,
No. Never.
What's his voice line? This is an online video game with real people. You can't just pause it. From Wildcard, as the stun goes out on Fishman here. Once again, YBB start with that extra bounty rune advantage.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, they actually
Good
do. Did Alchemist take the passive, I wonder? Or
No, he
not?
didn't.
Probably not, right? He didn't.
Through
yeah.
the concoction to help secure it.
Exactly. I was just testing you. I was just testing if you saw it or not. But yeah.
I mean, I'm in game. I can just double check all the time.
You cheater.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello.
I was gonna say something, but then
Hello.
then it broke.
Nah. Yeah, we'll see. Like, all these lanes are very volatile. Last match, you could kind of see the clear favorites of the lanes. This time around, not necessarily as easy. It can go either way. I feel still that this bottom lane, 928 and Aunit, could really do a ton. They can get some good kills here if Gwen Experience or XCJ are not careful.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those classic kill lanes.
Yeah.
You set up with
top.
yeah, you can set up with a Koki or a spear and then have the follow up from the other.
What do you think about top?
I think Fishman should be fine. Like, you've got some beefy heroes to Spirit Siphon off of.
Yeah.
And there's no real way for YBB to get too much done here, I don't think.
Yep, I agree completely. You just play around that acid spray once it comes on. Polison, there you go. Acid, all of that stuff, but it doesn't really matter as they're way too tanky. Plus you're tanky and you're giving a lot to the siphon. So
Yep.
I feel like this top lane should slowly and gradually go to Fusion's favor, and then when they hit their levels, they should be able to pressure the tower.
Yeah, that's a thing as well. Like, Death Prophet was banned out in the second phase, I believe, in the last game, for good reason. Like this is one of those heroes that Fusion do feel very comfortable with, and they should be they should know how to play around this this ultimate timing, like basically constantly using that to go from tower to tower and put on some pressure towards YVP that way. You know,
Radiant's courier has been killed.
another courier dies here. Storm gets the one from White Album in mid. Oof.
I cry every time a courier dies.
Yeah.
Not because
Album actually
not because I care about the couriers, but because it used to mean so much back in the day, and
now it
now
doesn't,
it just means nothing. Couriers are just statistics at this point.
Yeah.
Storm.
Well,
Who gets the kill here? Who gets the kill?
Nobody. There's another Tidebringer, but he can't. Oh, can he get that? Oh, not in range. Very close.
Was close. Was close.
It was close, yeah. But White
Was
Album's
it third?
doing quite well considering that he's up against Lena.
Yeah,
Very even
you're
last hits at the moment.
you're still a Kunkka, right? Like
Yeah.
you play with the equilibrium, you bring the wave back on your side, you cleave it a bit. You can do fine with the Kunkka, but yeah, definitely stepping it up from that last game. But the laning stage wasn't the problem, right? It was actually post lane what happened.
Yeah. Ponlo right now, zoning out in full soul.
Carries a big stick,
Radiant structures are fortified.
speaks soft.
Big old tree to the face, yeah, it's always scary.
Structures are fortified.
He doesn't speak that softly though, but he does carry a big stick. Tiny.
Coming in!
I feel like all my attempts to do voices, right, like voiceovers, whatever, are basically me just using slightly stronger or slightly weaker Slavic accent. And that's it.
Yeah, it certainly did not sound.
Tiny. Coming in. Come on.
Yeah, nah.
Come on,
nah.
it was amazing. Don't
Yeah.
tell me it wasn't. Fishman, however, nice little avalanche, nice little toss back.
Let's look at the bottom 9 to 8, just barely getting the TP back home as XCJ was running him down, but yes. People getting close, but the nice toss back there to make sure the Fishman survives. It's always the problem if you don't have Spirit Siphons, it's a very long recharge timer. 34 seconds at the moment.
Is 34 seconds long?
It is long,
Like,
yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Like if someone told you do this math exam in 34 seconds, would you think that's enough?
It's long for spelling, Dota.
So it's relatively long,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I see.
Most basic spells are less than that, I want to say.
Yeah, I probably. What do you think the average basic spell cooldown is? What would
good
you be
question,
your
actually,
guess? Your wild estimate?
Between, I want to say 15 seconds or something, between 15 and 20. More towards 15, I would say. Yeah, because it does a lot. I can't think of too many. Okay. Stone just goes bottom. Tries to ult God King when he lives, and XCJ gets run at. 6.5 minutes in, still no first blood.
It's a fun game. What can we say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see, like, even in this game, like, there's way more spells.
Storm.
There's a
This should
toss
be a
back
kill.
into White Album. There's an X, there's a boat. And Torrent to set up for the boat. Storm's in a bit of trouble. They need some extra damage, though, and they get it. First blood being drawn. XCJ can't get the last right click out because of the Fire Spirits. Now 9 to 8 is dead. Fusion. Living life on the edge, but they make it happen.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower
And the top lane is now being pressured in by Fishman, who pops that level 6 ulti instantly. As you know, Zialina is dead, Snap is dead, Lifestealer can't face me, he's gonna go to the jungle. Easiest tier 1 tower of his life. And I've checked every single tier 1 tower that he has ever taken. This is the easiest one.
Alright. One
Combo.
low. Stun does not come out though, managed to juke through the trees, so he somehow finds his way out. Yes, so tier 1 has fallen. Bottom tier 1 still being defended at the moment, so start of this game is looking a little bit better. As you said, it's still gonna transition that into a stop game as well.
No, I'm sure they can. They just didn't do it in the last game. But
Yep.
this time around, it's looking better. They're pressuring tier 1 mid as well. Okay.
He didn't want to
Maximum
give up
damage.
Invis and just let it expire. Just stun both of them. I swear, Stable Concoction is such a funny spell.
It is because of that danger,
Yeah.
right? Like the danger makes it. What if every spell you did comes with a but? Right?
Oh,
Like
that would be interesting, yeah.
you can Laguna Blade, but
Radiant's top tower is
you move slower for 30 ms next 30
Yeah.
seconds. You can toss back, but if you toss an enemy, he's now a flying unit for 30 seconds.
Oh. Well, 30 seconds, once again, that's a long time to be flying as... okay.
You can
Kingsburg is not flying anymore, as they do not want to take this engagement now, certainly not with Iron and also TPing in, so just gonna call it quits. 9 to 8 will die in turn.
you can kill 9 to 8, but he doesn't care. He's a support. You can Grievel's Greed, but every time you'd get gold, 1 gold is taken away from your teammates.
Oh. Or maybe it's all unreliable goals.
So you're that true greedy carry. You're actually
Like-
taking away from your team. A unit mid lane, White Album dodges it.
Arena misses, the boat comes out preemptively here just to get themselves that run buff because it's 4 people in, but Fishman's joining forward as well with the Nexus is a nice spear, but the Axe back will see Iron it fall, and now Ponlo comes in with the toss back on Storm. He's inside the River of Death. Not a great situation for him to be in as White Album though. Time for him to leave. Fishman though, ready to clean up. No problems whatsoever. Like, he's not even done. Still, there's a couple of seconds left on the ultimate, so more than enough to chase 928 away.
Do you like death metal? Dragon Drop? You went in there with the River of Death. Let's go.
It is the River of Death.
Fill it with
You've
blood.
ever been stuck inside that area?
Drench the river with
There's no
blood
escape.
of thy enemies.
No escape.
Mm-hmm.
So often I was like, I just cut through the river, it's fine. But then you get stuck in this area, we can only go left and right. As
Ain't it, and Ponlo?
we are back on Tiny, so nice response. At least I get something here, but Fishman with the last on the tower. That's what I was talking about earlier. First ultimate, tier 1 top goes down. Second ultimate, they find a good team fight in the tier 1 mid with that rotation. And now,
Bottom
X
lane.
back into Torrent of Paulson. That's a level 5 alchemist, and he does end up dying.
Very nice. They got him. A unit comes in. He says, hi, thank you for killing my position 5. I'm gonna farm now. If he was here, he would have done it. Very nice of you. But yeah, yeah, and is he ever gonna get something for his teammates? Some agonies? What do you think?
Not if he's not farming like that, you know. It's always the thing with the 5 position Alex. Sometimes you see teams even give him some farming space if you really want to have a good axe. But what would the best axe be in this game?
The best axe in this game would be the one on Snapfire, probably.
Yeah.
On their side. Everything else is kind of meh.
Infest is weird. You can infest enemies and disarm them and attack them from the inside, which is okay.
It sounds scary though. Imagine having Lifestealer inside of you. Hitting you. How don't you die instantly? Like there's a big beast inside of you. Like Exactly.
Yeah,
Like how
like
how do you
Alien,
even...
you know? Ugh. Oh no!
Got him. Easiest kill. We're just gonna ignore it. Nothing happened.
I
Morphling
mean,
just...
yeah,
It's alright. It's all good. It happens.
It has to happen at least once, right? Just sitting there so on health. I think Lina was in this rain. Yeah, I got it in this room before.
So what do you think about the Shadow Blade? And do that all the time.
Well, at that point, God King should be more prepared, right? And should have way more health farming in the jungle, if he's not certain. But with Lina's there, as Paulson once again gets seen, X'd into boat, into self-stun, into torrent, into Yule
Nice
Scepter
little
there on
Yule.
Tiny here. And that's
Storm.
actually enough to keep Paulson safe.
Yeah, Storm is MVPing this team quite hard.
Radiant structures are fortified.
In game 1, now in game 2 as well. DP TPing bottom, wants to actually defend... Tiny, sorry, TPing bottom, I debated you guys. Wants to defend.
Just the two supports there for the moment. There's a TP in coming now.
They
From
just
White
want the
Tower.
tower, but they can't get it.
No. Get the X back onto Iron and here. Don't have the boat, but they do have the Torrent. That's the Sun Ray. Should be plenty of damage now with another set of spells from Ponlo too. So.
Yeah. They started chasing Ponlo instead of just destroying the tower. If they could have. And now it's probably gonna get denied. Yoink. Yoink that creep.
It's looking for this tier 1 here. Fishman, oh, right on top of Knight 2A. It's like, oh yeah, don't mind if I diddly do. Take that free kill as Snapfire was hanging around for way too long. And another tier 1 tower on the board.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Storm being chased out of mid.
Regeneration.
So who's got the advantage right now? The Droppa. There's 1k ahead, but do you think it's significant or is it not? This huge 1k advantage from Fusion.
I mean, if you just look at the cores, that advantage is a little bit higher, right? Now with Alchemist also, like, whenever there's an Alchemist lineup, obviously there's a 5 position,
Yeah, but he didn't even
arguments
have the
are
passive
different.
skill.
Exactly, right? But still feels like YBB... As the game goes on, like in the next 5 minutes, if it's still mains lead for Fusion, I'm a lot more worried than I am now.
So are we thinking that this Lifestealer is a bait? As a hero?
I don't think it's the Lifestealer. Like, I don't get the hate.
God King? Spear in, Morty's Kisses, LSA,
Ooh.
not there, but they get him anyway. Easy. Did you like that play-by-play from me?
Amazing.
Thank you. Wanna switch? I wanna play-by-play for the next.
You know, nah, you're
White
such a good
Album
analyst, you know. It's
Picks up the bounty rune, and as he's farming away, there is Ponlo also thinking about what his life is all about. He's got that Blink Dagger, I believe, and are they gonna clash here? Yes, they will. Avalanche. He meets Aeonid. Now he meets Storm. Hi, Storm. Waves at him. Actually starts following him. The Lina is silenced, but the arena is there. Aeonid catches Ponlo. LSA into Laguna, and he's dead. But Storm, what have you done, my dear weather condition? You have fallen because of a tiny... But it's still a decent kill, I guess. Not worth it 100% though. What do you think about that fight, Dragon Drop?
Yeah, it was a great trade, wasn't it? Like, get 4 position for the 2 position. Take that.
Hold that thought, Paulison on the top lane.
Wanna lose God King
Soul.
again. He needs more health. He's shifting, and yeah, this time he should survive because of that.
Dude, why are you taking my job? Come on, man. I thought we had an agreement.
You know, I honestly, I've heard
agreed.
much worse play-by-play, so it wasn't half bad. But
Much worse.
honestly,
Why are
you have to save it. You know, you have to save it for the special occasions. You know, the world does not deserve Blizzard play-by-play.
I think I do quite all right. Just
Then again, if you do my job, then I'm out of a job and might as well just leave. So.
Just give me a second. What do you mean? You analyze perfectly well. All of you can do it.
I don't know about that. Mostly just pretend that I know what I'm talking about.
What do you think about this rush? Is it a good play using the ulti for it?
Why wouldn't it? You know.
Exactly. Why wouldn't
they're
it be?
perfect.
Easy Roshan. You get that Aegis on the Morphling. Team Fusion looking like they're completely in the driving seat of the game.
They're building that momentum, right? They're using that Death Prophet ultimate quite effectively to get objectives, like get tier 1 towers, then use it to get Roche, and now they just wait 2 minutes, reset until they have it again, to then go for some sort of an aggressive play towards the tier 2. Yeah, with Exorcism, with Aegis, with the BKB on DP as well, with Manta Style about to be completed on Morphling, BKB on White Album too. Like they're hitting a lot of these timings at the moment. YBB, what do they have? I mean, they have Lina with the Yules and almost.
I just love how you said that. What do they have? YPB. What do you have? Show me.
Yeah, what do they have?
Show me
They
what
have
you
Blink
got.
Mars, fine. But Lina doesn't have that defense, right? It doesn't. If Storm gets caught, he's just dead.
Yeah, I agree completely. They just have fallen behind quite significantly, and they also have given away the Sages. Their big spells like Mortimer's Kiss.
Radiant's courier.
I don't see it doing way too much in the fights unless it gets an amazing arena.
Yep.
But overall, even that arena, Morphling can deal with it. He can just go over, right?
Oh,
And
the
Aiden
CR
actually-
inside the trees. They found him. A Sunray right on top, burning through. Spear. I'm not sure about that one. It just gave him more distance.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're friends.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
has fallen.
They're friends.
Secret
ERL friends,
agent
actually.
God King.
Yeah, they know each other. You know, they're just. God King is like, you cover my back, I'll cover yours.
Master doesn't have a TP though. Like he's gonna be stuck here for a while. I guess he can skip a creep wave. He does not want to do that though. He does want to look at this
Sniper
courier
pool.
though when he gets it.
Dire's top tower is under
Just some clarities on it.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's a tier 2 dead. Without even having to use that exorcism, so that's still available. Yeah, now YBB's in that situation that Fusion was in earlier, where they kind of have to buy some time, try and skip waves, try and make Fusion wasted ages.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Are they going to be successful with that though? Like they have a catapult wave in mid. Can they just go high ground here?
Well, they've already not been successful. They lost the tier 2 top lane. Tier 2 mid is just a bonus. Like, you don't have to take every single objective with this first stages. You're in no rush whatsoever on Team Fusion. That's the case. That's the fact. Like, you're playing with a Morphling. Once you get the Skadi, the game becomes 10 times easier for you. So you can just wait that out instead. Ponlo searching for the Lifestealer who
Rage TP.
gets the
now.
rage. Yeah, TP out. Easy, easy.
Farming up triangle cams. Like, this is more of the Team Fusion that we expected to see in game 1 as well, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But also the drafts are kind of skewed in their favor this time around as well. So easier for them to execute when they're not in a rush. I think that's
Good scam.
that's probably the main thing, right? Like they're not forced to do anything. They're just chilling.
Yeah, it was a good scan. They knew that Fusion was coming. Most of them got out, but Snapfire didn't. Alright, here we go. Aghanim Scepter. It's not gonna be Storm.
Aghanim Scepter, let's see.
Huh? What's happening here in mid? Is Lifestealer. Infest in, infest out.
He's got a haste.
We play with Fishman. Oh, I gave it to Lifestealer, alright. Gonna see
let's
the
see.
aggro. Question mark.
I don't think I've ever seen it in a pro game since it got added. So, gonna be fun at least. Fun experience. It's gonna be a fun experience for Gwen experience to have that life stealer inside. Most likely it's gonna be him, right? Who knows? How does it work exactly? How much damage? Read it to me. Read the description of the spell to all of us.
Increases cast range and reduces cooldown, so that's helpful. 20-second cooldown only. Infest may target enemy heroes for short duration, disarming them and attacking them from the inside while increasing Lifestealer's regeneration rate. So it lasts for 5 seconds, attack rate of 1.25. So you just attack with your normal damage, so it's never gonna kill the Morphling if he has to shift.
But how do you... Can you explain? If you're inside of a hero,
Yeah.
how does he attack normally? Isn't he kind of stuck there? Like I'm imagining it to be a very tight place. How do you swing those claws of his? Like how does he do
You
that?
know, if you believe in yourself hard enough, you can attack somebody from inside.
Is
their
it like
bodies.
Rick and Morty? He shrinks
yeah,
in the
exactly.
decent side. Ah, I see.
You get
Yeah,
it.
okay. Yeah, okay. That kind of makes sense, I
Yeah,
guess.
he summons a tiny submarine, shrinks himself down, then he propels the submarine into his target's mouth somehow.
Did you watch The Boys, by the way? That's all I'm gonna ask.
All right, now I'm looking at 928. I think it was blinking up there. Okay, get some help here with the infest.
Radiant's bottom
I'm just gonna put it on cooldown. Not the longest cooldown, again, 20 seconds now, so it's can't just use it like that, no problem. Watching The Boys, I watched season 1, I have not watched season 2 yet.
Yeah, okay. Just asking, no reason. Ponlo places that really nice ward. He has a full creep wave there to creep skip if he wanted to, but he could also catch a unit or anyone else coming by. But they need help. He needs help. He needs more heroes here.
Oh, Ponlo. He sees Ionit. Ionit does not see him until... Oh, I think got a glimpse now. The spear comes through. Help's already there. White Album showing up. So is XCJ. Super Soul kind of running down XCJ. Supernova goes out. Life was infested into the Supernova. It will get killed, but YBB can't really see him. Plays way out of this one as the Rage TP secures the Lifestealer's life.
Wait, that's not the way it
That
should
was-
be used.
Like he infested into Phoenix,
Yeah,
who
yeah,
then
he was in the
Supernova.
egg. I'm surprised something didn't
That
bug
was
out.
hilarious,
Like
yeah.
that's one of those interactions that you just don't
Oh, yeah.
expect, right? What if Phoenix had an axe and he ate a morphling? Would they fight inside?
Would be so cool.
Would it be
But
like
at that
a
point,
battle?
the game would just break, and they would never be able to get out. So
No.
like, three heroes stuck in one or something.
The game would pause like in one of those hero arenas in Warcraft 3, in which after every 5 minutes the game pauses and the strongest heroes battle it out. We'd go into a Phoenix's egg mode and we'd just see Lifestealer and Morphling. Well, maybe they wouldn't be fighting, you never know.
Just a fighting game layer of Dota, you know.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Right.
attack.
For now, though, taking care of wards, taking care of the area around the Roach Pit. Okay, if they can get this Lifesteals would be big, but it won't quite get Sunray on top. Now the spear on Tiny, but Morphling right in the middle. He is stunned up, but he gets to fight. Lifestealer is dead. Ponlo, he never mind. He's stuck inside the spear. Ewy. How sad is it that you died of that? But hey, they get their revenge, so whatever. Now they have that exorcism going, as Roche is ready and waiting for them Aegis and an Aghanim God for parade.
Yeah, this game is just looking more and more out of control for our boys on YBB, and the series as well looks like it will be tied up. And once it gets tied up, that game 3 will be resolved by a draft, it looks like. It truly comes down to that. between these two teams, the team that has the better late game carry seemingly wins. As it's hard, right? It's not that easy to play a life stealer plus alchemist into a morphling. Your whole team doesn't have a good aghanims receiver, so this alchemist feels like a burden, and you don't have late game potential, not as big one as morphling, who's also completed the satanic, the manta, the skadi, the aegis, gets that little titan sliver as well for himself.
Try to smoke out the fine XCJ. Don't think that'll. Yeah. No way to really go for him here. But Fishman, it's gonna be another blink spear in a couple of seconds. Forcing out the BKB.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, but yeah, I like the point that you made about the alchemist hacks, because I feel like that hero. Because he has to spell Grievous Greed, right? So you have to get value out of that by farming up money, but as a fight position, you're not necessarily going to use that effectively yourself. So it kind of depends on how strong the Aghanim Scepters on your team are. And based on that, that's your impact in the game, or a huge part of it at least, apart from the laning stage advantage that you get. And there's just not a lot of that. I mean, the Lifestealer Ags, can be kind of funny. It might be good in certain circumstances. But it's not as good as the Snapfire Axe here. Say we've seen another fight breaking out. The stuns connect here, Morphling. Celeste ages for another 3 minutes. Even if he dies, he's gonna come right back. The arena holds him in place for the moment. Heals up Death Prophet. Get out now here. The axe into boat here. There was an infest into Bondlo, I believe, is now Sinful Soul. He's kind of left to his own devices here. Doesn't have too much help. Ready to go. He needs to armor tug his way through. Nice little LSA to buy some space. White Album. Torrent. Not quite connecting here. The axe holds him in place for the moment. And right there is a God King to finish the job. Paulson gets stunned out. That's another kill on the board.
Yeah. They didn't manage to kill the Morphling.
It was just for the wave, maybe? Here, 9-8. Oof. Very cheeky here, but one lone range creep survives.
Dire's middle tower is under
Break backdoor region. The one range creep that could. And now he's dead. That's a rip. SF, etc.
Yep, they do manage to kill the Morphling, but they lose the team fight instantly afterwards. God King, he had that Aegis, he jumped in, he knew what's happening. He knew that this game is pretty much completely over with all the items that he's got. It would take a massive team fight or a massive mistake, actually both, for YBB to actually have a chance of coming back into this one.
Toss back on Storm. No BKB, just his use for defense. Nice spear, but Morphling shifting and Storm. Again, no BKB means you're such an easy target. So
They have a
arena in
buyback
couple
on
of
him.
seconds. So they finally have to leave. Fishman, that is arena, but BKB just soaks up the entire thing, and the double torrent, the supernova sunray. This is all
They do get
over.
God
They
King.
do get Morphling, but at what cost? Storm dies. 9-8 does, and
Yeah.
the GG comes out. Whew. Yeah, that was
to game 3.
something else. Team Fusion looking very different here in this game on 2.
Yeah, it's just one of those games in which they weren't pressured to do too much early on, like they were in Game 1. I think that's probably the biggest difference. Game 1, you have to do stuff, you fail at doing them, you lose the game. Game 2, you can just chill, sit back, relax, farm on the Morphling. The game's completely yours at some point. That's what happened. Ricky, did you enjoy that masterpiece of Division 2 Dota?
You know, I did. I almost had myself muted until you said my name. Then I looked down. I was like, wait a minute. No one's able to hear me. But yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Lifestealer 0-2. Alchemist has not been looking good as of recent. I mean, this is one of the first times I've seen a Morphling actually look really solid in terms of the game. But it was picked into a very good Morphling game. That being said, I want your guys' opinion here on this Alchemist Aghanim Scepter. It did go on over to the Lifestealer. Is it just me, or did this ability just seem incredibly underwhelming?
It's
No,
not
it was just
you.
two, actually, quite a
What?
lot. Like, you just don't see it. You don't understand these small intricacies that are surrounded by a lifestealer with agonists. He radiates with power. You see him.
Okay.
You want like imagine seeing a lifestealer and knowing that he can infest you. Would you go next to him? Of course you wouldn't. You would run away. So it doesn't really kill anything, but it's a deterrent. You know, you just don't want to be around that guy. He's a creep.
Yeah. We had a couple of interesting interactions with that this game. The Phoenix Egg one was quite funny, but yeah, it just feels like he gets silenced up this game by the Death Prophet, and it just became a little bit too difficult to play with. Storm out of the mid lane, just it seems like he was the target of aggression here from Fusion this game, right? Like they just committed so heavily to shutting him down. Dragged up. It seems that was the right decision. Do you agree, or is there any like how do they fix that for game 3?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it was certainly the right decision on the side of Team Fusion to just try and focus on this Lina, because it is a vulnerable hero, right? If you get on top of her. It's what we also identified back in the draft. So, yeah, the BKB came out eventually, but at that point it was already too late. So Lina could never really play as aggressively as she wanted to. Like there were a couple of situations where they were able to kill off God King, but ultimately that was not enough to build up any momentum of their own. And then, yeah, without that Lina doing a lot of work out of the mid lane, like Lifesteal doesn't have the time to get to farm up properly. It just all cascades from that. The way to fix that is to either just pick her in a draft where a Fusion has less ways to get on top of her. You know, when there's no Tiny to toss around and stuff. You can't make sure to up all the way. Pick her in a better situation.
Yeah, this fight right here seems so sad for YBB. They try to make this 4-hero rotation. It gets absolutely punished. They end up losing their Mars. They lose Storm as well.
There you
There's
go.
the toss back there from Ponlo. Like, this was just... These types of like errors like just can't happen, right? That original arena needs to connect, but just slightly out of range, or maybe a little bit of miscommunication there from them.
I would also say that Kunkka is probably the best hero for Fusion because you get that catch without any commitment. You in that first game you have a puck. If you dream coil, you're just done afterwards, right? But with Kunkka and Tiny, you have constant displacement spells that you can pretty much commit 24/7. Makes the game 10 times easier for you. Actually, all of these heroes on the side of Fusion are cookie cutting, just very simple to play, and the game plays itself pretty much for them. I think this match, they were on autopilot. Like you don't have to think a lot about all your moves. They come so naturally. Sometimes you feel like this. Oh, look at that, the magnums! Look at that dragon drop! Oh yeah.
The Sunray heal just.
He's literally taking no damage.
I think it depends on a hero that you infest. If a lifestealer likes the hero, then he heals.
That makes sense, yeah. There's not a lot you can squeeze out of a rock, right? Not a lot of blood there.
I guess so, yeah.
But yeah, it just seemed like a rough game for YBB. Like all their, you know, team fight. Like I don't feel like we ever really saw the Mars Arena into the Snapfire, like Mortimer Kisses, all that, like really come together this game. The BKBs and just, you know, the sustain coming out from Fusion just seemed like way too much. Also, Ponlo has some sick tossbacks in this game.
And if it wasn't for these tossbacks, like Lina would have been in a much better position, right? If she doesn't get put right into the middle of the enemy team. But just something that you can't really help, you know. It's really, once again, tossed into it, like time and time again.
Yeah, not really easy to play against it. And it wasn't that easy to set up the arena in Morty's Kisses, because you're playing versus a Morphling versus... what else is there? There is BKB on Kunkka, and there is an egg from Phoenix. So 3 heroes already are like out of the option to kill in that arena, unless you get them before any of the spells are used, obviously, which is possible. But yeah, MVP for God King deserved. After the game 1 blunder, game 2 looks much better. Overall, I think it comes down to the draft. The draft was nicer from Team Fusion this time around, easier to execute. This Alchemist absolutely had no place in the game. I feel like you could replace it with literally any position 5 and the standard, and it would have done more.
I agree. This has been my biggest complaint about the Alchemist position 5. Like, eventually, you're like, cool, we got an axe for someone, but it's like this game, it's for a lifestealer, which just feels like a complete waste of 4,200 gold almost. Like, this money would be much better spent on like a different hero, like altogether. Obviously, it wouldn't have equated the 4,200 thanks to greed, but it seems very strange. Like, if there's not a hero that gets an axe and like completely changes the game for that hero, it just feels kind of like a lackluster hero. I think the time we've seen it shine the most is from the hands of a mid Pango, right? Like, he had an Aghanim Scepter, like diffusal blink dagger, 20 minutes or something. And it's like that type of net worth completely changes the game because of what the hero can do with it. But Lifestealer is just not in that same category, it feels like. So it's a little bit of an unfortunate game here for YBB. It is typical YBB fashion, as it is going to go the distance to 3 games. It seems as these guys cannot get a 2. I mean, they don't even have a win yet. They're still 0-4 in the DPC, but 3 of their 4 games going to all 3. So, or 3 of their 4 series going 3 games. So it is, I guess what we could say a little bit expected here, but Fusion looked much better than they did in game 1, which is reassuring for that squad.
Yeah. And like I said, they have the ability to play much better than they did in game number 1, but it was also not the first time that they kind of stumbled and just completely lost their way in a game and then never found their way back in just mentally, right? Game number 1 was really just a mental thing of trying to overcompensate for maybe a bad laning stage, a bad initial mid-game fights, and then just going from one bad fight into the other, not being able to reset. But again, they can reset between games, and the question is whether YBB can do the same, find a better draft, and whether they can stop that kind of momentum that Fusion's building.
Yeah. Well, we've got to go to a little bit of a break. We will be back with game 3 here. And like I said, a little bit expected for those of you who've been watching Division 2. So we'll be back after a short break. Everyone's going to be the final game concluding up this first series, YBB versus Team Fusion. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Those who wanna play by the rules hand a blast with nothing to obtain. So let's level up to remain. 'Cause I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me. Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go?
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to the CN DPC. It's going to be a fun one. We've got Game 3 of YBB taking on Team Fusion here for a very important series for both of these teams. YBB trying to keep their lives alive here in Division 2. Meanwhile, Team Fusion competing still for one of those promotional slots. My name is R Cryptic here, joined by Drag Drop and Lizard. And before we get too far ahead of ourselves, why don't we just go ahead and jump into the draft? We can start breaking down a lot more stuff from last game as well. But we want to see what these teams are coming up with. So we're just going to go ahead and jump right on into the draft here of game number 3. Drag and Drop, Lizard, we're pretty far into it. Anything stand out from either of these teams' picks right now?
Natura's Prophetess.
Yeah. That was it's the one here that we have not seen yet, but that Lizard is a big fan of. So I'll let you talk him up a little bit.
No, I'm not. I'm not a big fan at all. Why do you say that I'm a fan?
I'm just
I
saying
hate
it to
the
get the
hero.
conversation along and to ask you to analyze that hero. It's like, what does it do in this game?
Oh, that's what it is. Oh,
Yes.
I'm just not professional enough. I don't
Exactly.
understand these
I've
intricacies
explained everything to you. I mean, come on, Lizard.
of dialogue. Yeah, now I get it. Yeah, they get themselves a Tusk as well afterwards. YBB's draft already has some 2 heroes with global potential and some pick-off potential as well. Tusk plus MP, strong lane if they lane it that way. Overall, I like their draft way better than in the last match, as long as they close it out nicely. Treant is still in the pool, but this Tiny and Snap are most likely your 4 and 5. That's it. That is so. We might not see it. Any sort of hero that gets on top of the Prophet easily is usually considered good against him. If this even is a position 1 Prophet, by the way, which I think it is. Should be your
Yeah,
1 Prophet
should
with Star Girl on the offlane.
It's a bit weird because if you took away the team names, I would have guessed that YBB's lineup would be Fusion at the moment. Like those, especially the Death Prophet first pick, and the Nature's Prophet. It's also God King Hero, and then the Tusk as well. Seems very much like a Fusion lineup, so it stands to reason that they would also know how to play against it here. They once again get their Ponlo Tiny though, so it's
What burns trees? Dragon drop.
Timbersaw. Just
What timbers,
he literally
dude?
burns trees. He has a shot, He can do that.
I'm done with you. You first you didn't know how much is the fish. Now you don't know what burns. It's fire. It's ember. It burns it down to the ground. And yeah, like you do have the ember now to get on top of the.
What do you mean?
nature prophet.
Timbersaw has a shot that is literally fire that burns down trees for real in the game.
Yeah. Okay. There's also any hero with that cloak of flames that you can get later on, right?
Oh yeah, that would be really funny.
That would have been a better answer. God damn you.
Damn it.
Do you like the ember here though? It's all right?
Yeah, I gotta be a bit careful about the Death Prophet's silence, I suppose. But I guess you can itemize into BKB eventually, if you're worried about that, or maybe just the Manta style.
We're not expecting an Orchid from the Prophet, right? It should be your Maelstrom, Witchblade, whatever build.
Yeah, probably. So, and then I think Ember is that mobile hero that you're looking for. Like they were talking about, something that can get on top of the Prophet. He's not too worried about the task, not too worried about the Dawnbreaker, as long as he has remnants to
Is he
work
worried about the
with.
Viper?
Nah, I don't think so. Not
Say it
sure
one
why
more
it would
time for
be.
me. Just got to hear it again. Say it one more time.
Please don't.
I'll say it as many times as you want, baby. Like I'm gonna spam it in the game. Don't worry.
Oh man, that's all I want to
The
hear.
other day it was acid. Now it's Viper. There's always something with you, Lizard. You know? It's always something.
New hero.
Yeah, let's talk about
So-
Naga Siren, because that's different.
A little bit of a new hero, yeah. So, I mean, I really think the bans here from Fusion are genius. This was actually like the freest Pudge game ever. So, that is actually a very smart ban. But then they go back for the Naga Siren, which is someone who doesn't really care too much about the Viper offlane, right? You can just cast Mirror Image, just dispel yourself of those poison stacks. It is going to be Aided on the Death Prophet, and it just looks like it's going to be Storm mid lane on the Viper then, right?
Viper
I think Lizard is broken.
with malicious intent.
Yeah, he's in Viper mode right now.
All right, I need to hear it from you, Lizard. Is this
Trust
Viper
ahead.
going to do it again? Is he going to do it again for YBB? It worked out okay in game number 1, but
It's a really good Naga game. It used to be like one of the best laners against Viper too when he was popular on mid lane. You see, I have some brains here. It's not just like voice lines being spammed. Naga used to be picked against him on the mid lane because you can either creep skip with the illusions or just send the illusions at him, and he can't deal with it. He couldn't deal with them before. Maybe he can now after the Riptide has been changed. But overall, it looks like a very solid Naga game that she could take over eventually. Now, I said that I'm going to go with the full late game potential no matter what, and I will go with the Naga, but they do have ways of dealing with her. Some early Mjolnir on the Nature's Prophet, some itemization on the other cores, such as Shiva's AC, and she can become a bit useless, but we'll see. I still believe that the full late game potential should be hers.
Yeah.
what do you think, Dragon Drop?
Yeah, I think that's correct. This game use late fusion should have it. So there's some pressure on YBB to execute. Like that the task to be aggressive with early on. They do have that Death Prophet where they can kind of use it access as some cooldown as a pacemaker, as it were, just as a sign. All right, now we have the ultimate. Let's go for another push. They have the Nature's Prophet. They can fit well into that. So they have the lineup for it to play a bit of a faster game. And I think they need to just to not let the Naga get out of control.
All right. Well, we are in for a long day today as we're going into game 3 of just our first series, everyone. So I hope you're excited as YBB taking on Team Fusion. Go ahead and take it away, Dragon Drop and Lizard. See you guys when you get back.
Thank you very much. As we see
Has been killed.
first couple of last hits already being made. Plus 2 gold. Look at that. Doesn't actually count as a last hit, but hey. But once again, YBB, they keep getting the 3 bounty runes. Wizard, how does it work?
It's a secret arrangement between the two teams.
Okay,
It's
Fusion just giving
very
them a
well
handicap.
known.
It's like, hey guys, you guys are favored. Can we just get 3 bounties? They're like, okay, yeah, fine. You pick Viper then in exchange.
It's not going to be the lane versus Viper though. As well, they're putting the Ember there, so he might struggle a bit. We'll see. I believe Viper should do quite all right there. Top lane Fishman taking quite a beating. Like these blocks from Sinful Soul, my god, man,
Here,
stop.
Fishman.
He's gonna die.
Oh
like,
my god.
This is just, this guy deserves an MVP just from those body blocks. That was some Warcraft 3 stuff right there. That was some Farseer with wolves, summoned wolves, level 1 blocking you to base. Yeah, that was solid.
To say the least. Exactly what you want to see out of your offlane Beastmaster right there. So very good start. Storm, as you said, he's a lane dominator. He's going to win his lane certainly up against a melee hero. like Ember Spirit, you can deal with some of the damage on Flame Guard. Because you just gotta play the sustain game as much as you can, but Storm already has that bottle, so it's gonna be a bit rough.
He has 3 CS on Ember. Why are you
Yeah, it's awful.
talking like this lane is kinda even? Fishman top lane.
I'm just saying, like, this is the best chance, but it's not gonna be enough.
I love the optimism though.
Yeah.
I'm quite an optimist enjoyer myself as well, you know, or like look at the silver linings until you're pretty much blind.
He's only doubling up the CS, you know, it could be worse. Not really. Poloson up top. Taking a bit of damage now, and the avalanche comes through where they do get a counter kill.
Yeah, they got Poloson, they get the counter kill, but they need something, right? Because YBB right now is crushing the lanes.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, 6 CS versus 14 and 5 denies on DP. I'm not sure why they didn't switch those things up. Perhaps put the Ember bottom and put the Naga mid. Maybe Naga doesn't work anymore because things have changed. Maybe the hero doesn't work versus Viper, but it used to.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe that's what they were gonna do, but this is just looking so damn difficult.
At least Polo gets a courier snipe, so Poloson not getting a recharge on his region. Does have a bunch of stick charges to work with though, so can't be too unhappy. But yeah, I mean, this is certainly need to be winning top lane now, because as you said, mid lane is expectedly going bad. Bottom lane, eventually Naga, once you get a couple of levels, you can dip it back into the jungle. It's one of these carries.
Naga broke the two-digit CS club, so that's good.
Well, one step at a time, right? But yeah, even if you go into the jungle, just string up Iron to do whatever you want, right?
Look at these 3 cores on YBB, like perfect 20-20-20 CS. They're really following each other.
Yeah.
No one is lagging behind. Wallace and top lane Fishman. He might be dead here. He does have this helm, which might keep him alive.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Snowball, no!
Oh.
Ah, it was so close.
Yeah, did you see the amount of that work that Helm did?
White
It's
Album
crazy,
is
right?
so dead. 9 to 8 rotating in.
Yeah, yeah. The lanes are getting crushed, my friend. If
Yeah.
this game doesn't go like, look, you just won 3 lanes. Arguably, if you win 3 lanes, you should win the game, no matter what. Unless your draft is completely lane-oriented, which it isn't for YBB.
Yeah.
Now, this game will be a perfect demonstration of that discussion we had earlier.
Yeah.
Of that theory we had earlier.
And YBB
Will
close out games. Right?
Yeah. Can YBB close out games, and is the team with just stronger late game in general stronger in these in the Division 2?
You know, on paper, again, they have all the tools, right? We keep talking about the X's, and it's a really good pushing tool.
Yep.
They just profit also very strong in that framework.
Yep. 100%.
Even Viper, like you get the shard, you could just start wailing away at towers too.
You know who's not good at wailing towers? White Album. He's level 4. And he's a poor Ember Spirit on that mid lane.
God, it's almost
And there's a
level 7
rotation
on Viper.
happening again.
Oh, he's so dead. Or use the chains here, call even a TP in there from Sinful Soul. Yeah, those.
Yeah, and with this TP
Oh, yeah.
from him, they could pressure mid-tier 1 tower as well.
Yep. They have a catapult, they have a set of greens now if he wants them. There we go.
Middle tower is under attack.
Like CJ is kind of hanging around. 9 to 8 also joining in now, trying to set up for the snap-out cookie a little bit too late. Once again, call inside the shards. He's not living through this either.
Yep. They go back to the tier 1 tower. That's also the car team in at 6 in. Yeah, they can just take this tower. I don't think there's any way Fusion contests it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nope. It's gonna be going down for free in a very early pre-7-minute mark. Even they're not done. They're looking to bully White Album so much. There's some they have Bundle there. They're trying to just run around and they're doing a lot of damage here. They get 1 kill, 2 kills back, but at what cost? Here, paying 2 of their own.
I think
Oh.
any trade is good for them at this point.
Yeah,
Not
generally the way it
necessarily
goes,
any.
right? If you're behind
Yeah.
and trade evenly, it's a win for you.
Yeah, it's not even about the gold at this point. They just need levels. They need experience. December is 7 minutes in. He's mid lane. He's still not level 6. It's not a game that you want to be in. You need to find them somehow. He TP's top.
Yep.
Beastmaster has roar, right? So maybe they can. Like usually, this is a good TP. You roar, you kill off a target, but your Ember isn't 6. He's 2k net worth. He almost has as much net worth as the Tusk position 4 on the enemy's position 5 actually on the enemy side.
Oof, yeah. So it's coming up there here. Can I have your lane, please? Mid lane was a bit of a disaster. He's got his helm though. Like, yeah. As I said, with the roar, with that, they can maybe set up something somewhere else. Viper, quite vulnerable actually if he's being caught out. Or he's going towards the rest of his team now. And finds an Invis runes. That'll make it a little bit tougher to go on him. Right. 85 seconds on the next exorcism. Fishman just being scouted out. They have a very early defensive observer watch here, but the roar comes out. There's a sentry at the ready. A Viper in a bit of trouble here, but they don't have just barely have enough damage to make it a 2-for-1 as Ponlo caught inside the shots. So again, could be much worse for Fusion. Could also be much better for sure. At least White Album's level 6, almost level 7 now. He does have the fire remnants, which means that he should be able to survive a lot better now. Alright. Oh, 9 to 8. Jump forward here, toss back into an avalanche, and let's get a bit of distance there, but yeah, there's no help coming. Surely he's dead now. There we go, White Album. Even getting that kill is super important.
Is he back?
Plus the tower going down. He's recovering somewhat.
Yeah, 1 kill at a time, right? Just breathe. Just breathe. Take it easily. Take it slowly. Just breathe, and it can happen. Like you just capitalize on any mistakes. It's not that simple to keep the lead that you've gotten on the side of YBB, and the heroes on Fusion can get on top of you easily. They don't need a lot, right? Like the fact about Ember is, it's not a hero that needs too much out of the laning stage. He just needs level 6.
Yeah.
Once he gets that, he can make kills no matter what you've got at 10 minutes mark.
And another roar ready, but 9 to 8 too far on the tower. Viper Strike came out on White Album, but he did have that ramp. Yeah, exactly. Talking about roar comes through here. They do get the kill there on the Storm. That's a lot of damage from the sniper, I guess. Here, 9 to 8. Just need a little bit more. Come on. Dark Troll Summon not being blocked. Right click, go! That's not gonna be enough.
He got blocked by his own creation. Yeah.
Blocked by the zone Skeletor.
That was a dad screaming at his kid. I could have been a star. I sacrificed it all for you.
You're absolutely right. But yeah, it was a good turnaround. I mean, they still lose Fishman.
Sinful Soul.
Quite well for him.
Peace out.
All right.
Yeah, you see what's happening. They're pretty squishy on the side of YBB. So, and there's a ton of these high burst spells on Fusion. You have Tiny, you have obviously the Mortimer's Kiss, you have Ember. So if you do catch them, which you can because Ember can go deep, you can follow up with some nice Morty's Kisses, kill off either one of them.
Yep.
It's a huge lead for it was a huge lead for them early on, but it doesn't feel as significant in the game.
How do you respond to that if you're YBB? Do you keep going when Kisses is on cooldown, or do you just wait for BKBs?
Yeah, I think you can do either thing. You can continue fighting 24, like every time you're up, you can continue doing that because you're playing versus a Naga. You don't want to give her space. But it's not like getting BKBs would be a bad idea first.
Yeah. Things as
you
well
still
with a lot of these tier ones being down, like what is there to fight for?
Yeah,
Early on, right?
Tier 2 bottom lane is a good place to be in, perhaps. Or the spawn low. Nice target to kill. So that's a Witchblade plus, right? That's a Witchblade plus a Mjolnir completed by Prophet. Should be flying
Yep.
out to him, the Witchblade.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The tower being bullied a little bit, but there is a response for YBB, so they'll keep us standing for a while longer. And Mr. just continuing to recover here. He's still well behind in terms of net worth at the moment. But the same can't be quite said for the others. I mean, you've got Fishman, again, it's Beast Muscle Zero doesn't need a ton of net worth. Target at least the farm a little bit better. Not quite as fast often though. Sinful Soul 6-0 and 3. Well ahead of anybody right now, 8.2k.
But you know what the problem is with Nature's Prophet? Nature Prophet's farm, like his resources, the way they are used, they never allow him to be the driving force of his team.
Yeah.
He's always the one that comes DP mid lane.
Path back, they've got the kisses going, eyeing it, trying to keep himself alive. And once again,
The creep,
really
actually,
lives.
the siphon on the creep saved his life.
Yeah, wow.
But yeah, like Prophet cannot be the one that goes first, right? Like that's not what his skill set and stats allow him to do. He always needs to be the one that kinda, he's the rat. He was always the rat, and he's still the rat. Rats don't change. Rats stay rats. That's always gonna be true. And he picks his fights very carefully, and he needs to join from behind and for the side. He needs to flank them after some big ultis have already been committed. Once he gets Satanic, it kind of changes a bit, but before that part, it's not easy for him to use his farm.
Yeah. Snowball dodge there on Paulison, so he gets out. Now smoke up towards the top, perhaps here. White Album has just been living in this part of the map. Need to use a shovel though. Come on, man. Come on. There we go. Thank you.
Radiant
Free 9 gold from the creep that he dug up. So the smoke actually shifting towards the bottom. XCJ looks like he'll be tanking it. Yep, goodbye. Alright, Fishman almost has the Helm of the Overlord completed. Needs another 800 gold.
Yeah, not too far. It's all about the Naga, really, looking at her and the Ember and how much they've got at this point. The Ember obviously struggling, but Naga did manage to recover it. It's what she does best.
Yeah.
Did he have Aghanims queued up, by the way, or was my mind deceiving me? There's no way, right, on Naga?
This is
Yeah.
Skadi right now. In
Okay,
the
good.
queue.
Dire's top
Just finished up the Manta style, 3 Wraith Bands.
bottom tower is under attack.
Just for the value, you know.
It does give a lot of value, especially later
does,
on when they double. Like on the Naga, it's pretty strong of an item.
Yep. So this is classic illusion hero, you know, any stats that you get will also benefit the illusions. So. Alright. I still feel like YBB should be more aggressive. Like, whenever this exorcism's off cooldown, you can go aggro, and then if they fight you, you just Dawnbreak ult in, you kind of find a good place for Nature's Prophet to bounce his ultimate. We're not really doing a whole lot of that. They're kind of meandering about, looking, oh, maybe we can get a kill, maybe we can't. But they're not really playing for objectives at the moment.
YBB?
Yeah.
They aren't, but it can be one of those things in which they're farming, and then suddenly you see them just explode on the map.
Yeah.
They're still keeping a decent lead, a comfortable one. Nothing crazy, but it's comfortable being 5k ahead at this point. One
There you
item
go.
of
They,
VP.
I think they heard me, so now they're playing for an objective. X is
Yeah.
used for Roshan.
Exactly. Go into that pit, take it away. They might be contested because of the vision, the hawks and the summons.
It's a little bit too late here. Snowball goes in deep, but there's no way to punish that. So Fusion was poking a little bit, but unable to find an angle. Alright, Aegis in hand. 17 minutes, or past 17 minutes, so they can also farm up their tier 2 neutrals.
Full smoke from Fusion.
Oof. And they
Who's they
find
gonna
Viper pretty good. Roar to ensure the kill. Dawnbreak ults coming through. They'll just be a 3+1. Won it if they can get a bit of control. There's Cookie coming through. 9-8. Asleep at the wheel. They're way too late with that ult.
Yeah, and not sure. Like, you use that ulti, even if you use it when Viper is being attacked, he still dies. You don't get that
Finds another one.
policy.
Toss
Yeah.
back into the root. Tusk will die as well. No slow will save out of that net.
So you got the Aegis, but you couldn't use it, right? Like, you
Yeah,
can't
this
use
is-
it at the moment, at least. You're playing with the DP without ulti, so she's not really a hero in these fights. On low top lane unit, there isn't really any follow-up though.
Yeah, no one's joining him. It's
He
like,
could have
team?
just TP'd.
Team? Team? But they had other things to do, just getting up that outpost. But yeah, it's really weird. It's always a bold move to go for a smoke after the enemy team has just finished Roche. But YBB just got completely caught off guard and then made some mistakes to boot.
It's just you're playing with the Prophet as well, that wants to be farming and farming and farming and farming and farming and farming and farming, and he has that Mjolnir and Witchblade. Maybe if he had the BKB instead of the Witchblade, it would have been a bit better and he'd be able to fight earlier, but he's not even going to buy it. I understand it now. You have the Aegis. You don't really have to go for it. You can just use this Aegis timer to buy the Satanic. He does hit hard, and Mjolnir is amazing against Naga, but we'll see if they're able to completely shut down her illusions, as she's getting quite big as well.
Setting up around bottom, Paulson able to place this very nice ward inside the Radiant base. Not quite the perfect angle, you kind of want it on the other side of those trees, to kind of catch more of the... As there's Dawnbreak ult coming up top, Sinful Souls being gone on Aegis. Not even quite being triggered though. Some reaction enough to make them back off. It's also show how vulnerable he still is, right?
Yeah. It's still nothing has changed. Out of all of those items, you're getting 0 stats. It's just the power threats, so...
Skin and now Satanic queued up. Would you see it? Do you like the Satanic or would you rather see BKB here?
Satanic is completely normal.
What I thought, Death Prophet.
It's just a normal build. You go for it.
Yeah.
Sprout is there. He needs level 20 though.
Honlo offering some help here. Einid with the Exorcism and the BKB of his own though gets rooted up. As Naga did go for the Aghanim Scepter after all, and now the song kind of isolating Ionit for a while, but there we go, into Roots. Don't really want to fight in this Axis mode, do they? They have enough burst! Goodbye! Sinful Soul, down to half health. Age is still in hand for another minute, so he will respawn, and he'll take Podlo on his way. Reinforcements are here, snowball across towards White Album, finds the remnant, the snowball transfers over, sort of.
Reinforcements arrive.
Yeah.
Are fortified.
Wait when this air support arrives, okay. Come on man, get it right.
I don't know what the voice line is, man. Come on. Not a nerd.
Dire's top tower.
Not a nerd, he says, as he's imitating Viper, yeah. Absolutely.
Viper.
You do not make sense.
Yeah. Like,
But yeah, that was a fight.
they got the Aegis away from him, but luckily he had his teammates coming, so they don't kill him twice. Decent fight overall for YBB, but definitely ending Fusion's favor. They need this level 20 on the Prophet. Once he gets the root talent as well, it becomes way easier to kill off the Ember. Kill off anyone, really. The root talent is the most important thing that's gonna happen for YBB.
Ember looks like he also wants an Aghanim Scepter. And he has it completed now. This Axe on the Naga is also such a good upgrade, you know, just being able to lock people down through BKB, that alone would be strong. But also being able to lock them down while they're songed, so you can kind of transfer over without them having a chance to get out after the song ends, you know.
It's good. I don't value it as a second item after Manta though. But
Well,
it's
we'll
got
see. Poloson dies, Viper gets... oh god, there's so much damage over time now. These blasts, he just sticks out. A Storm protected by his BKB, can't quite finish him off. Now Ionit looking for more. Bit of a... oh, nice force stuff down to the low ground. As Exorcism comes through from Ionit. Spit the hell out of there and that'll be absolutely fine. I mean, I'll get the tier 1, but you don't really need the Exo for that at this stage in the game. Space created, I guess.
Top tower is under attack.
like, imagine having a Skadi in that fight instead of the Axe. Suddenly,
Yeah.
your illusions actually hurt. You can get on top of targets as well. Yeah, not sure about the Axe. But like we talked about, it's God King. He's always had different builds. Like, he literally became popular because of his builds. So it's that kind of a guy. You can always expect from him to experiment. It won't always hit the nail on the head, but when it does, he literally creates the meta. So
Yep.
it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing, really, that players are willing to experiment. I just hate when everyone just copies one another. There's a reason why they copy each other, right? Because someone finds something that's just too broken and
Yep.
you go down that road, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's always the best. Smoke up.
Smoke to the low ground. The high ground is there, but they find initiation. Oh, the land style, and the song comes through. But the
Still dead.
BKB from Viper could still be clicking. God King is
Trust the
dead,
hands.
leashed up Tiny inside the Sprout. The roar comes through, but there's just no follow-up. Fishman has to run for his life. So does the rest of Fusion. Losing God King like that.
He was just in an unfortunate position, breaking a 4-man smoke right there. And the Viper with quick fingers BKBs before the song is out.
Yeah.
Paulson, Fishman, hello sir.
4 stuffs out of the Sprout, but he's still dead. Oh boy, godlike and Sinful Soul now. Oof. 9-0 and 6. Only killed him once, and that was within Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So Fusion is still quite fragile. If the Nature's Prophet is in a situation where he can actually leverage his net worth, when he gets to right click away at buildings or heroes, then
He's kind of already arrived at that point, right? Like
Yeah.
he has the Satanic now with the Mjolnir. He can commit to a fight as long as there's any help from his teammates to break, I don't know, Mortimer's kisses or anything like that. Should be fine. He's going even for a Skadi, so he's not even considering a BKB this game. Just going full on stats mode.
Yep.
Which isn't bad at all. I feel that it's pretty good, especially when you consider that Naga already has that Aghanims. So
Yep. Speaking of Naga, also still working on that Skadi. Once that comes out at the very least, and if you somehow get on top of Sinful Soul, that Satanga won't be nearly as effective. Next Roche though. Fairly long respawn, but it's finally time in a moment. They have the Hawk at the ready to keep an eye on it. YBB. They should also figure out that it's not going to be
Treants,
long
right?
now. Yep.
yeah, Treants on one side, Hawks on the other, constantly running in and out of the pit, checking it out. But there's a huge difference when it comes to map control, as YBB have that tier 1 tower and the outpost. So if you do fight around the pit or in the pit, YBB should have the advantage. Even with the global, right? Like the global presence, that is.
Dive bomb, bit of harassment damage on Ionit, but YBB would not mind taking a fight right now. They even have the Arcane Rune over on DP, so
They also smoke up because of it.
the value. Yep. Polar Sun, smoke will break. Fishman up on the high ground. At the distance, they're fine, but YBB kind of inching forward, trying to claim control of this area before going into the pit. In fact, Sinful Soul's already in there. Ponlo off to the side. Trying to scout, trying to interrupt.
This is hard to do because of the song. You can find yourself in a position in which you're giving away the Aegis to Naga. So
Also have to
if you
fight
are
attacks
Roche,
now, though.
yeah, if you do go into the pit, which they are, if you do go to finish, you need to pop BKB just before it's dead.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Roshan about to fall. There's the song, and BKB's come through though, and it's snatching the Aegis as last it goes to fusion. As Ponlo falls off the high ground, but they can't follow 928. Actually, not fast enough to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, in the back, looks like the rest of fusion can also create the distance. Okay. So no casualties on either side.
No
Roshan
casualties
lasted, goes to
besides
fusion.
Roche, right? Yeah, he's the one that dies. Aegis claimed by that Prophet, so that's not that great. Like you really wanted the Aegis. Yeah, you really wanted the Aegis on the Viper or the Nature's Prophet. That Prophet, not really. Like probably the worst hero in the game to take it for YBB.
Who got the shot? Ponlo. He
Is under attack.
pinged it at the very least. I don't actually know. I think Ember had it before.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Snapfire, I think, got it. The blast stuns now.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, pretty good. So, yeah, I mean, Aegis still goes in the hands of YBB, but they get something out of it. Here's Paulson. Yeah, he'll be punished.
That was smoke, but they can still continue going. The only problem is bottom lane. Like someone needs to deal with it. You're playing into a Prophet. You don't want the lane to be open.
I can send
And
one album. Like that's also another advantage for having Ember, like global mobility.
He's got that axe.
But very careful dive bomb. Fishman can follow up here. The roar being turned around, and now the Dawnbreak ult to keep the Viper alive here. Storm gets the BKB out. Fishman in trouble, so Sponlo here is. They're trying to create some distance, but this time it's not enough. The song, not sure what that's about. A panic move here. YBB.
Radiant's
Tiny creep skipping.
Looking for more.
Yeah.
CJ. Well, let's Death Prophet all alone. Just no such She's safe with the Aegis, with the exorcism still going, but unable to get another kill. Still range creep. 20 life points in the dream.
It's marching forwards, but it doesn't really matter because they have a wave bottom anyway, right? So if they wanted to, they could push for a high ground.
Ono in the back though, gets a snipe. Making them look behind themselves. And they might...
No, you don't have that
Now they don't
advantage
have
anymore.
all these, yeah.
Now there's
Pretty good defense.
yeah.
More here? And then forward. Oh, they find the chains over Dawnbreaker. Well, avalanche, toss combo, plenty of damage. Alright, Lizards are fusion back now. Are they doing enough, or...?
Well, they're doing quite all right. Are they completely back? No. I think the next team fight can go in either direction. But the Naga is getting that critical mass. She is becoming really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah. He put in the hard recipe instead of the Rave Band. I don't know about that one, but hey. Let's well get used to that icon, I suppose. Too far away from finishing the hard, I suppose. This Ponlo, found a haste drone, so that... Oh god, look at this damage though. Yikes. This bomb
That's a
is
lot of
pretty
damage.
strong. Yeah, oh.
Dire's bottom tower
Hooey! And the kisses. Get off the tusk.
Nice little snowball to save himself, but it will not be enough. He just disappeared.
Well, time to get a blast to finish the job, so. I think necessary too, he could have maybe blinked out afterwards otherwise. Right, with all the shenanigans though, agents will expire.
It bought them enough time to finish some items like that BKB on Prophet. Still though, they didn't manage to shut down the Naga, they didn't manage to take map control. None of the big towers has been taken, the tier 3s that is.
Yeah.
They're definitely
Dire's
doing
top
much,
tower
much
has been
better
denied.
on the side of Team Fusion than how this game started, right? The laning stage was
Yeah,
quite rough.
Dire's middle tower is
to say the
under attack.
least. Let's see what they do now. Looks like they're grouping up as if to smoke. They have one and Snapfire's backpack, but... Doing some vision up on the top here. There's very fresh observable on top of the Roche pit, so you could smoke towards that. Hope to catch YBB, but showing a mid right now. Kind of advantage of the Naga is that you have some ways to kind of push out lanes safely as a counterweight to the Nature's Prophet map pressure. So we haven't really felt that impact of that Prophet, that aspect of it. The downside is right now they're worth like 40 gold each, so you're also giving a bit of extra net worth to the enemy team.
But they're annoying as hell, and you have to deal with them all the time. So
Yeah.
I take that trade-off, give them some gold for map vision, for forcing someone to defend.
Dire are scanning.
The heart being completed as well now. Very tough to kill. Alright. What's next? Butterfly? Could be doing quite a bit. No MKB for the Prophet. He could turn his Witchblade into that brooch, which gives you some true strike. There's a smoke. Woman Smoke, Fishman a little bit further ahead down bottom. 9 to 8. He's actually being scouted by this Hawk here. They know that he's hanging around, so should be able to get him. There it is.
Toss into the air.
Right, transition ended to a T2 tower push.
Kills.
It's the last one on the dire side, so they'll going down eventually. It's gonna take a while because creep wave is a bit further out. Oh, never mind. They still have a few creeps. There's a response from YBB, and response in force actually. All right.
Do you think that this game is way too slow for the heroes that are drafted, or do you think it's kinda as expected?
Well, I thought YBB might have. I feel like they could
Push
have
the
played a little
tempo,
bit more.
right?
Yeah, they could have played faster.
Yeah, because they had such a huge advantage early on. I expected them to really pressure the Naga, take over the triangle. Like, they never invaded the triangle, maybe once. That's it, early on, and then they just fell back. And look at this beast of a hero now, with the heart, with the Mage Slayer as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Like YBB, they had this really great laning stage. I mean, the tier 1 mid went down in 6.5 minutes. But then they went kind of victims of their own success, where it's like, alright, we don't really know what to play
What we're gonna
because
do?
we
Yeah.
don't really want to. Yeah, we don't really want to go in deep for tier 2 this early because we're afraid of being counterplayed still. And that kind of happened as well in mid, I believe, where it was kind of 2-for-2 trades, kind of back and forth. But can't really play for anything else either, so we're just gonna farm up. But all of that just meant also space for the Naga to get to where she is now. So this AK advantage, it meant a lot 20 minutes ago, but it does not mean nearly as much right now.
Yeah, of course. As that 8k is mostly your profit, even,
Yeah.
right? It's the nature's profit. If you can isolate him, kill him off, it doesn't matter. And you can. That's one of the reasons why that Agarims was purchased so early on the Naga.
Yep. Alright. Roshan is back up though, as chains over. Jump forward from Pondo. There's some heals as well as the end is being assembled. The song, again, very early on, but kind of locking down the Viper and Sinful Soul. But now we don't have it for the actual Roach fight. This isn't being used. Sinful Soul clicking away. Intermission fresh up for grabs here. Root off to the side. The illusion's coming in, doing a bit of damage, but they're being cleaned up. That illusion is Naga not nearly as strong. They're jumping around back and forth. The root forwards. Manastar coming through. Paulison with the extra bit of control. Meanwhile, the back. White Album trying to be fancy here, but not have to be on the run. Island with the BKB. X is still going. Road up to control him. Just have to deal with these Naga illusions. It's so annoying.
That Viper hurts, man. Storm
Viper,
is...
oof.
Yeah.
XCJ just gets clicked down, and now the leashed up on Embers, but BKB doesn't do anything. Blinker doesn't do anything. Another one is refreshed for it.
And another
My
one.
God, it's so stupid that it goes through BKB, but hey, that's the game we're playing,
Is under attack.
and that's a huge kill. There's no buyback available for this Embers, but he doesn't have the money.
Tower has fallen.
Yeah, can they def? They have illusions to spam them with, but the push from YBB is just so strong. It's very difficult to defend against all of this. You have also the catapults in, and it no ulti, but doesn't really matter. Look at that, Gutking is... Why kick him out? Okay.
Oh, still dying.
bad.
Last right clicks. The BKB
That's
from
buyback.
Prophet came through. It was a buyback that needs to be throwing it out right now. The roar comes through. Dawnbreak goal to keep the Viper safe, even underneath the TF4s. Ponlo is dead. They just cannot get on top of them without being punished. And now, TF4 Towers, they want to end this game. They want to end the series. They want to put up a +1. The first series victory for YBB. It seems impossible to stop right now.
Easy. GG.
GG is called. Fusion have been bested by the bottom team in this bracket. In this, that's incredible.
Hey, it's something
All
we
just
talked
fell apart.
about in a couple of previous series as well. Any single team can lose to any single other in Division 2 of the Chinese region. And that's confirmed right here. Right, Ricky? Did you enjoy that?
Yes, indeedy. I actually really did enjoy this game. This one was, I think, a little bit more action-packed, a little bit closer than what we saw in our previous games. That being said, I mean, we're still watching a Naga Siren farm her way back to the top of the net worth charts, but we kind of doubt the Nature's Prophet a little bit in certain games. Like, this hero is heavily countered by a lot what's in the meta, but dude, his build was perfect. The casual refresher off Roche there to get the kill on Ember. Oh, that was chef's kiss. That was absolutely perfect execution there. You gotta respect that 20 talent when you're playing those spirit heroes. And White Album just did not expect the refresher, man. That was a real sick play. NP played a heck of a game, in my opinion. He absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, he had a good time. His teammates as well. Storm on point, Viper doing quite fine too. The laning stage went so well for them. They literally won 3 out of 3 lanes. I'm even surprised that they managed to, make it a bit shaky. But it's Fusion and the way their heroes work. It didn't really matter that they lost all the lanes. They could crawl back into it. I didn't like the Naga Aghanim's. Like, I feel like maybe if they had a different item earlier on, she would have done more. And then you get Aghanim's afterwards. Makes perfect sense. Getting it at second item, I feel like it's one of those God King ideas. If it works, he's a mastermind. If it doesn't, you're like, what the hell are you doing, man? It's just one of those days.
Yeah. I mean, it was one of those games where you see this Naga Siren in the last pick, and you're like, okay, like, I get the idea behind it. But I just went double Mjolnir. Like, it was actually so sick. This Viper was just a real carry in this late game as well. It's not just Nature's Prophet that you have to worry about, but if this Naga Siren wants to get into the fight, just to fight through a Death Prophet exorcism, then through a Viper and a Nature's Prophet, it on paper you're like, all right, they don't have great ways of killing it, but the way that YBB itemized completely shut down this Naga Siren in the late game.
Yep.
And like you said, it could have been a result of... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the illusions were annoying, but they could deal with them. Like, they weren't surviving all that long. They weren't doing all that much damage. Naga ended up with less than 20k, just sitting at 19,000 hero damage. Ember, actually, even though he had an atrocious laning start, 25,000. It's the highest in Team Fusion. Compare that to like the 24,000 of Viper, it was also pretty strong, but 40,000 hero damage on Sinful. So like it's just different worlds. And if Naga without illusions, you're half a hero, right? You don't do any damage.
I also want to talk about just the massive difference between Dawnbreaker in this game and in the previous ones, right? Where we see Dawnbreaker played as support, you rush the Aghanim Scepter as opposed to being one of the cores, and this was just like a huge difference in the amount of teamfight potential that they had, right? Like versus the Faceless Void, you didn't really have the savior, but this game, Pondo goes for a toss back, and then suddenly Dawnbreaker ults, and you have this evasion and tons of healing, and every time they would go for Storm or something, it just didn't really seem to matter all that much.
Yeah, actually saving people. And this could have maybe been a situation where they could have taken a better fight. Maybe if they focused on Sinful Soul there a little bit earlier, maybe they can set up for something in this second round. The stance was just a bit of a weird trade. And then Fishman, look at him just sticking out to the to the poison damage. It's so sad, always so sad. And this, this is where the BKB is really coming strong.
It's like every single time he uses sleep to get away, the BKBs take him out. It doesn't matter. Everyone itemized, like the Viper and the Prophet itemized into that right click. And then DP has her ulti as well. You can't really do a lot with the sleep. But overall, one hero that I didn't truly feel as well was the Beastmaster. Like, out of the three, he probably had the best lane, but throughout the game, I didn't really feel his presence. I don't know why. Like, some roars into Mortimer's kisses, sure, but nothing really huge.
Yeah, that's
As
true.
well. Kind of going in, being pushed around, and so much damage being taken before he can even get the song out.
Yeah, you'll see here,
It's
just like
just-
toss back and then watch Ponlo's health. It just doesn't go down. Like
Yeah.
everything is missing. It's so ridiculous. The ultimate from this Dawnbreaker, you don't have a way of countering it. Like the support's itemized well, the carry's itemized well. I think YBB was just like they
Yeah.
made better game decisions this game.
Yeah, but when you look at the itemization from Prophet, it's like he itemized everything. He has everything.
Yeah.
He had that Mjolnir AC in the end, 2 items to deal with the Naga, and then Skadi and Satanic to keep himself healthy. Brooch, he's got it all. The man had a lot of dough, a lot of money flying all over from all the summons hitting creeps and himself, getting a couple of kills here and there. Really good performance by him.
Yeah, just a few kills, just 1 or 2.
Just a few.
Or
Just 1 or
11.
2. Not too many.
Not a single death, by the way, as well on Sinful Soul. So it was a very, very powerful performance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a lot of fun. Just to like kind of see, I would say YBB's like decision making from game 1, 2, and 3. I think game 1, like that to me felt more like Team Fusion kind of just struggling, but game 3 definitely seemed like YBB was kind
On
of
point.
hitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like this felt more like what we expected from this roster. Like they did what they needed to do, executed correctly,
Yeah.
minimal mistakes. Like it was just their decisions to go for Roche at the right times. Like it was a good game from them overall.
Yeah. And one of those last rush attempts, I think, was completely in their favor as well because of the Naga song.
Yep.
Right, the song got used a little bit too early on, and because of that, they know that we can go into the pit. There is no song to contest us. We'll take the rush and just move away. Also, something that they could have changed perhaps on the side of Fusion is putting Naga versus the Viper. Maybe that lane would have been easier for her, and they wouldn't be like all 3 cores of YBB had 20 plus CS when all 3 cores of Fusion had sub 10.
Yeah. Dude, watching them just like steamroll that mid tower off the kill and then continue to dive like tier 2 for more heroes like shortly after, like that was the best possible position you could have been on at YBB, and it just slowed I'm sorry, not God King. They slowed White Album down so much in this early mid game, which as an Ember Spirit, that's your timing, right? Like that's when you need to be making all the space, all these plays for your team. And Naga Siren, eventually catches back up, but it just seems like it's all a little bit too late. They're like we said, they itemized to deal with Naga Siren as they knew that was the main hero they had to worry about, and yeah, worked out great.
Yeah,
they didn't let them bounce back into this game.
Yep.
Like,
But I think we have Sinful Soul in an interview. I think that should be ready soon, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe we can ask them about how.
Yeah, I think we're
how they're
still
feeling.
waiting on the interview, but yeah, we will be having Sinful Soul for that one. Yeah, that's
so
what I was told.
basically, when it comes to White Album, like you said, he got crushed early on. As an Ember, it's hard game. It's always a hard game for you, but like I have to give credit where credit's due. At least he managed to crawl back into it. Like as an Ember, like he managed to do some stuff on the map afterwards. It wasn't that simple. It wasn't that easy. So yeah. Then again, I'm expecting way more from him. White Album is someone that we've known from Division 1 for a really long time. Really long time, ever since there are divisions, right? He was kind of a new player.
Yeah.
But he did well in Division 1, much better than he's doing in Division 2 right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we can talk about that for a while, but I'd rather talk to the winners of our first series of the night. So we're going to go jump into the interview here with Sinful Soul. Very excited to speak with him. So we're going to be, of course, doing that translated by Marshall. So see if he's ready. There we go. Well, almost ready, maybe. But
It's so sinful that.
there it
there we
is.
go.
Okay. So congratulations.
He's actually a black void. You know?
We appreciate you joining us, and yeah, congratulations on your guys' first victory here in the DPC. Just want to hear what the team morale is like after that win.
恭喜你们拿下这个 DPC 的胜利，然后想知道就是现在队内的气氛怎么样？
我们取得了第一场胜利，气氛应该是现在最好的吧。
That's our first victory, and we are very happy about it.
Awesome. Yeah. Glad to hear it. You guys have taken a lot of your series to all 3 games, but I want to specifically ask in game 3 here, what was the comms like coming out of the Roche fight here in game 3 into that high ground push? Were you guys able to keep your calm, or is it a lot was it really intense?
想问一下，尤其是第3场那个二山团打完之后推高的时候，你们当时的气氛是怎么样的？是比较这个冷静，还是说已经比较兴奋了？
我个人来说比较兴奋吧，然后团队气氛也还可以，主要是比较享受吧，享受。我觉得是我们之前打的比赛都打得不怎么样，所以气氛也高涨不起来。但是我觉得这把我们打的还行吧。
Me personally, I was very exciting when we was doing the push, when we were pushing, and the whole team was they were all right. The thing is, we lost so many games, and the atmosphere among the team was not very good. But for the last series, I think especially that game, we all played very well. So we really enjoyed that game.
Absolutely. I think one of the things we commented is we thought you guys played an exceptional game number 3. You guys looked super clean in game number 1. What do you think was like the difference in game number 2 for you guys?
那就是第3场赢的都其实非常不错，但是你觉得第2场的话是发生了什么事情呢？
先班先选和后班后选的那个 BP 方法是有点区别的。然后我第2局的 BP 没有做好，就是在一个 first pick 里面做了一个错误的英雄选择，所以线上会不仅是优势路，压力特别大，节奏被压制，就导致了后面一连串的反应吧。
Well, there is a difference between a first pick and the second pick, and I think me personally, I didn't do well in for the draft for game 2. I made a mistake during the first picks, and the result is not only our top lane, our carry lane got destroyed, but our off lane got destroyed as well. So that ruined our whole game plan. I think that's what we went wrong for game 2.
Cool. Thank you for that. Well, Drag and Drop, do you happen to have a question?
Yeah, I have a couple. First off, Sinful Soul, once again, congratulations for me as well. And like in this season, you've played a number of different carry heroes so far. I was just wondering about your thoughts on which one of them is the best. Like, which hero is your favorite to play, and what hero do you think is the strongest out of the one position right now?
我们也看到之前你玩了很多这个核心位的英雄，就目前的版本来说的话，你最喜欢的玩的是英雄有哪些？然后有没有一些就是你觉得比较强，但是还没有机会登场的英雄？
我觉得先知就很厉害啊，而且自己玩的也特别爽，而且强度也很高，然后其实其他的英雄都差不多吧。看 carry 的话，看就是阵容的适应程度吧。但是也确实会有一些英雄比较下水道一点，但是先知的强度还真的还可以的。
My personally favorite is Nature's Prophet. I think he's a really strong hero, and he can. You will have a good time playing him, and almost all the carries are viable this patch. For some few exceptions, and I think it's really the matter. The matter is that you need to pick the right carry for the right lineup.
Yeah, thank you for that. And also another perhaps more personal question. Out of all the players in Dota, that's like who has inspired you the most?
然后想问一下，就是 DOTA 2的一些职业选手里，谁给了你最多的这个灵感和启发？
其实很多选手都给我启发，不过我最爱看的还是 Top 上的 Top 上的视频或者直播，他的玩法真的很有意思。
Yeah, many players have inspired me, but my personal favorite is Thompson. I like to watch his gameplay and his stream is very interesting. His playstyle is very interesting to me.
Yeah, seems like a good choice. Yeah, thank you very much.
Lizard.
Should I go?
Questions?
I'll go.
Yep.
Yeah, one more question.
Best for
I
last,
hope
best
it's
for
not.
last.
Yeah, best. Of course. I hope it's not too difficult. Like, you guys have lost quite a lot of games, and now you come in and you beat Fusion, who's one of the contenders to go to Division 1. Like, do you think that you improved as a team, or that this is just a better day for you guys? What's the reasoning for your losses as well? What do you think?
想问一个比较严肃点的问题，就是你们之前输了很多队伍，但是你们打赢了，就是潜在一个去有这个升级希望的 Fusion，你觉得是他们没发挥好，还是你们之前可能你有没有想过，可能之前哪些是你们做的不够好的地方，还是今天是你们超常发挥？
我们之前输是因为我们存在的问题没有得到解决，一直在讨论，一直在争吵，然后但是事情总会得到进步的嘛。我们已经解决了，我觉得已经解决了很多主要的问题，虽然小的问题还有很多。然后我觉得在 A 级联赛里面，我觉得打好自己的比去抓对手的失误更重要。你自己首先得去做好的前提下，你才能去抓对手的失误。但是我们之前连做好自己，连自己的节奏都没有做好，更别提我们去针对性的反制对面的节奏了。所以这是主要问题吧。
I think we had a lot of issues and we don't have enough time to solve them before this series. As for now, we still has many minor issues, but we figured out some big problems, and that's why I think we are improving. And I personally thinking for Division 2 teams, the most important thing is you have to play your own game. You have to figure out your own problem before you want to counter your opponent. That's the most important thing. And once we did that, I think we are becoming better. That's why we take this serious, I think, and that's also why we were underperforming for the first couple series.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see that you figured it out and that you're slowly improving.
Yeah, I actually love that answer. I don't think I have any questions for you. You guys have anything else that you'd like to ask before we let him go?
Just let the man go, chill, celebrate, play
It's been
some
a long
pubs.
day. Honestly, yeah.
Let him
Simple
party.
Soul, thank you so much. An incredible performance once again, and we look forward to the rest of your series here in the DPC. And we'll talk to you soon. Have a wonderful day.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们后面的这个发挥也能更好，然后希望你能够享受今天的剩下的时间。
好的，谢谢。
Thank you.
Honestly, Lizard, I gotta say, you always come in with the real questions, man. That was honestly such a great response too. I loved that mentality and what he said. I just think that is a really solid way to approach Dota, especially like he said in Division 2. I think that is super important. So, nice little bit of insight there. I like that a lot.
I think
But yeah,
it's
go ahead.
no, it's just something that's a lot of teams struggle with in Division 1, Division 2. For as long as there's Dota, every team has struggled with that. I know from personal experience too. It's like you try to counter a team way too much, you forget who you truly are. And you kind of lose yourself sometimes in the meta, sometimes in counter picking. But once you do find yourself again, once you start picking your own stuff that works, it doesn't matter. Force them to counter you, force them to play against you. It can work.
Yeah. Well, I know we've got another game right on the horizon. So quick final thoughts, Dragon Drop, since I believe you're going to be departing for now. Anything that you would like to wrap things up with?
Perhaps just a quick look ahead at the current standings right now and the way it shapes up, because with Fusion dropping another game, I believe it's sitting at 2 and 3 right now. And it seems like we would be right in the sense that one of the open qualifier teams are making it big. We just picked the wrong one because CDC sitting at 4-1, beating IG in the process. So that's proving to be quite spicy here as a small look ahead at how the end of the season might shape up. So it's very cool.
Should be a lot of fun today. But we've got a lot more games coming up. We have 2 Division 1 series after this. The first one, of course, going to be Aster versus RNG. This is an absolute banger of a series. And after that, another one featuring PSG.LGD and I believe Extreme Gaming. Am I correct? I believe I'm right. Yes, it is Extreme Gaming. So these are going to be some huge series, big implications for the standings as well for each of these teams. So you will not want to miss it, everyone. Stay tuned for more here on the CN DPC. We'll see you right after the break.
Shouldn't have known if I was the one who's drowning in your flood. It's overwhelming me, but I guess it's clear to me now. After staring holes in all my walls, don't you cut me off like you did that time. Once was already enough, I'd say. But I wonder if you hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Don't touch the fire with your hands, 'cause you're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. You're walking into quicksand. Not a lesson learned, 'cause you're gonna get burned. There you go, without thinking about tomorrow. Gonna let you know you're spending all the time you borrowed to get through this. Not giving you a second chance. So turn around and fill it the place. You're a star, but you've forgotten how to follow. Gonna leave a scar if you don't take the time to heal everything underneath this. You're watching the hours are ticking away. So turn around and fill in the place. I gotta say that you could do so much better. Like a vagabond, you're lost in your own ways, stranded in your desert. I hit you up, but there's no one there. If I wanted something distant, I would have found just what I want in you. But I'm not really like that. Don't you know that? Said, don't you know that? Touch the fire with your hands, 'cause you're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. You're walking into quicksand. Not a lesson learned, 'cause you're gonna get burned.
为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC as we continue now with some Div 1 action after seeing the Div 2 games resolve earlier on with YBB claiming a very interesting series up against Team Fusion. We now of course move to Team Aster versus RNG. Boys, this is a very big series here, so we're very excited about it. My name's Snare, I'm with R Cryptic and Lizard, and we have very little preamble because the draft is already live. Let's get into it. Let's see what heroes we have on the card, on the mix. And I must just say, boys, I'm not used to being the least pretty person on the panel. This is a bit much. Look at this. Ricky out here, fresh cut, with a beautiful shirt. Lizard with the military green, which allows him to accentuate that wonderful jawline. This is ridiculous. Production, get me out of this hellhole. Let us look at the draft. Let's look at some heroes so we can at least have something where we're playing on an even playing field. Before we get into it, though, Lizard, give me a prediction. Which team is winning and what's going to be your score?
Aster 2-0. Let's go.
Ooh.
Agrees.
Ricky, how you feel about this spice here?
Well, I have a little insider info, so I'm just gonna say right now, Pudge on Aster, Aster 2-0, baby. It's that simple.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm actually in hell right now, y'all, because
Yeah, I know.
not
I knew you were
only-
gonna really enjoy this.
not only is this a Pudge with Aster, right? This is, of course, they've played this mid the two times that they've played this in the past. However, there is variability on this because I also have some degree of inside info that they've been looking at support Pudge, and it's not a bad thing. So not only do I hate that though, R Cryptic, I also hate how RNG is opened. I hate playing into Nyx Assassin, but it is also Kaka Nyx, the best Nyx player to have ever graced the scene. But sad, you also have Nature's Prophet. Get me out of here, fam. But let's talk about it. Why is Pudge good in this game?
Well, I mean, right now there's not a whole lot of reasons, to be honest. If they do plan to flex this, it's a really good pick. As of right now, the Nature's Prophet is a decent hero against the Pudge. He can kind of hold him in place, just beat him down with a lot of physical damage. Nyx Assassin with Spike Carapace is super annoying to deal with. But for the most part, if if RNG don't directly address this hero, it'll be a pretty great game for the Pudge. As you can see, they're already banning out some of the really annoying counters, things like Ancient Apparition. They're getting rid of the Timber Saw. We might even see the Lifestealer get banned, as some teams are really, really opting for the Lifestealer, but maybe even Lycan as well. There's a lot of options, but they go for Ursa. Okay. But yeah, it's a great hero. If left unchecked, it's an incredible hero.
Sigh. It's regrettably has also been just accruing result after result, so I have no choice but to admit that this is actually a good hero. But the other hero that I'm much more interested in exploring this game is going to be this first overall pick on Team Aster with this Winter Wyvern. I wonder what the initial plan was when they went for this hero. We don't see him all that often, but in China, one of the things that we do see when he is picked up is that he's been losing a lot of games. Only a 25% win rate as it stands right now. But the very curious pick for me, as much as I'm hating on Winter Wyvern, I'm curious why they went for Nyx Assassin. What do you think, Ricky? Because normally we see that hero emerge as a counter to Dawnbreaker. Not always is it picked just first, just off the bat, as an overall response. So what do you think is the plan here for RNG with this Kaka Nyx, especially considering now that it's most likely going to be Pudge middle as well, which doesn't take too many knocks against the Nyx Assassin?
Yeah, I think Nyx is just an information hero, and I think that's something that RNG really likes. It's something that Kaka does really well, specifically on the Nyx Assassin, is being able to provide that information for his team. He can tank a gank pretty easily with it. And like I said, he's annoying for Pudge. He's not too bad for the Wyvern to deal with, but yeah, for the most part, I agree. I think it's a little bit of a weird opener pick, especially with the Dawnbreaker already being banned out.
So I'll break my own illusion. I went away to make myself some more coffee, right? It's very early on. I left when 4 heroes were picked. I come back and it's only Marcy here. What's happening with this draft? They're really thinking a lot about these bans.
I mean,
and, next picks.
It makes sense to think about it, right? Because we have to remember, boys, both of these teams right now are 3-1. Whoever wins is going to be the first team that goes 4-1. And given that this is China, there's never been a situation where these teams don't end up in tiebreaker situations for that 4th slot, which can get you to either the major or regional finals. And either of these teams winning here, that 4 wins is at least a benchmark of guaranteeing tiebreakers. So it's very stressful. I can understand why you'd want to consider every single moment in the draft here.
Yeah, does make sense. You guys went in and out when it comes to the Pudge, though, right? You talked about everything.
Regrettably.
Yeah, I can literally talk about Pudge endlessly. So if you ever just want some more Pudge analysis, hit me up. Most played hero, 90% win rate on the new patch. Just saying.
All right. Instead of Ricky shilling for his stream right now, Lizard, talk to me about the Sven hero. Something that we don't see all that often, especially in China. Like it's been played, like I think I've seen it once or something. Why this hero of all the carry heroes that are in the meta right now? And you're not allowed to mention Viper. You're not allowed to mention the Viper.
Who's Viper? Who's saying Sven is carried though? Did you just assume his position? How dare you?
I'm assuming it's going to be safe lane for Monet. I mean, historically, we've always seen Monet be the one to handle the Sven. He's pretty good at the hero. Seen him carry some amazing games on it. So I would be shocked and amazed if it was a 4-position Sven. Although I would be very excited to see it in the game.
You're probably right? Like Sven versus Nature's Prophet. You can get on top of him easily. You can cleave the summons, the trees. You can also buy that eggs if you want to orb link. But you have to be careful not to end up a Sprout Easy. You know, that's always possible. Sprout Easy memories hitting here. But yeah, you have the Sven, you have the Wyvern to set up all of these things. The Viper is interesting to me though, but I'm not allowed. You can take over the Viper.
You are banned,
Ricky. I'm banned from mentioning him.
You know, I'm going to ask you to talk about Viper during the cast at least 10, 15 times, so you'll get opportunities. I do promise. I wouldn't take that away from you. So, in terms of Viper, though, generally seen as a lane dominator, I would assume this is going to be a core hero. Like we saw last game, the hero can scale. Like there's this common misconception because of like Viper's troubled past of being this win lane lose game hero. this man, he's grown up. He's a new individual Viper, and this hero carries. This hero destroys in the late game if given the right environment. So I think Viper is a little bit undervalued in my opinion. I think this hero is incredibly strong. So yeah, I love the pick. I think it's super flexible. Overall, I think Aster's draft pretty good. The puck though, a little bit worried about. Because this opens the door for Ori to just go mid on Pudge and have a fantastic game.
Interesting thing about the Viper, though, as well, before we move on to talking about RNG's heroes, is for Team Aster, they've played this hero on a bevy of different roles. Ori's played the hero, and as well as both SJ and Baboka have played Viper in the team before. So it could very much be a support Viper as the option here as well. So on the other side, though, RNG, Marcy Puck is their second phase options. Obviously, we've seen how good Puck generally is right now in the meta. This Marcy, though, I'm still not sure where it's going. There's been a couple of games that we've actually seen pause 1 Marcy. I don't know if this is going to be the game for it, but if it's going to be a support Marcy, that means that it's going to be consigned to the pause 5 role, which we don't always enjoy seeing. Of course, Kaka definitely plays Nyx Assassin. That's just a given. What do you think, Lizard? Is this going to be safe lane Marcy or the pause 5 hero here for our boy Xnova in the game?
I would assume 5 or 4. I think from RNG. I think that's the go-to Marcy. I don't want to see it as a core. I really don't. Just get that thing away from me. It just does so much with the Blinkator lens. I don't know why you would put her anywhere else. At the moment, at least, I'm not convinced in anything else. I believe also the Prophet should be your carry in Puck mid, and then you last pick your offlaner. Something that does decently well versus Sven and Pudge. Something that's already been banned, like Timber, would be amazing, but you can't go for it. Meanwhile, Team Aster as well, also looking for an offlane, I think. No, could that be Viper? It could be Viper, then Pudge mid, and Sven safe lane. Pudge and Viper can basically switch. I don't think that either one of those heroes likes playing into Prophet. That's the problem.
I think Viper can better than the Pudge, but if Pudge goes for like an early Vanguard, it's a pretty free lane. That's the only thing he has to worry about. If he starts with like a ring of protection, some regen, and just rushes Vanguard, the lane's actually it's a complete wash. Like you can't do anything to shove him out of the lane as the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. And the Flash Sheep, right? Like Flash Sheep, ring of protection, you should be fine. So it should be Viper versus the Puck, and then Pudge on the offlane. So the last pick is for Baboka, I guess? No. It's actually XXS Brew. So is this a Pudge 4? Because I'm not a big enjoyer. I think that Pudge is really strong right now, but it's strong as a core.
It is, yeah.
I don't think that Pudge is an amazing support hero right now.
I mean, Viper 4 has been a thing for a while, right? Like it's not that uncommon. You can go for an early earn, which means the Brewmaster doesn't have to, and you can still play the Pudge mid potentially. Depending on what they pick here, though, could change that a lot.
Okay, so it's
also
Life Stealer. Okay. Offlane Nature's Prophets.
It is mid lane Pudge.
Yeah. I think that's the best. You can't play
support
Pudge and
Viper.
Life Stealer.
Yeah. I'm hoping it's support Viper. Yeah, there we go. Support Viper for Baboka. Like I was saying earlier, they've done this before on Team Aster. Obviously, they haven't done it with a Pudge in the game as well. But the hero that I'm very interested to look at here, boys, the last pick on the side there of Team Aster, the XXX Brewmaster. That's one of these heroes that we've seen be hyper dominant of late year Lizard. Done so much work for a lot of these teams. What are we expecting he's going to be able to get away with in this game, especially considering that he has to play into a Life Stealer at the end?
Yeah, I think he should be fine in the lane. He has a Viper as well, right? You have that ulti against... It didn't help, man. You can't clean that 140p off. It doesn't work that way. But yeah, it should be a good Panda game. Should be a good Baboka Viper game as well versus the Life Stealer. I'm worried a bit for the Pudge later on in the game, but... Overall, I would say that I'm still valuing. I don't know. The both drafts are kind of wonky. They have their. I'd go right down the middle, 50-50, perhaps a little bit more in Pudge's favor.
I would go in Pudge's favor, Ricky, not just because I like the hero like you, but in this game, I'm very much despairing of this lifestealer. He has a difficult road ahead of him. Not only does the hero kind of suck, but he's playing into several forms of BKB piercing disable, which can complicate his life. Is this the kind of game here for RNG that they should be relying on this lifestealer for Ghost?
I mean, it's a good lifestealer game, but yeah, I think you're right. He doesn't have the best core matchups. I think Aster do have a slight advantage, so I'll go with them. It's that simple.
Okay. I would like to avoid the Costa's Curse with a 3-panel guess on the one team, but unfortunately, I just cannot find it in my heart to vote for Lifestealer. But I also can't find it in my heart to vote for Pudge, so I'm just going to do neither and instead send it over to a wonderful casting duo who are pretty enough to be models even. Take it away, boys, for game number 1 of RNG versus Aster here in the Chinese DPC.
Thank you. Now, I don't know if I'm pretty enough to be a model, but I am pretty enough for some radio. So, you know, that is what I've been told at least.
Pretty enough
Blizzard.
for radio? Yeah, I've been told that as well.
Very happy to be joining you.
You as well!
For this series. Yeah, this will be a fun one.
I don't know what Snare is on about when it comes to all this beauty talk. He's literally modeling for one of those, I don't know what the exact brand. I don't wanna do his sponsoring work for him, but I'm pretty sure he's modeling for something.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Multi-talented,
So-
what can you do?
This guy's got it all, you know.
Dude, this is the best fight on top rune that I've seen in a while. They just
Yeah.
brawled the hell out there.
They're just throwing damage into each other. They're like, to get the rune, right? And eventually, they go for it. Xnova does get a nice D ward, however, on the high ground there. Their own ward on that high ground mid lane did scout it getting placed. So we will see Ori playing the Pudge in the mid lane up against Somnus of the Puck. Now, this lane is not the easiest for Pudge, but you can just deny in the face of Puck, and that is exactly what he does, and it makes it a little bit difficult. So,
yeah, I would say that it's even not that hard for Pudge at all, right? This new
Yeah.
Pudge versus a Puck. Maybe you won't be killing the Puck, but oh my god, that's the worst voice line.
yeah, there's a couple questionable ones that were added to the game, I'll be honest. But yeah, you're right. It's not the worst lane for the Pudge. He just needs to get that bottle out as soon as possible so he can just, you know, secure rain creeps with the meat hook and then be able to spam flesh heap for the small camp to clear that one out. So he'll get there and shouldn't take him too long. Ori, he's patient. He's played this mid lane Pudge every single time for Aster that has been picked. So
I love
to see how he does it.
I love the Ayaya Weeb voice line though, because I can instantly mute someone. I know who to ignore, dodge the moment. Did you see how high of a correspondence there is between weebs and players that destroy items and give up on games? It's quite high.
Yeah, I believe it. It's probably one of the most tangible ways of finding game ruiners.
If you see an anime profile picture, just leave. You know
Oh yeah, those ones hit the avoid list instantly every time. That's why I spent 12 million shards on adding to my avoid list, so I can just have like 700 of those people avoided and never play with them again.
It would make a world a better place if everyone did the same.
Pubs are less toxic. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Man, I'm just watching Ori mid lane right now. Yeah, it's this hero. He's fun to CS on. You just casual 90 damage with a quelling blade, basically.
That's some things the team needs to worry about, right?
Absolutely.
There's Feast against him later on, which can be nice. There's also Nyx Assassin, which can carapace him whenever he rots, so that's a free stun.
Yeah, it is definitely not like a free Pudge game by any means. Like they picked it first phase. One of the things I said in phase 2 is they should probably ban out the Lifestealer, but opted to ban out the Ursa. Instead, Somnus mid. Very close. Does get the Waning Rift off, but Lifestealer is probably one of the worst heroes for Pudge to play into, especially around that mid game. If he gets like a Desolator, like Armlet Deso, it is super rough. So we'll see what happens once we get there. But for now, we can talk about some of these other lanes, right? We've got this off-lane Nature's Prophet up against Monet's Sven, who seems to be doing pretty well here.
Yep, you get most likely 2 levels in that cleave, right? Great cleave, and you just last it plus hurt the annoying little trees. You get a lot of armor later on versus him. It's just a solid hero versus the Prophet. Somnus takes so much damage mid lane. It's kind of stupid.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, he has the bottle. Puck is normally one of those heroes that is capable of double securing runes. You know, from the mid lane, which is a big deal.
Not
but
versus
you
hook,
can't do
though.
it against Pudge. Yeah, you just hook it, right? It's a little. Speaking of hooks, a little bit off the mark there, but you know, it's fine. It was a zoning hook because you got to deny from it, right?
The only problem that I have to admit I have with Aster's draft is I don't know who play makes here. Like, it has to be all on XXS. And he's an amazing Brewmaster, but the Brewmaster doesn't do that too well. Like, he has his ulti, once he pops it, he wants to be farming, he wants to be off the map as well. You're gonna have Sven, Pudge, and Brewmaster very clumped up in their own jungle. Puck, mid.
Yeah, there it is. It's just what we were talking about, man. The Pudge. You give him a little bit of an advantage in the lane, and he can punish you. We saw him hit multiple hooks onto Somnus this time.
That's a bit on Somnus as well, though, right?
Yeah, he didn't have Orb, I don't think. I think he had already used it to clear the wave, and Ori just hits him with a hook, and that is a kill.
Yeah. X-Nova trying to secure at least a rune, so that Pudge doesn't get one, and it looks like he will do that. It's kind of important, right? Like, making Ori fall back to...
He's just gonna walk base.
Yeah. Maybe kill the hard camp, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Off the Flesh Heap for that one, and it's not the fastest clear. Flesh Heap's only level 1, so it only has that 5-second duration, but it's just a way of farming his way back to base. He gets his level 6 now, which means he could rotate to one of these side lanes, but the way we've seen Pudge played a lot is he's kind of this farming mid hero, right? You get to that Aghanim Scepter, the BKB, the Blink Dagger, all these things that accelerate his playmaking potential, and that's what you were talking about in terms of what Aster is lacking right now.
Exactly, and my question is, can he do that here? Does he have enough space to do that? It's seemingly not going to be that way as he TP stop.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk at Kaka and get himself a Flesh Heap real quick, and Spike Carapace will come through.
Will he?
Stun.
He will.
He's gonna get the Flesh Heap still, I believe. He's within range.
I love how Chalice isn't even trying. Come on, Chalice. Root someone. Sprout. Nope.
Oh, he didn't get the Flesh Heap. You got baited by the Courier.
Unfortunate.
I'm surprised he went for the Dismember before the Spike Carapace came out, so a little unfortunate.
What's interesting is that the Puck just got to full level as Pudge was away. Like, Pudge and Puck were... They were 1 level apart. Pudge was 6 when Puck only hit 5. Now they're the same because of the rotation. The advantage is pretty much gone.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. Typically, Pudge, he likes being able to make plays, but at the same time, he also wants to be able to pretty much farm up as fast as possible. Power Rune top lane denied by the Wyvern to be a DD rune, so taking that away from the enemy team. Pretty important. In terms of like the lanes right now, like pretty much everyone, all 6 cores are within only a couple hundred gold of each other. Do you really like? Who do you think that really favors at this stage? Like, should one team be further ahead of the lane stage? I guess.
I kind of feel that RNG need a better laning stage. I'm not saying that they should be, but they need it to be a bit better. I would argue, so that they can pressure this mid game. Then again, it's all about the mid game and how they use their big ultis, big spells. Bottom lane Brewmaster, he's just so evasive.
They'll dispose, and yeah, he's got the evasion from Drunken Brawler, which is pretty dang good. Pudge TP's in, but they actually have a really deep ward here. So Ori is scouted, and they think it's safe because they have a sentry too, so. Another potentially wasted rotation from this mid lane.
Puck though, Somnus.
He's gonna go for it. Snaps the coil. Can Brewmaster actually get out of here? No chance. Impale does come through. They will be able to hook back. X-Nova goes for the dismember. Nice attempt there. The spike carapace to cancel dispose. Ends up tossing him onto your team. But here's the damage in from Ghost. Nice cold embrace there, but I don't think it's gonna be enough as Ori, no flesh even to protect him. Pops the stick. It's not enough. They get the kill. Kaka securing it. Ends up being 2 deaths in the bottom lane as all 5 from the side of RNG show up.
Yeah, nice little rotation from Chalice as well. Punching the Pudge, going from behind. He didn't have mana or, I think, cooldown for Nature's Call to take that tower. And he also needed to go back top to defend his own tier 1. So, nice rotation. He instantly goes back. He's going to be the one building Vessel, by the way. And it's something that he does very often on his offlane Prophet. He goes this Vessel Blade Mail build, and he's just tanky offlane Prophet that TPs into your face and forces you to attack him. Vessel is also really good versus the Pudge, versus the Cold Embrace. Makes a ton of sense. And yeah, Pudge is scary, but right now RNG, they're doing their things quite well. They're executing properly, and it's gonna come down to that.
Yep, I agree with you on that one. We'll see what happens, as we break down the laning stage in a little bit, but still very even. Only 3-2. Sven's the top net worth, basically tied with the Lifestealer. Pudge trying to recover a little bit in the jungle. Now that Brewmaster does have that Primal Split available, we might see RNG try to avoid the Brewmaster lane, since it is just going to be that much more difficult to take him down. And we're actually going to see Kaka and X-Nova scouting out in the mid lane here. They do place a deep ward here.
Yeah, they
Bobica needs to be a little bit careful. Yeah, he's going to get found on. Nice silence into the Marcy. Nice cold embrace as well. XXS is here. Pops the Primal Split. They're going to turn their attention on to Chalice. He's on the other side, away from his team, and that's going to be a kill picked up by Ori on the Pudge.
Marcy.
They do punish that one, but they do catch Marcy in the Cyclone.
Nice.
Oh my god! The Tornado in the hook. What a play.
Very, very nicely done by them. I think Chalice might have... well, he TPs in together with his team the same way he did the last time. The only problem is, the only trick is, they didn't really use anything. So they just turn on him, they kill him off first, and he was isolated. He was on the other side of the tower, so... 2 things that usually should not happen, happened for him. And like RNG are just showing that at the moment they can lose heroes in these fights, but they're ready to take every single engagement.
Well, they managed to catch Kaka here in the mid lane, and Ori's going to pick up another coil on the backside. We'll be able to finish off the Wyvern, and Somnus is going to have to take that jaunt on the orb to be able to get away. But these little types of skirmishes always favor a Pudge in the long run. If you're trading evenly, that is, right? Like, him getting these, extra flesh heap stacks, that extra strength, that extra health adds up a lot.
Yeah, the infinite scaling. By the way, can someone tell Baboka that he's a support? Sir, you just bought 2 braid bands, you were going into power treads.
I was gonna bring that up in a moment, but God, I forgot about it. Monet just clearing a massive stack. I like for these as stackies. It's like
Stackies?
Snackies. Yeah, it's like snackies for the carry, right? It's great.
So
Good
he's
use
on,
of the
he's on
tail
some
end of the
good
god strength.
he's on some good stackies.
Yeah.
Okay.
But absolutely catapults him to the lead in top lane. Kaka's gonna go down again. Ori on the Pudge, starting to make his presence known. That was set up by the Winter's Curse, though, so of course.
Gotta say that he is making plays on the map. Obviously, he has a ton of heroes that can set things up for him, but he is finding kills. It's something that perhaps I expected him not to be able to do, to accomplish, as he's the only one.
One thing I want to point out, look at the XP difference between the supports, right? We have Wyvern and Baboka, who's almost at level 8, versus the level 5 and the level 6 of Kaka and X-Nova. Right? Like, I think that, like you're saying, he has heroes helping him make plays around the map. I think that's got to be a lot of it, right? Like, Bobica can just sit in mid for free right now.
Mid lane stun with the Carapace, can't really catch him. Yeah, that's the thing. You have Wyvern and you have Viper literally just sitting on the lanes and farming. That's all.
Yeah, it's really strong.
those are their levels. That's where they come from. From them defending, quote unquote, defending the towers.
This lane belongs to me now. This farm belongs to me. I mean, Viper
Sven?
does it so easy with just a single point in the Nether Toxin. Top lane, but looking to go on top of Monet. He ends up getting the Stormbolt off to Kaka, but the question is, can they actually finish him off? The Wyvern will catch him with the Cold Embrace to try and slow down this fight here. Bobica comes in as well, hits that Viper strike onto the life, so there's your Winters. Curses Monet. He's going to turn on to X-Nova. He's going to get some space, but now XXS is here, going to try and chase down Ghost. He's got no rage. He's just going to burn down to the Panda. So far, a 2-for-1. Could be more as Monet's trying to get his hands onto the Nyx Assassin. He still has the Spike Carapace for now. Ori comes in, hits the hook, knocks down another. You end up finally securing the kill there onto the Wyvern, but a 3-for-2. And you don't manage to get the kill onto the Sven.
Plus you lose your carry.
Yeah.
You lose your carry that had to be there. Chalice comes in with that vessel, doesn't really work. You lose the carry that's supposed to be in front, that's supposed to be fighting, right? And you lose it to a Sven who's not infested, who's not invading. You came to his house while he was farming those stackies that you talked about, and you don't kill him. Like, this is amazing. It's exactly how it should be for Monet.
He's having a great game, and we're going to see Ori just rush the Aghanim Scepter. Not anything out of the usual there. XXS going to do the same as he's on his way to his for the Brewmaster. Man, Monet's got the Echo Saber, queues up a Blink, and it looks like Ghost is going to go for a Halberd instead. A way of dealing with the Sven, perhaps, instead of going for like the Desolator.
Yeah, the Halberd also makes sense versus the Sven. It's a standard build, I would say.
You know what? I was thinking about something. Lifestealer typically in the past was decent into the Sven. Like, the matchup actually wasn't that bad. But I think with like Sven's new Shard and that 20 talent, I actually don't know if Lifestealer is a good matchup anymore, because all of his damage is like physical, right?
Makes a ton of sense. And do they have magical damage even? Some from the puck, I guess, but that's
It's like
about
puck,
it.
yeah. It doesn't feel like it's enough. I actually worry about that. Like, I hadn't really considered it, but
You
if
know what
Sven
I...
gets like the Shard and that 20 talent, it's like 30 plus armor for his whole team. Like, I don't know who Lifestealer actually kills.
They might try to
Bottom
go on
lane.
him. Stun.
Yeah, but the Wyvern, perfectly placed here in the trees, looking for his target. Winter's Curse has caught Chalice. The hook's gonna pull him right back into the Pudge. Puck wants to be able to try and save him, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to. One after another, they set up these kills. They're just baiting him.
Yeah, and the Pudge is becoming real big, real fast. He has a Hood, Ogre Axe, 1400 gold, that's a point booster. They're not really...
Ori? He catches Kaka and he actually gets him out of the Vendetta, but the stun a little bit too much. He's gonna pull him out. Meanwhile, mid lane's gonna be the coil onto Bobica. Cold Embrace. You're kidding. There's no way he survives this. He's still got life so on top. He's gonna pop the Rage, finally secures the kill, but in comes the rest of the heroes. He's gonna have to go with the Infest play. Kaka, no Spike Carapace for 1 second. The hook back, the damage connects. The Spike Carapace will finally set him up, but it's not enough. Another kill, another pickoff.
He's 613, he's level 12. He has 8 fleshy charges. That's an additional of 16 strength. This is one of those dream Pudge games for Ori. It
And they're looking for Chalice bottom. I think the ward didn't scout them. XXS is here, and Pudge is not too far away. This is a disaster for the NP. If he gets caught, he turns himself into pig mode, but that is the worst thing he could have done, as Ori is here. And comes X-Nova, will be able to dispose him away, but the Primal Split was committed. Ori, he's thinking of TPing out, but he sees Kaka rotating in as well. He's going to be able to just back on out, potentially, but they're going to try and pursue this one out. XXS tries to Cyclone off Ghost, but it's not going to be enough, and now they're going to turn their attention onto the Brewmaster. Good response here from RNG, as they will be able to punish one of these two, but it does force 5 heroes to the bottom lane.
I'm surprised he didn't go for Ori there on the Prophet. I feel like Chalice also got kinda surprised by the amount of healing that he received. Yeah. And he could have sprouted the Pudge, and then they go on him. But killing off the Panda is also pretty good. And also just keeping the Prophet alive, not feeding any more kills is what matters the most for RNG, as they've been kind of really struggling. One thing that I want to
Dire's structures are fortified.
mention is something that you already talked about, the shard on the Sven. I think it's really good, but more so as you have this Pudge on your team.
Just more forms of damage reduction.
He just doesn't have a lot of armor as a hero. Like,
Yeah.
Look at him, he's sitting on 4, he doesn't even build into armor, so having that for him is gonna feel real good.
Radiant's
Chalice?
Oh my gosh, shit to the Knights. Sprouts will catch Ori. He's going to go ahead and pop the Flesh Heap. Knows he can't really TP out as Kaka is going to be here. So they do finally punish the Pudge. And Ori goes for the Dismember here, but not going to be enough healing at all. So Chalice will grab the kill. A big kill streak going the way of himself and the rest of his team. But it looks like Aster might want to take this fight head on. They find X Nova. There's the stun. Not the most value kill, but they will at least get X Nova.
Yeah, you could see the way they were TPing.
Dire's middle tower
And the way they were positioning while they were TPing, X-Nova was the one that's closest to possible danger. So he does die, but it's all planned. It's all pre-planned. These guys are good.
Yeah, they're looking real solid. They're hanging out Chalice top. Bobica
is under attack.
doesn't have nearly enough slow. Monet's TP also super long, so they hold off on it. Kaka's gonna come in though. Stormhammer comes through. Monet doesn't have the God Strength to work with, but apparently just doesn't care as the Blink comes forward. Winter's Curse onto life, so he does have a Rage to work with though. He's gonna pop it. There's the coil holding him in place. There's gonna be this primal split as well as Monet takes down Chalice. X Nova will be able to use that rebound to get away, but they've caught Ghost on the Lifestealer with no rage, and once again in trouble here. A Stormhammer in one. And there it is. It's going to catch him. Somnus has to deal to jaunt away. 3 for 1, only getting the Viper. Another fantastic fight here from Aster.
Yeah, the Wyvern is really shining through the amount of work that this hero can do and the amount of saves that he is just constantly dishing out, switching fights around on RNG. You go on a target, that Cold Embrace is maxed out. He gets healed, he can turn, he can spam his spells. Nicely, very nicely done by them so far. But
and that was, of course, the BKB reveal, that fight as well. I didn't point that one out, but that was Sven disassembled the Echo Saber, now has the Mage Slayer, but pops the BKB in that fight. And not a whole lot you can do to stop him, right?
Well, nothing at the moment, really. And there's going to be an even bigger item coming out, that's the Agrims on Pudge. I don't think they wanted to go Rosh after the last fight. Just their Rosh isn't really that great, plus they needed this Alacrity on Pudge.
Yeah, this Ags upgrade is honestly one of the most important in terms of its timing, just because the amount of damage that it does, the massive increase in the radius, but also the healing reduction is something that a lot of people forget about. It is a 25% reduction on all regeneration within the AoE. So,
Who cares about healing, Ricky? Come on, it's all about killing people. It's not about
that's
healing.
true.
It's about the damage. Does it deal damage? No, don't buy it. Does it do
It does
damage?
a lot of damage though. Yeah.
That's why it's
It do
good.
be doing damage.
Bottom tower has fallen.
What do you think of this smoke here from Aster?
I'll tell you in a minute if it connects or not. If it does, I'll say it was really good.
Oh,
And it's connected.
Stormhammer in the mid lane into the hook. Ori claims another one.
Damn,
Or
that
rather
was
Monet this time, but also mid tier 1 tower. That's a big one.
such a smart smoke. Obviously, they were aiming for exactly that tier 1 tower on mid lane, right?
Obviously. Only incredible analysts such as yourself would be able to see that.
From a mile away, really. But no, the only tower that's necessary for them that hasn't been taken was the tier 1 mid. I think invading the triangle might be just as important, as you can plant some vision for the upcoming Rosh fight. Which, if you're Aster, you're probably waiting now for your ulti on Sven again. And then you can think about it.
Alright, I got a real question for you. Sven's queued up the Bloodthorn. how do the cores of RNG, like Lifestealer and Puck, deal with this item?
Dire are scanning.
They didn't itemize for it. No one has. They're gonna have a 4-staff, I believe, on Chalice. That's something.
Find
that you-
XXS, Cold Embrace, Winter's Curse onto the Lifestealer. Ori's here, he's waiting for the Dismember, he's gonna choose the Puck. Question is, can they kill him fast enough? Well, they got the Orchid now, so absolutely. And Lifestealer just trying to hobble away, but you ain't outrunning that rot, son. Winter Wyvern stuck up on a cliff. Cold Embrace can keep him alive, and Marcy to fall right back down into the clutches of Aster. 3-0. Talk to me about this Wyvern, man.
I can't. He's just way too good. Just winning every single fight. You need to jump on top, you need to kill him off, and they're just not finding ways of doing that. And like when you look at their heroes, you would think that they should be able to, right? Like you have Hicks, you have Prophet to be there in position, Marcy, Puck. All of them should do quite well against the Wyvern, and yet he still survives in every fight. So kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, he's got a Glimmer Cape, and that's about it. You know, you'd think, how in the world
Didn't
is this
have
guy...
it though. Yeah.
It's wild. Cold Embrace, a heck of a spell. Doing wonders this game is, like you said, there's not a ton of magic damage coming out from the side of RNG. Ooh, Kaka gets the Spike Carapace off, but ooh, the blink! Nicely done, I like it.
He needed to hit him, right, because of the blink, but he also needed to work at him because of the carapace, so
Yeah.
If Kaka does his thing right, he survives anyway.
That is quick reactions time there, but you know, as Snare rightfully pointed out earlier, one of the best Nyx Assassin players out there, so
yeah.
What do you expect?
I actually thought that this hero might start getting picked up again. Let's see, Smoke.
Oh.
But not because of the good reasons, not because I think the hero is really that strong. Wyvern goes in, had that dust, but who knows where the Nyx is, yeah.
He's just gonna go drop a ward sentry somewhere, I'm sure, and then maybe they'll find Kaka that way. Mone's got a DD rune, so it looks like RNG want no business in this bottom fight, and that might cost them their tier 2 tower. And there's your ward sentry on the high ground. Nyx will just end up cutting the wave, so that's about the best he can do.
How do you fight this? DD, ulti on Sven plus Aegis.
They've got a Cold Embrace there, so this creep wave will not fall. And Bobica now has the shard, so tower pushing is even easier.
Will they force high ground here? Probably not, right? God's Strength has been used.
Yeah, God Strength's down. You'd probably need an Aegis to, like... I mean, like, I know you have it on Sven. I guess there's still 3 minutes. I thought there was less time on it, so never mind. Yeah, it's still within their grasp. Just maybe wait for next God Strength.
Also wait for BKB on Pudge, which is almost completed.
Oh yeah, where is that? Ooh, yeah, it is 50 gold away. That is a huge pickup.
Yeah, they've got everything. The eggs Pudge, the eggs and BKB Pudge, the eggs Panda with the travels. Kind of everything converging into perfect spot for Aster. After the Blood Torrent, the obvious crit on the Sven. But yeah, the next fight should be quite simple for them. Unless RNG managed to pick off the Wyvern first, like you have to.
It's so difficult to do. His positioning has been really solid this game. Like always playing behind his heroes or hiding in the trees. They're gonna retake their outpost top here. Smart play.
So far, he's always been by the right hero's side, right? He reads the game very well, knows exactly who's going to get attacked, and then counters with the ulti, with the plays. It's like, when you start playing the game competitively, you realize that the flashy plays, the Thompson plays, you know, the I don't know, whatever. Insert a very skilled player here from the mid lane. They're cool.
Plays.
No, not those plays.
Okay, I tried. Sorry.
They're cool. Like, it's cool to have good micro or to just use your spells really quickly to have good reaction time. But doing what Wyvern is doing right here, like knowing where to be at what time in the game, it's arguably harder, you know, like, especially for pubs. But in pro games, they all kind of are on the same level, so they understand it. It's just a matter of like slight differences.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Monet. There's no way flying Samus here. Oh, he gets him. The stun off. However, Bloodthorn obviously absorbed by the Lincoln, so he's going to be able to get some space to walk away here. Doesn't like they'll be able to catch the puck. Very slippery hero.
Yeah, that's another God Strength used.
That was. So Monet here obviously doesn't have the best catch on the Sven now that
Mid lane,
Lincoln's
BKB.
is done. Oh, it was for what?
For the Nyx, he tried to BKB and dismember him, but Nyx was too fast.
Oh shoot! Yeah, he's got the gem now on Pudge. I saw that, but I want to say Bobika's build this game is actually so sick. Just double Wraithband, Lotus Orb, and Shard. That's it. It's so good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What's the Lotus for the most? What do you think?
I mean, it gets rid of Silence from Puck. Yeah. It gets rid of Spirit Vessel, which is super value. I'm trying to think if there's like any specific ability you want to reflect, but I think it's more just for the Dispel this game.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
I feel like he went full carry, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna buy one utility item so I don't look
like I'm just roleplay as a support.
Yeah. I'm gonna roleplay a little bit, and then after he does that, he just goes into a Dragonlance. He doesn't go Force Staff first. No. Dragonlance needs to hit people. But it is to be expected from players such as Boboka. Like, I'm not saying this at all as a bad thing. It's just that he's
it's just how he plays.
He's a bit different of a position 4, and
yeah,
it's enjoyable to watch. Oh, nice!
My gosh, Ori.
He has a ward.
Yeah. Oh, Kanka gets out. That Force Staff Vendetta. Slippery heroes on the side of RNG. It's a little bit more difficult to punish them, it would seem.
Yeah, still a really nice hook, even with the ward as it went right next to the creep wave.
He also did it as the ward was expiring, so they're not going to get any D-ward there. They might get baited to waste a sentry.
If he pops the BKB there, he kills him probably, right? Like,
yeah,
the Carapace
absolutely.
Doesn't really help.
Well, Roshan, we're going to see the timer on that in about a minute here, but Aster just trying to keep their lanes pushed out as RNG very good at split pushing here, obviously thanks to the puck as well as Nature's Prophet. Samus picked up a gem of his own here to try and, get rid of some of these sneaky wards that are being placed around the map. Mid lane tier 2 tower is going to fall.
Just also alleviate the pressure a little bit, right? Like, you can't play the game when you're constantly being pushed in and you have no vision. So getting that helps a bit. You know, this Nether Toxin actually does quite a bit to the summons of Prophet.
Oh yeah. Percentage based, right? Or not percentage based, but the damage scaling is like pretty nuts. They stand it for a long time, yeah.
He just killed all of them under the tier 2 very fast.
Alright, gem gonna be handed on over to the Wyvern as Ori gets his blink delivered. So now you don't have to rely on that hook, just the blink dismember, probably enough to secure most kills, and they're gonna go for the top outpost here potentially. Ori's gonna pop the BKB. He's looking for someone, but the next assassin will pop that Vendetta and get away. I mean, RNG, they're wasting a little bit of time, but
they haven't tested.
Yeah. And they're also wasting Aster's time. Like, they're gonna get a tier 2 tower in the bottom lane here. Has to be denied by the Viper, but the fight breaks out top. They take down Ori instantly. And now Monet here is alone. He's got to pop that BKB. XXS comes in. There's going to be the Winter's Curse onto Chalice. He's going to get beat to heck there by that Life Stealer. In comes the God Strike, but a nice stun from Kaka. Can they take down the Sven in time? He doesn't have a Satanic. He's going to get caught, but dispose the coil snaps. They take him down. RNG picking apart Aster in this fight.
Is this the comeback?
I mean, don't call it a comeback, but that is about as good as it gets.
No, 6k now, advantage only for Aster. They got 2 cores off of that. So what just happened? Viper is forced to go bot to defend, kinda forced. And at the same time, Nyx Assassin didn't run away completely out of the jungle. No. He just came to Ghost. Ghost went in, and he hitched the ride straight to Sven. They can't
They
kill
got
off Sven.
the.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, they can't kill off Sven. He's got the Skadi. Like, he's got a ton of damage now on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, the like we said, the late game of the Lifestealer into the Pudge is always gonna like favor the Lifestealer. That fight starts off with Nyx Assassin catching the Spike Carapace onto Ori, so he doesn't get Flesh Heap off. He has no save. There's no one nearby, and they just blow him up. You know, he doesn't have the armor like you talked about. This hero, not a lot of armor, you know, by default, and we don't have like the shard quite yet on the Sven.
Yeah, so should we flame the Viper now? He was so good so far, but that's the first time someone dies under his watch, as he wasn't truly watching in the right direction.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, right? Because I feel like Aster were like definitely positioning to try and take the fight here in this in their own jungle, but it's a backfiring. And now Roshan spawns. They go right into the pit. Ori, he's found Kaka, but he gets the blink off. You got to get into the pit to stop this, and quickly. Hook comes out. He doesn't find anyone fishing, but comes out empty. And that is it. Aegis on the deck. Shard as well. Maybe they take down the Nyx Assassin, and they will, but I mean, that is not enough. Meanwhile, Chalice bottom lane is going to have to force someone back because he's going to be able to sprout those treants. So RNG spins this game completely around, nearly dead even in net worth now, and they have an Aegis on the Lifestealer to boot.
Yeah, Aegis and the shard on him. Looking much better. But they were like what, 8k behind, something like that. Completely recovering it.
9k at one point.
Yeah, it feels like a couple of these last moves just weren't followed completely by Aster. They also haven't been doing much, right? They've been just farming, which is. Yeah, for me, questionable, because you do have everything that you need. It's not like you needed that one extra item to set up a play around your own jungle or the Rosh Pit.
Yeah, I think, you know, when they had that last Aegis on Sven, we were talking about them potentially threatening the high ground, but RNG just did a great job of splitting the map. Like, they just could not push these lanes in. And they only ended up getting like a tier 1 top, they got a tier 2 mid, but... I mean, RNG's the one with all the outer towers that they've taken.
And it's so much easier for them to be the split pushers, right? To be the rats.
Yeah.
You have Puck, you have Prophet. Probably top 5 heroes when it comes to that.
Yeah. And look at the net worth difference on the cores now. Like, you have a lot of farm on your position for Viper, but the Pudge and the Brewmaster, they are not going to keep up with this Lifestealer and Nature's Prophet, right? These heroes will severely outfarm them as this game goes on. So I guess my question to you is, can Sven do it? Like, can Sven be this all, like, powerful late game carry to take this?
Yeah, the question is always how much control do they have against him? Do they have enough control or not? Once he gets everything. I believe they do. Once the puck gets 25 as well, and he gets that BKB piercing ulti, you have Skadi on Lifestealer to slow Monet down. But it can all change. Like, everything that I'm saying all depends on the initiation and the execution, right? Because if this Sven jumps you with the Bloodthorn Daedalus, he can two-shot anyone. So there's no control if he catches you and kills you off in a second.
Let me go ahead and find that D ward real quick. XXS. Looking for someone here, but not gonna find it. Oh, Kaka, the initiation, they get the Wyvern. That's your big target. They get that. They get the Dismember up onto Ghost, but they have. I mean, they're just chasing elsewhere. Monet turns his attention on over to Kaka. X Nova comes in, tries to save him. Might regret that one. Pudge, he's alive for now, and Winter Wyvern here to keep him alive with that buyback. Lifestealer broken inside this Nether Toxin. Manages to take down Ori all by himself. And Ghost, he's just standing his ground. They can't kill him. Finally, maybe we'll take down the Aegis as Monet gets that turnaround. And Winter Wyvern with that Winter's Curse onto the Nature's Prophet will signal the retreat for Aster back into their base. Everything expended, buybacks as well. Got nothing left here except another split, so. For now, oh, Wyvern dies! He dies to the take out from the Witchblade.
Yeah, and top lane is being pushed in. It looked like a good fight for Aster, but the buybacks were there. The buybacks were real, and look at this.
They're just gonna straight end it. Yeah, I mean, Lifestealer, he's got the Satanic to remove that silence. He's got that open wounds, got to try and keep himself alive, but they want to end this. They know there's no Pudge. Wyvern can't get back into the game. No God Strength. Ghost gonna go right on top of the Viper, backside of the fight. Chalice gets done down. Monet comes in, force that back towards him. They get him in range for the Infest. He keeps himself alive, and Sven goes down. RNG blow the game wide open, and it is over.
Okay, you were cute with your little Pudge, you had fun, you owned mid, but the moment Lifestealer got a couple of items and a couple of good infest bombs, it just turned on their head, like you said. Aster, I don't think they expected this. They were so happy, they were spamming those voice lines, they were having fun, but this 1-2-3 combo from RNG just blew them out. So fast, so quickly, so swiftly. Ricky, were you surprised? Not Ricky, sorry, Ricky, you were here. Snare. Were you surprised? I'm sure you were chilling, eating somewhere. You look at the game. What the hell is happening?
Yep. What this reminds me of, there's an ancient adage. There's like an interview that Puppy gave at TI4, I believe, where it was him, Chen, Hotbit, and Eternal Envy. And Puppy was relating why Dota is such a difficult game. And he was saying, well, Dota is one of the only games on planet Earth that you can play for 30 minutes doing really, really well. Everything is going in your favor. You're breaking records all across the world. And then you have one bad fight and you lose the game. Just like that. Yep. And we certainly saw that happen in this situation. That fight they took inside the Dire jungle did not go well for them at all. Monet ends up dying. I mean, Lizard, you were talking about it like, should we take back some of the plaudits from this Winter Wyvern because he allowed the core player to die on his watch? Kind of allowed the game to go south on his watch because that was actually a really good Winter's Curse, but the follow-up wasn't really there and everything starts to slide against them. To just give you all an indication of how bad this ended up being for Team Aster. Sven, Monet, there's a conversation I had with some talent a couple of years ago about this guy, and our feeling was if he's playing a carry hero that's not fully in the meta, you should expect him to do really, really well because he just has an idea. He just figures out how to allow these heroes to do their best. And in this game, check this out, boys. Fastest timing ever on the Bloodthorn, on the Mage Slayer. Second fastest timing all time on picking up the Satanic as well on the Zero. Did really, really good stuff on the Sven, but it ends up not mattering because on the other side for RNG, and I was thinking about this after the draft, Ricky, they had 4 of their players playing heroes that they have north of 60% win rate with in pro games. This outcome should have been actually foreseeable, shouldn't it have been, with that kind of record?
I mean, you would think so, but Monet has 200 more last hits than any other hero in this game. You're right? Like, this game was really set up for Aster. What this comes down to is it's a vision game. RNG set up in their own, or in the enemy, like, jungle. We actually saw, like, what happened. Everything kind of falls apart when Ori dies there because they were positioned to hold that and wait for, like, RNG to make a mistake and come to them. Ori dies, they lose complete vision of their jungle, and Kaka got down 2 high ground wards, and it ended up being the game changers. It was the vision that allowed them to find the Winter Wyvern, the instant blink into the stun onto the Wyvern, and that's it. The game just completely fell apart for Aster as their team fight just crumbles at that point. Like, it's pretty remarkable, like, how that, like, death on the Pudge and the control of that jungle just snowballed for RNG.
I would maybe add just one more thing. The death on the Pudge definitely sealed the deal, but what brought to it as well was a couple of badly used timings, badly used Aegises. Perhaps Monet popped 2 ultis to try and get a kill on something like a Puck or a Nyx. Then a Pudge uses a BKB to get the Nyx. It's a lot of time wasted. It's a lot of time that's not used to be pushing, and you're playing into a Prophet, into a Puck. If you aren't pushing and if you aren't killing them, they're split pushing and you can't do a lot. But the vision game, like you mentioned, was the most important thing. They chased Nyx Nyx out of their jungle, and they probably thought that Kaka will go back, but he just gets infested. He moves back in. I think this is a full team outplay, and that's it. Like RNG just played better as a team in these last, I don't know, 5-6 minutes, and it truly did show. Fixing all their mistakes from earlier fights too, spamming these initiations on the Wyvern.
Yep, y'all were mentioning it literally in the game itself, that once they start to focus onto this Winter Wyvern, things are going to start to look a bit dicey for Team Aster. And the first fight that they took without having the PQ Winter Wyvern available, it sort of felt like they themselves were very flustered as to, oh, now what? What kind of approach do we have forward into this fight? But Kaka, shout out to him as well for creating so much space with this Nyx Assassin. However, yet again, we see these games where you have Nature's Prophet / Puck, these heroes that can just keep extending the game. If you lack the win condition here, it becomes very difficult even if you have an overwhelming net worth lead. At some point, the Sven was 7k up in net worth over any hero behind him, which is kind of ridiculous. You had fights like this where Sommers just feels very ineffective, immediately getting chased down and run upon. But as time goes on here, Cryptic, Lizard mentioned it now, it becomes a team victory. RNG just understood how to play out this game better. Thinking of the situation in this fight here, it's also really, really bad that Monet had no way to get out of this crowd. You're with BKB, God Strength, and most of the time spent is just sitting in trees. You can't actually contribute to the fight with any real damage.
Yeah, and I mean, part of that comes down to, like, in previous fights, he was always trying to find the Chalice. Like, he did a pretty good job at trying to target him. But, I mean, you can see the ward on the high ground there. This was all set up from this. Like, if you looked at the previous fight right before this, they had the one ward on the other side of the jungle. Immediately after the Pudge death, they get both the other high grounds warded, and the vision advantage just lends to a massive advantage for RNG here in this fight. And yeah, I mean, Ghost just turned on the gas like in the late game here. Like, it is such a sick lifestealer game. The Satanic Purchase, absolutely perfect way to deal with the Bloodthorn that ended up coming out from Monet, which makes me kind of wonder if this maybe wasn't the best item at the end of the day. But yeah, it was just RNG, man. They hit it. They hit it well. They did what they needed to do.
Now that you mention it, after you got that Bloodthorn, we didn't necessarily see it have major impact in these fights. And there were times where it actually just felt like he was lacking a little bit of damage here, Monet. So it might have been better suited to get the earlier Daedalus instead of the Bloodthorn, especially considering that between the Puck, the Brewmaster, the Winter Wyvern, they did have several methods of catch already. So, Team Aster winning the game, and then suddenly they're not. Ghost did a phenomenal job with this itemization, but it has to be Kaka, MVP of the game. He did everything. And Lizard, you know what's really scary about this? This was first pick Nyx, Justin J. You just first pick Nyx if you're RNG. You have that capability when you have Kaka in the team. How much easier does it make your drafting life? Because now you don't have to worry about Dawnbreaker, don't have to worry about any spirits, and you get one of the best hero player combinations on the planet by going for this first pick.
Yeah. Please continue praising him some more. Continue. That's what we need to do to Kaka. Like, it doesn't even matter if he's doing well or not. I feel like if he's playing Nyx, he just gets an MVP. It's always like that. But yeah, he definitely does deserve it. And I won't even say it's about the hero performance. I would say it's about the calls that he has made. That Infest call, that was him. For sure.
Yeah.
And for RNG, it's like playing baseball. They don't have, they're not really swinging. By the way, I don't know a living thing about baseball, but I know you have to swing and hit that ball. Basically, they don't swing at every single ball, but when they do, they make sure they hit it out of the park. Right, Ricky? Right, my NA friend?
Yeah, that's a sports ball reference, right? I believe I've heard of that.
I have
before.
no idea. What's a
I don't know.
What's a sports ball?
I don't know.
Sports ball happens outside, boys. I've never been outside.
I only know
so
Dota. I don't even know what grass is. I've been told to touch it. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's all a lie. But I mean, I just want to say, like, at the end of this game, these last two fights was a different. It was an 18,000 gold swing in two fights.
Yep.
Like, that is how far ahead Aster was to just how fast it fell apart for Team Aster. Like, it is just a couple good calls. Like, Ghost actually finished this game with 1 kill.
Please
I
tell
didn't
me
even
that kills onto
realize
Monet.
he has 1 kill this game. I mean, he has 16 assists. He's in a lot of fights. It's just so funny. Look at this. Like, everything is on Somnus. He has every single one of his team's kills. But yeah, I mean, they took the one fight that mattered. You know, that's what it comes down to in Dota.
Not too surprising, given that Somnus, before this match even started, was the overall kill leader per map here in China. And in general, when we've seen RNG play, he tends to be the centerpiece of their aggression. So, not surprising it came from him. Ghost with the last pick Lifestealer. Unfortunately, I've been seeing this more and more where this Lifestealer last pick is actually winning games, which I think is ruining Dota. But happily for all of us, early pick Pudge did lose. Thankfully, our pubs are saved, so we can still continue to enjoy this wonderful game of Dota. With that, though, Ricky, the boys on Team Aster did find themselves failing with this early pick Pudge. Are they going to go for it again, do you think, in the second game?
Absolutely. No, I don't think this is a Pudge problem. I think this was just, they kind of just got caught snoozing for just a split second. Like, that's really all it was. This was a game of split seconds, and Aster got caught out for just the one moment that they needed to be paying attention, and RNG capitalized. And that's the thing. Like, these are quality teams where it's like, in Division 2, that doesn't happen at all. Like, that type of play wouldn't happen in Division 2. It wouldn't be punished that heavily. But RNG, with the players that they have, the amount of experience that they have, they take full advantage off of this one pickoff, and it just wins them the game.
Yeah.
Like, that is the scale that mistakes cost you in these series.
It's often been the case that punishing mistakes is much more important than simply creating plays at this level of Dota 2. Before we get into the next game here, Lizard, you had initially predicted 2-0 in favor of Team Aster. After that game,
Who, me?
are you going to be jumping ship, or are you going to be holding firm and looking for a comeback here from the boys?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never said no such things. Show me the record. Show me the tape. I never said anything.
Quick, someone nuke the VOD. Don't let them see it.
Delete the
Somebody
VOD.
please go back. Get the clip. While we're getting evidence to pin Lizard to the wall, we are going to be getting into our second draft because we are live with some more Dota boys. This is a best of 3 with major ramifications. Literally, winning this series could be the difference between going to the major and not. And for a team like Aster, who's already in the top 11 of the leaderboard for the rankings, this could be the difference between going to TI and staying at home the entirety of the next season. So, let's see what happens. Let's see what we've got going for us here in our second and very important draft. Team Aster need to recover this, need to do something special. So I'm hoping that they have an answer for this Kaka next assassin, because that is a little bit too strong. So let's see what we've got on our hands here with the second draft. Lizard, what do you want to see in this particular game?
I want to see an Alchemist and the Viper. Oh, look. Damn.
Oh, you must be so happy. Viper and Acid.
Say it for me. Tell me about Viper. Do it. He's not going to do it.
He's not going to do it. He's not
Unlucky.
going to tell us about the Viper. Well, while he's not going to tell us about the Viper, and he's going to gap us on that one, we can talk about this Puck and the Tiny combination. So this is already looking very strong. Somnus looked quite good in the previous game on the Zero. But the great thing about having this Tiny, it is flexible. Before he joined the team, this was Ghost's most successful hero in the safe lane. Of course, that was at a time when Tiny safe lane was all the rage within the Chinese region, so very understandable that that would be the direction there. However, now that he shifted to a support, we saw some trouble with the Chinese region trying to adapt the support into the picture. However, since they've managed to do it with the Puck, Ember Spirit, and Void Spirit in particular, this hero has looked amazing in the 4 position and remains the most picked hero in the region. I like the bans here from the side of RNG, not just taking out the Void Spirit and Beastmaster second phase, but at first phase, Warlock ban. You gotta do it, Ricky. Wait, actually, I haven't spoken to you about this hero much. Are you a believer in the big man on the Warlock?
I'm not like Neff, you know. I'm not someone that despises change and wants to go back to the eras of one courier, wards costing 900 gold, and getting boots at 50 minutes into the game. You know, that's Neff. That's what Neff does. Me, I embrace change. I actually think Warlock is quite good right now. I know Neff's not even here, but I had to throw him a quick roast because he deserves it.
I don't.
No. Neff deserves it, not you.
No, Neff deserves it. Yeah, you're a Warlock believer,
He
so
does.
you're okay in our books. Yeah.
He does. I agree. Neff deserves to be, just roasted all the time. He's a weeb. What do you want? Like, he does. Same
So
like
this is
you
you have returned now. Tell us about this Viper. Oh, I'm a massive weeb. I own the weebness, man. But I keep it low key, you know. Acid and Viper. Isn't this a bit too much poison damage in one game here for the side of Team Aster?
Yeah, they have Nether Toxin and Acid. Man, my brain is about to explode. That's gonna be a ton of magic damage. Plus this Earth Spirit now coming in with the silences, with the ultis. Some very early BKBs are needed on the side of RNG. Whoever is gonna be carrying, he's gonna need that. Maybe get yourself some jug.
Boys, who's going mid? Is this going to be Ori Earth Spirit mid again for the side of Team Aster? Or is this going to be Alchemist? Because he actually played all three of these heroes, Alch, Viper, and the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit most recent of the three. What are we feeling here, Ricky? Who do you want to see in this mid lane?
I'd actually be okay with the Earth Spirit. I think Viper and Earth Spirit could just be either of those or Bobica's heroes. Viper was actually pretty dang good last game, despite the fact that they still lost. But you are playing into an Abaddon now, and I think that pickup here from RNG is actually quite good.
Yeah. Nothing wrong
So,
with some Alchemist
no.
mid, by the way, as well. A Razor! Yeah, okay, this is... brings back fond memories of Kiev Studio, this hero, whenever it's picked. But instantly answered with the Weaver. Okay. Into a puck, it can be a bit dangerous because of the Dream Call, but versus a Razor, it always feels good to play. We'll see if this Weaver is core or a support, but the Weaver plus Alchemist lane is quite strong. You get a ton of minus armor. You're in acid, you have bugs on you, you need to hit the bugs or run out of the acid. It's like it's not an easy lane to play against whatever you're playing. And it might just be that RNG planned for this Razor Tiny to go there, right? To go on the offlane.
They could do that actually. Chalice has played Razor before. That would be a very intriguing lane.
It would be bad
and you would,
versus them. With the Weaver picked, that's the problem.
I mean, we don't know where the Weavers, if it's 5 or 1 just yet. Monet definitely can play the Weaver. I'm not sure if
Or
he's
a
played it
4.
recently, though. Could be... like, what are they doing on Aster? So much versatility. Because any of these heroes, there's multiple 4s, multiple 5s, multiple offlaners, multiple mid laners, and at the very least, 2 heroes that can occupy the safe lane. So much can be done with their draft. And RNG will certainly have to try and outsmart them as they go into this third and final phase here. I'm very glad that they did get this Razor. Y'all are mentioning that we need a BKB hero ASAP. And Razor very happy to build that item first, even if he is not going to be the safe laner, which he probably should be, but even if he's not, can still get away with doing it. If he isn't though, Ricky, what do we want to see in the safe lane for Ghost on the side of RNG, given that they usually do reserve his pick till the end of the draft?
That's where things get a little bit difficult here. I'm not entirely sure where this Razor pick comes from, because unless they're anticipating it having been a core Alch, it's really not a good pick. There's not like a specific hero that you look at and you're like, yeah, I'm going to beat this hero in lane. They respond to the Weaver, which actually makes like offlane Razor borderline like unplayable. So I'm a little bit confused on where this is going to go. I feel like you have to put it in the safe lane now, because it will probably just feed in the offlane into like Alchemist plus Weaver. Like that lane is incredibly strong, a ton of minus armor as well. And Razor is very slow. Like Razor is an incredibly slow hero. So I think this Razor might end up doing a little bit more damage so far with their draft than actual good.
Yep. 100% on point once again, Ricky.
Wow, thank you. That actually means a lot. So I appreciate that one. Heck.
You're just amazing. With the Bloodseeker ban, I guess the Weaver truly is position 1, right? Like you ban out the Bloodseeker to secure the Weaver. It also makes sense because you want to be laning into the Razor. This should be the last big carry on the side of RNG. Something that can, by the way, for Aster, I think what would make most sense is the Earth Spirit that you guys called on mid lane, and they picked the Jug in the end that I called 5 minutes ago. It goes through. I'm not patting my back here, it's just that the hero is usually either banned out and you need Healing Ward here. Like Healing Ward looks pretty damn good. Omni Slash is amazing as well versus the Alch. So
It's almost like you know what you're talking about. Unfortunately, it does mean that we're going to be consigning this Razor into the offlane. Difficult game ahead for him, especially considering that this does most likely seem to be a safe lane Monet Weaver. He hasn't played the hero in quite a while. It's been a year and a month. So I'm looking forward to see if he's going to be yanking that one out anyway. However, in this game, I could still see it being utilized for some physical damage onto this Jug when he's trying to TP out at times with the spin. Just a very annoying target for the Omni Slash in general. So let's see what Aster's got here. Couple of seconds remaining for
Lycan.
themselves. What are they liking here, boys?
They're liking the Lycan.
This is a damn good
snap!
Lycan pick.
XXX Lycan. Oh my god. All right. This is a very good Lycan game, I feel like. Our Cryptic, offlane extraordinaire, holler at us. Explain to us how you feel about this last pick Lycan for the side of Team Aster.
It's a bit interesting because it doesn't like actually crush the Juggernaut in lane. Like Juggernaut's still going to be able to have a decent time, but the moment he gets like Helm of the Dominator in level 6, Jug has to leave. Like there's nothing you can do here. You just like basically give up your tower. The real question is whether or not he's going to be able to make something happen with his first shapeshift. That's pretty much every time I see a Lycan game, there's always this moment of like, does his first shapeshift actually net anything? And if it doesn't, I feel like the hero has a really weak transition out of lanes. But overall, I think the pick itself is very good.
How do you feel about the pick of the Juggernaut Lizard? You were calling for it. Sorry to cut you off there, but you were clamoring for this Juggernaut early in the draft. You got it at the very end of the draft. Does it still fulfill the same promise you saw? Oh no, wow.
No, it's not about the Jug. I just don't like the draft in general. I think Jug is a decent pick. I don't like their draft overall and how it faces Aster's. I might have been wrong about game 1, but I have way more faith in Aster's draft this time around. Something really has to go poorly for them for this one to slip out. Maybe if Jug gets a lot of farm on that safe lane somehow, and maybe if he out carries completely, they stall the game until he out carries. But this one will be way more difficult for RNG.
Well, we might be looking forward to a difficult game for RNG. There's a lot to look forward to Aster doing right. They can exploit this offlane Razor pick. They can find many different ways of dealing with this mid puck from Somnus. And of course, we don't necessarily have the cleanest game for the Juggernaut at the end here. And personally, I would just like to see a third game of Dota. So I will not be unhappy if Team Aster grab this W. But to find out whether or not that will be the case, we have our modeling duo back on the mic again. It's our Cryptic and Lizard. Take it away, boys. Bring us the hype, bring us the drip, and bring us the next game. Talk to you afterwards.
Can I just take this moment to talk about how beautiful Snare is? He's being very kind towards us. We need to return the favor, you know. Snare, the look in your eyes melts me away, baby. Like the way you look at that camera, you stare deep into my heart and my soul. It's like I can tell that you're a person filled with love, you know. It's not these dead eyes like I have. They're actually filled with love. It's amazing.
Those are some very nice words. I could not have said it better myself. I'm also not as eloquent as you, though, so, you know.
Yeah. You Native American, definitely not as eloquent as some pleb, Slavic pleb. Sure, makes sense.
But we are here in game number 2, RNG versus Aster. No fight over the runes this time. Last game we had a big battle at the top side, but you know, is what it is. We're going to see it's Ori on the mid lane Viper up against the Puck. Now, this lane has historically been pretty favored for the Viper, right?
And it's an Ori Viper versus a Puck. It's like two heroes that I always like to see him on. So he should know exactly how to play against the Puck, which isn't really that hard in the first place. He should be doing quite well.
Yeah, and meanwhile, top lane we have Ghost and X-Nova. Blade Fury going to do a decent chunk here to Bobacut, but does have those early boots to be able to get out of the Blade Fury. And this is what I was saying, like, Juggernaut's going to do pretty okay in the lane. He's not really under too much threat there, but once the Lycan gets some levels, gets that Helm of the Dominator, you don't have a chance. And I didn't even point this one out. I said they had a ton of minus armor
bottom lane, bottom. This could be a kill.
Concoction, and there it is. First blood goes the way of the Alchemist. I mean, you don't even have acid spray yet.
You don't even need it, and he's about to get it now. He has a mango. They might go straight for the Razor even. Look at this. He's level 2. I'm surprised they didn't. like rotate behind him and go. But Tiny is respawning, so maybe that's the reason why.
I mean, they could just punish Tiny again, right? Isn't that the idea? Top lane getting a little bit aggressive onto X Nova.
Razor's dead.
Razor's dead? Okay,
this thing
yeah,
is
Razor's
done.
dead. Yeah. This is this is exactly how I predicted this lane to go. I was like, Razor's not a fast hero, and you're playing against a core Weaver who's going to have bugs. You have the minus armor from that Alchemist as well. And as this game goes on, you have the minus armor from Lycan, who does an incredible amount of physical damage.
He can just send his little minions at you on Razors. He doesn't even have to commit. Yeah, the lane is just going to be hard. Like we talked about, not really sure, but Puck needs to pop the hell off from this mid lane in order to restore the balance, right? Like go perhaps rotate top, rotate bottom, kill off the Weaver once or twice, make Chalice's life easier.
Yeah. Have you noticed the CS though? It's a little bit rough in the mid lane there.
It's not that bad, right? 8 versus 9, 8 versus 11.
Yeah, but he's got like a whole wave and a half under his tower.
Yeah, that's true.
So top lane, here's the thing. Juggernaut is battling, which, you know, he's not CSing as much as I think he probably could have normally as a Juggernaut. He does have 7 denies though, which is going pretty well for him. But yeah, these side lanes are just a brawl. Like supports as well as cores, like constantly fighting each other. And X Nova is being super annoying on the Sabaton.
Yeah, he just started off with Curse, right clicks. Nothing really too crazy about the Abaddon plays so far, but they've done well. I feel like they've done well on the side of RNG early on that top lane. The bottom lane is still the one that might bleed out the fastest. Like that's the artery right there.
I love the. Oh, well, that's a pretty funny kick there from Bobica. Just get into the Roche pit. The river lane. Are you familiar with that 4th lane of Dota? The river lane.
The river.
Yeah. I think it's subscribed to Dota Plus for it though. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I didn't know about that before. I thought that only League was pay to win, but what can you do?
True. That's good. That's good. I mean, I feel like Puck has completely salvaged his mid lane. Like everything is going pretty well for him now. Obviously, Viper is gonna come out ahead. In like net worth after the lane phase, I would guess, just because he doesn't have to spend as much on regen. But bottom lane, I really want to see this.
Alchemist might be dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I want to see them get aggressive bottom lane, and they might actually regret trying to go on the Alk. The Avalanche comes through, actually prevents the concoction for a moment. Chalice with the bugs on him will finally get rid of them.
Yeah.
When they knock into Sakuchi as it is on cooldown, so.
Yeah, he's had that Fairy Fire as well to work with on Chalice.
Yeah.
So I couldn't really dive him. He'd heal up. I think, like, overall, Alchemist and Weaver is really strong, but what RNG have got for them is Kaka on his Tiny. And if you see a concoction being brewed, like, you can toss him away, or toss him into the Razor. So, there are some ways of playing around it. It's not easy, but they're kinda back in it.
Yeah, I agree. They are, definitely. They're going to go ahead and rotate down here on Bo because of Earth Spears. They want to just try and punish Chalice. There's the concoction that comes out. The Rolling Boulder does connect. Nice Avalanche, but there is just way too much follow-up damage here. As now, Kaka will just have to retreat to his tower. So a good pick off there, but it does require that your light be left solo top.
Which isn't something that he's very worried about, right? Nighttime, he's got that Helm of Iron Will. He's fine.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Ori, Kapai, and a Coil. He's got a Fairy Fire and some wand charges to work with. Tries to heal up a little bit here. Ends up getting 1 kill. Somnus able to try and keep himself alive before the moment. Kaka, though, stuck under the tower in that acid spray, does end up falling. So a 2-for-1, but you get the mid laner.
Is it
It
worth it?
almost feels worth it, but I can't tell if it is.
Yeah, same. It's kind of even, I guess.
Yeah.
Killing Viper off is pretty important, though. It's one of those heroes that there are heroes that need a ton out of the lanes and heroes that don't need anything. Viper is definitely one of those that does need the lane to go well for him. So, killing him off is, I think, more value.
Yeah, maybe. I think you're probably right.
I will never know. We can only speculate here, right? Like, yeah, sure. And when the game's over, we'll say, remember that one kill on the Viper?
That was the game changer.
That was the game
That was
changer. Yeah. Anything that fits the narrative.
exactly. Gotta make ourselves sound smart.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of US TV, you know, so I know how it's done.
Ah, yes. I have not. That shit's depressing.
Yeah, I mean, for you it's depressing, for me it's comedic. Depends on where you live.
Oh, man. What do we think, like, okay, so Weaver queues up the Maelstrom. Not anything too out of the ordinary there, right? Do you, like, how do they... I just, like, look at this Weaver and I don't really see any real counter to this hero. This game,
just the
right?
puck.
Like, it's just puck, right?
That's it. If they can deal with the puck, there is no one else to deal with the Weaver. But you'd be surprised how innovative and resourceful these teams can be. Abaddon, he's taking a ton of damage here.
He just snipes the Invis rune. He's underneath the sentry, though, so he needs to be a little bit careful. Ori, though, dumping the damage there into Congo. This is 4 points in the poison attack, so they will get that one. Son on the backside catches a silence from Bobica, though. Orbs away, but he's still got that poison, taking him down. Triple kill for Ori. That's about as good as it gets for your mid lane Viper now.
It can't get any better, really. Like you said, he's 1k ahead now of the puck. It's getting into that Dragonlance. Sits on high ground, just kills them off. What happened there? What happened there basically is Tiny is rotating in, Kaka is TPing in. He's the strongest voice in the team. He's saying, hey, I'll help you. Go, I'm coming. But he didn't have mana. Like, he TP'd in, he didn't have mana for anything. So he kind of needed to wait around until he approached the Viper. And then when he did, it was way too late, way too far, way too deep. Whichever one of these ways you want to go with.
All right, well, back to farming we go. Aster, slight kill advantage, but not much of a gold advantage, just about 1k. They came out of the lanes, quite a bit further ahead last time, but Aster...
Snare DMing me with way too sexy.
Oh my gosh.
That's the way. Do you know the way?
Ghost forced to Blade Fury TP home as rotation from Volca to the top lane as they're going to try and threaten this tower. And this is what I was saying. This is the timing. He gets the Helm of the Dominator online, and that is a instant signal to leave. So they're going to go ahead and try and just swap tier 1 towers as 4 heroes on RNG made their way bottom. They'll get it. Maybe not as fast as they would like, but they do have the healing ward there to keep everyone topped off. So
Somnus gets jumped on, but he has the orb to work with, right? He shouldn't be... There is Earth Spirit nearby, but yeah, he's fine.
Alright. I mean, this is, like I said, a lot of heroes bottom from RNG, and it only, in the exact same amount of time, Lycan took top tower. Yep. They are now already threatening mid on Aster. So RNG's, it's just kind of the nature of the Lycan pick, right? Similar to the Beastmaster. You can't really threaten them, and they're just going to take your towers anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you just said. Alchemist brewing it up. Oh, stuns himself and maybe even gives a kill.
Whoopsie.
Yeah.
It's a quick one on the way out to Chalice. You just got a glimpse of him. Plays him on the Fog of War there.
You know, this is what we were talking about. It all comes down to execution eventually.
Yeah.
If you run down mid and feed, game can definitely swing another way. It happens, right? We just lost him in the fog.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well,
What do you think about the Battle Fury that Jug is building? Ghost getting closer and closer
Whoa.
to it.
He's going Battle Fury?
Yep. No Maelstrom.
That is not something we see all that often. Is it? I mean, I'm trying to think of the reasons why. Is it just to try and take it later? Like they want to threaten?
Yeah, I think probably, but is it truly that big of a difference? Like if you go back to Razor, hold that thought.
It's the difference between going the Blade Fury build and not, right? Like if you go the Maelstrom, you're itemizing to go for like the Blade Fury build with like Scotty, Basher, Blink Dagger with like the Shard and stuff. I think if you're going Battle Fury, your item build is a little bit different. Like you definitely like you change for the other talents sometimes, and you kind of just like go straight more
right
clicky,
yeah. Yeah, we'll see if it works out for him. He's going to have it in a decent time. He only needs Claymore more, right? Like he's
yeah, he's pretty close actually. He is super farmed on the Jug.
Considering that he's second on the net worth charts, that's because Viper had a triple kill fed to him, so
yeah,
not surprising.
This was expected though, right? This is what we're talking about. Like the Lycan doesn't really crush that lane. He just forces you to leave eventually.
The Boca?
And Boca found in the jungle there. Nice pick off from Kaka. Somnus finishing off that one. So, I mean, off to a decent start on his puck this game as well. I mean, realistically, all of the cores here are pretty stacked except for the Razor.
And that's also not surprising, considering where he was thrown to the Wolves, to the Beatles and Acid. It wasn't a fun lane for Chalice. I mean, he's trying to recover, and you can see that he's not building any of the small items, no build-up. He's going straight into the BKB. Also, quite understandable. Those small ones, they just wouldn't matter. He's far too gone, way too late for them, so... Getting the BKB will allow him to be somewhat useful in fights, depending on the Viper strike target as well from Ori, obviously. What else is there that's big? Tiny Blink isn't even near. Kaka has been not farming at all, right? Like he's just rotating around.
Oh my gosh. I just watched. That might be the smartest thing I've ever seen.
What did you see?
Alk is just like channeling concoction in a stacked camp wave, and he just lets it explode to clear out the camp. I've just never thought of doing this enough before.
That's how they're farming now. That's Ricky,
just
man.
go
like
tranquil boots.
You're younger than me. You're younger than me. You need to get in with the times. Get in with these new kids.
Am I younger than you?
Yes, you are. Of course.
Maybe I thought we were really close in age, but maybe you are just slightly older.
No, I'm the original boomer here, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought I was older, but
no,
maybe not.
I'm the resident boomer. I just look younger, you know. That's it. Maybe.
That's true.
Do I?
You are.
Maybe I do. I don't know.
You definitely look younger.
Do I?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I don't mind that.
All my doomer days have really taken it out on me.
I do get like yeah, never mind. Top lane, Alchemist. Nothing really happens.
Just farm it, you know? Yeah. Okay, so one of the things that we always see with Alk is there's always going to be that first Aghanim Scepter. Now, this game, do you give it the Lycan? That is my question. Do you give Lycan the Wolf Bite?
I mean...
Or do you go for someone else?
I think it's solid still. Like, if you give him the Wolf Bite, he can go and bite that snake. Or the Weaver, I guess. But it doesn't feel like a bite on a Tiny or anything like that. X-Nova has ulti.
They'll be able to pop the borrowed time, which is definitely a big deal as they'll just continue to chase. Dude, Ori just does not care, apparently. The Howl comes through, plenty of damage. They'll be able to find that kill and turn that attention on over to that mid tower. I like this choice a lot. This is the Helm of the Overlord out. just apply pressure with this Lycan while you can. They could honestly go Roche if they want.
I think so.
Like, their lineup is so good at taking Roche, and I think they are. I think they're just going to walk right in.
Yeah, why not? Like, realistically, why
Just
not?
going to self-stun again.
Yep.
What is this? This is the funniest thing I've ever... I have honestly, I don't know why, like, I have just never seen this on out before. This is so funny.
Yeah, it's good.
There it is, Aegis on Monet.
It's-
Very, very early.
It's not that old, right? Like this thing with the stun. I've seen some teams.
Ah,
do
it makes
like,
total sense.
yeah. I've seen some teams do
Yeah.
it like a couple of days back, and that's it. It's not like it's some old school thing that everyone has been doing. So yeah, it's funny. It's hella funny.
So Ghost has the Battle Fury going out for the Yasha. So the Battle Fury into Manta build, kind of an old school Juggernaut build that we used to see a long time ago, potentially. But maybe it'll work out. What do you think? It is.
I think the
You
game.
need to have the Manta for the silence from Earth Spirit, right?
Yeah, it's definitely necessary, and I think this game is just difficult for him, no matter how you put it, no matter what item build he goes for. But this will allow him to perhaps clear all the trash, all the creeps that are surrounding heroes, and also deal some damage. But
RNG actually smoked up deep into the jungle. Meanwhile, Aster's just now showing at their tier 1 tower bottom, so they're gonna have to double back if they want to actually try and take a fight here. Maybe they're just gonna set up for mid though.
yeah,
They are clearing out the wave there.
yeah, you need to stop losing map control without taking anything. So this smoke was quite brave, but it does allow them to take the tier 1 mid.
They do have a fort for bottom though. So I don't think they're getting the tier 2 here, so
We'll see.
oh, we'll see. They've got vision up on the high ground. They're contemplating.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Question is, can they get the jump? Finding Puck would be huge. Oh, right as he goes for the roll, he ends up missing, and Monet is gonna be able to time-lapse. Child pops the BKB as that's damage siphon being going through. Big Omni Slash onto 3, but it doesn't secure any kills. Kaka looking for someone on the backside here. The Tiny, however, now potentially caught out of position. So they will be able to just cancel that TP, and he's going to be the one that falls first in this engagement. It was a good idea, but
It didn't work, and now you lose the tier 2.
yeah.
Now they should pressure it and go for it. The BKBs have been used. Do they have a creep wave? Well, that's something that's going in their favor. The creep wave was quite far, so they can farm a little bit before the tier 2 is done.
Ghost just heading top, wants to go farm, wants nothing to do with it at this point. And there it is. Tier 2 tower bottom will go down, and they're just going to threaten high ground. They've got an Aegis. Dude, this is actually an incredible timing. There's no BKBs like you were talking about.
Yeah.
Can they actually go high ground?
Probably it's not. It's a bit hard. Do they have... Let me check. They don't have like an ulti for 30 more seconds. Top lane is pushing in.
Just TP everyone out.
Yeah, Jug is farming quite a bit. Puck is also creep skipping. He's in the Radiant jungle, so he can creep skip if he wanted to. Yeah, they just back off a bit.
Just more. Oh, I guess I thought they had burned fort on the Dire, but they hadn't yet, so never mind. Make it pretty much impossible. So instead, they're going to bottle up a DD rune there for the Viper. XXS. Looking to get on top of the Jug, but nah. He's going to be forced to Blade Fury TP as he was scouted by Monet. And now they're going to turn their attention to another tier 2 tower, this time in the top lane.
But what's nice is that they don't have any ways to deal with his spin TP for now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So every time he's splitting, he's kind of safe, but he can only do it so much. Lycan is taking your objectives, he's taking your towers. There's only mid tier 2 left remaining now. Map getting just smaller and smaller for RNG. This is probably the most interesting matchup of the region for me, by the way. RNG and Aster.
Yeah, I feel like this is always the big one in the DPC for China. Like, I think I got lucky enough to cast this one in Season 1, and I loved this series. And, well, looks like we're going to get a chase here into the triangle.
Radiant's
Trying to get their
bottom
eyes on
tower
top of
is under
someone.
It's fine. TP's out. Kaka, however, oh, nice little tumblers into Blink. But he needed to TP straight away. It might be too late now. Yeah.
Yeah, with Bobica
Oh,
here.
never mind.
Oh, never mind. He's out.
Yeah.
Use the roll.
Not sure why.
Just don't stop moving.
Yeah. I think he used the roll because he thought Kaka was already TPing in the fog.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But yeah, like you said, this series is always good, always delivers. And what's fun about these two teams is that today RNG can go 2-0 Aster, tomorrow it can be the other way around.
Yep. I mean, that's what we saw, right? That's like the history between these two teams. The last time I want to say the last 5 series have been like basically split between them.
Yep.
Almost every single time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
2K gold lead here. It's only 10-4. Not a lot of kills for either team, but
Even though you can feel that Aster is in full control, it doesn't have to remain that way. Like this next Rosh fight might change things up a little bit, because some big items did come out for RNG. You have a Blink now on Tiny too, and the Manta on Ghost. So he's not afraid of fighting. Top lane.
it's kind of like last
Ori.
game, right? Where, top lane, Monet TPing in. Gonna try and offer some assistance, but I mean, the Omni Slash and Coil's already done the work. Tiny goes down as a result, but Ghost is stuck here. Gonna go for the Blade Fury TP. They take care of the ward, but he's gonna make it out alive.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he managed to get out. That looked like a very costly kill, if even a kill, right? They assembled real fast around that Viper, and if Omni Slash went in the wrong direction, he might have even lived. Still though, a nice pick off for them. They use the Omni Slash, but they do get the Viper.
Yeah, that's a big one. You're right. I keep thinking that like last game where it was like a support Viper and it's not a big deal, but this is your mid laner, so it's a big difference.
Hey,
Do you see what the Alk's going for? Is he grabbing an Aghanim Scepter anytime soon, or is he utility build this game?
the boy is just full utility this game. Going for that Lotus Orb next. It's solid.
I like that.
Yeah.
I don't mind that instead.
It's good versus the
Like I said, it
Razor
didn't
as
really-
well, versus the Puck, right? There's a bunch of things.
Oh, yeah. It's true. I didn't really think about it into the Razor. Lycan's still doing pretty dang well here. He's got his drums completed, on his way to an AC, which again works very well with their minus armor strategy. And if they manage to get to the high ground, they will just destroy buildings.
It's that one, that push, right? That's how it feels like.
Yeah.
It's that one, that push, and that's it. Chalice tries to defend a little bit, but this tier 2 is as good as gone. You have the BKB on Weaver.
All right.
Yeah.
They're gonna afford it. They want to fight here, it seems.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Will the Aster actually give it to him though? Will Aster like actually try and take the fight? Because top lane, they do have Puck pushing in the wave, so they might lose their tier 1 tower in the process. Roshan about to respawn in about a minute 30 though. Roll comes through. Chalice gets caught, kick back, but saved thanks to X Nova. They want to try and just force a BKB out of him. They will be able to do so. Kaka comes in and gets the toss, but it's on a creep instead. And he's going to try and make his way under the tower. Tons of damage coming in from the Viper. Will X Nova be able to heal him off? It looks like it combined with that healing ward.
Smoke
they got
up,
it.
they're going
They
in.
end up smoke up instead. They're going to try and turn it around to get on top of the Alchemist. Static Link is there. Ghost silenced up, trying to get a target, but he's going to be forced to Blade Fear away. Bobica goes in just a little bit too far. Goes right into a silence, and now Earth Spirit's going to be the one that ends up falling first.
Yeah, the only question is, can they get anything more? Rosh will respawn in 50 seconds, so not necessarily, but they also didn't use any big spells, right, on the side of RNG. They still have the Dream Coil, they still have the Omni Slash. Everything will be ready.
Well, they found
Chalice.
Razor again.
Nova.
Oh, you gotta pick one. Ghost and Chalice stun. Chalice falling incredibly low here. They will be able to just try and chase him down underneath the tower. One more auto attack. They got him. It's gonna go the way of Monet. The BKB committed for that one, but they also find Kaka up on the north, trying to TP out. He will not get out this time.
A nice buyback there as well with the Earth Spirit. combining forces, taking down the Razor, and now Roshan, as it respawns in 10 seconds, should be a simple...
Will they scout it, though?
Yeah, I think they will, right? They know exactly what they're doing here around the pit.
Come on, Bowica, turn around. Weaver. Oh, God. He's got a wolf in there. All right, good.
I have to...
I swear, these timers are a big debate lately.
Yeah. He just stands there on 0.
He's on PTO.
Yeah. Lunch break, come on, guys. He's eating his cheese. Let him be.
Yeah, this is like one of the latest like timers in terms of it being off. This thing isn't even close. This has been like 30 seconds or more. Jeez. All right, there it is. Finally gonna respawn. And X-Nova goes down in the bottom jungle, and they're beelining their way back up towards Roshan.
Remember, Razor was supposed to be dead for 20 extra seconds after Rush respawns. That was definitely not the case. And also, speaking of Razor, I've seen this like 3 times already. I didn't mention it. He has 2 plate mails.
Ooh, okay, that's an interesting build. They did buy back to try and contest the Roshan, but it is already gone. It's already dead. Roll in, Bowica does not connect.
Like,
it kind of makes sense though. We were talking about the massive amounts of armor reduction, right, on the side of Aster. Like every single hero besides Earth Spirit provides armor reduction.
Exactly, and that's why it's 4, like 2 plate mills. Usually you get 1. You don't have to combine it into anything. You can maybe later on in the game, but usually you go BKB plate mill refresher, right? That's the build. But you can go full crazy mode and buy 2 plate mills. It definitely does help him in this game. There's just too much, like you said, way too much minus armor. There is a butterfly completed on Ghost.
Acid Spray, Howl, AC, Weaver with bugs, and now eventually Viper is going to get his shard. Does he have the shard yet? Oh, they find Ghost. Taking a decent chunk of damage. Nice avalanche there from Kaka. Very well placed. He's on the run though. Another boulder's going to come through. Big coil. It's going to be able to connect onto 2 those. The follow-up, the damage though, is not quite there. Ghost, he's got an Omni. He's going to go ahead and drop it. Does manage to take down Bowica. That's going to be a dieback, but now Ghost, they're going to try and turn around onto him. He's going to be saved once again here. Nova Monet going in a little bit too aggressively. He's going to be the one that needs some help in a moment. Al does get to stun off at the last second. Chalice is there though. Reincarnation from Monet. Does he have the damage turnaround? It is just Ori just dumping damage in on the Viper instead. So they get the Razor despite it all. It's just a 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 with an Aegis being claimed as well from the Weaver, right? So overall, not that bad of a fight for RNG. They're showing teeth, specifically this jug that about the butterfly, sorry. I think also Kaka, an amazing play from him too, breaking the first aggressive move, like jumping in, avalanching like 3-4 heroes, preventing Ghost from dying to that initial burst. Yeah, like that fight actually fills me with a little bit of hope for RNG. This whole game, I'm kind of tooting the Aster's horn. Like I think that they had a stronger draft, but as the game goes later, Weaver is still free, but there are more things that can clip you and just, surprise, kill you, pretty much.
Absolutely. Ori does have the shard queued up as well as the Eye of Scotty. Now that is a heck of a pickup this game if he manages to get there. Kaka with a very nice blink out will be able to survive for now, but it looks like Bowica is not satisfied. Continue to chase boulder kick on the point. Avalanche does come through, but with the rest of the friends here, it's going to be a very dead Tiny.
Yep. Couldn't really be saved with the Ghost. More than enough damage.
Ooh, that is a... Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was done.
I was going to say, XXS, he has a nullifier queued up. It's a super good game for this, right?
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know, why are you so excited about it? What does it do the most?
It just helps secure the kills on the supports, but it's also just they have a Bloodthorn currently being built on Monet. And so it's like one of those things where like when those work in tandem, you have just it's not even being built. It is done now.
It's
on
literally
Monet.
a Doom, right?
But yeah, it's like the combination of these two items, if used on the right target, is impossible to deal with. So
The only problem
I
is-
just want to see if it's going to work or not.
The only problem is there's an Abaddon.
Yeah, that's the main issue, of course.
But besides
And you
that,
just got to break him. Break silence.
if they do manage to wait out the Aphotic Shield and then use it afterwards, the target is basically doomed, so
Yeah.
you can deal with them.
All right, for now, RNG just trying to get a little bit out of their base.
Bottom tower is under attack.
What do you think? What do you think the next like big timing is for these teams? Is Aster waiting for one thing in particular? Is it the Iascati on Ori here?
I think for our boys on RNG, it's definitely the refresher on Razor that makes the most difference, right? Like, it changes the game a little bit for Chalice because you have two BKBs, two ults to work with, two static links. Even though they got nerfed, they're still pretty good to have. When it comes to Aster, I don't know, do they have to wait for anything? I feel like they're still ready. They just need to take a good fight. Like some good pick-off, and they would be knocking on that high ground already. If not for good positioning of RNG.
Yeah.
There you go, the smoke. Just go for the pick-off if you can, and Ghost.
CX Mid Ghost is not too far away though, so they've got to find something else. Maybe it'll be Kaka, but he's able to get away for now, so they're kind of striking out here on the side of Aster. Obviously, if they can get Puck, it would be huge, but I don't know if they're going to be that lucky. Somnus is very difficult to deal with.
Do you see Earth Spirit? He's actually going in, but never mind, this is to defend only, so Puck is out. Yeah, I'm surprised they aren't, like, right now you can see the Wolves running around, but so far I haven't seen too many Wolves just giving info all the time to Aster. Now they know though. The
Nice, smoke
Wolves
up again, yeah. Let's see what they can find here. They do have good vision here on the side of the jungle.
Smoke on
One
smoke.
from Boca, but a smoke from RNG
Refresher.
as well. So,
Yeah.
I mean, this is your timing if they can hit it.
There's a Basher on Jug. He's almost 6-slotted. He just needs the Skadi now. He's got the Basher and Razor has the Refresher, so you could take this fight on both sides. Both teams are ready. It comes down to execution. It's gonna be an interesting one. I feel like Aster are in a better position, for sure, because top lane is pushing in, plus they're on a high ground. And to get to the top lane, you kind of need to go through them or just TP back.
I wonder if they're gonna cut the mid lane here. If they can cut this next wave, yeah, it looks like they will. This will pretty much halt RNG completely, and they're gonna force them back top, right?
Yeah. That's the plan. That's usually what you want to be doing when you're invading like that. You know where they are. There's just nothing you can do about it.
Ooh, toss back. Kaka, he's found XXS. He's gonna go ahead and just turn it around with that shapeshift and run away. Kaka almost got completely blown apart there by None. Luckily, X-Nova there to keep him alive, so no casualties.
Huge value.
Force RNG back.
Huge value in this Abaddon this game, right? Like X-Nova has
absolutely.
been the key
He's
factor.
owned this game.
What a nice item as well. The neutral Psychic Headband just helps out a ton. It just allows him to be in better positions, right? Like, usually as Abaddon, you go for this 4-staff. Yeah, you can save yourself or a teammate, but you can't really use all your spells when you want them to. With the headband.
Yeah, it's like similar to the Wyvern situation last game, right?
Yeah.
Like as long as he's just set like close enough to his cores, those cores aren't gonna die.
They have TPs.
Oh my gosh, top lane.
They have no TPs.
Your racks? They're not here? It's just gone. Okay. Yeah, that's what happens with a Lycan. The Howl, the Summons, the massive creep wave, and of course a Weave there to boot. They just completely destroy the racks. Roshan respawns. It's going to have a Refresher, no Aghanim Scepter.
And he sees everything.
He gets a good ward down, but he's caught by bugs. He needs to be very careful here. Roll's going to come through. It does end up connecting Kaka in a
Razor
little
is in.
bit, but purged. Dispelled, Razor comes in, that's a Refresher. He's just gonna run down the Alchemist and takes it down easily, but there's gonna be the Viper Strike. Press the eye of Scotty. Chalice cannot move. Huge coil and an even bigger Omni Slash. They take down Ori, 3 dead for the side of Aster. And RNG still looking for more as they're trying to get on top of Nate. He's gonna be forced to pop that BKB. Time-lapse comes through. He's gonna head back the other way. He's gonna TP to safety.
Should be
Do
Rush,
have
right?
Lycan trying to rat bottom though.
This should still be Rush. Lycan, by the way, during that fight, just cut to the back. He killed off the Tiny, used that form. He should be taking the tier 3. Look at them. They're actually too scared to go for Rush first. They take the outpost instead. And they know that someone needs to defend this bottom lane. So I'm not sure if they can even go for Rush. Look, they'll lose this tier 3. Okay, Jug is there. This is...
This is so fast, actually.
And
You're, like you said, tier 3 tower pretty much gone. Ghost onto Roshan, though, will give that Aegis cheese and, of course, the Refresher shard like we were talking about. It's not dead quite yet. This might be just a little bit of a timing for Aster to get into the pits. Nah, they're going to go ahead and give it up. Do not want to risk that fight. Still no Viper.
It was a nice attempt. Lycan pushing bottom. The moment Puck TPs, he TPs top to the tier 2. He goes towards Rosh. But Third Spirit was a little bit too late. He's the one that needs to go in first, right? He needs to give vision for the Weaver and everyone else to follow up. It didn't work. And RNG, man, they crawled themselves back into this one. Everything is there
Just
now.
like last game, man.
Yeah. Shiva's on the Puck, the Refresher and Refresher Shard on Razor. The Aegis obviously on Ghost. Feels good, man, if you're an RNG fan right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just been multiple times where we're like, yeah, they're definitely going to be able to like get this like initiation onto the Razor. Like whenever you see the Viper get a Viper Strike onto someone, like they're not going to move. He's got Eye of Scotty and he's got that slow, all piercing BKB, but they actually just don't have the damage because the Abaddon's just sitting behind him, dumping aphotic shields and heals into the heroes.
Like the way they were jumping on Wyvern, like you said, it's a very similar situation. The way RNG was dealing with the Wyvern, Aster somehow needs to deal with Xnova this game. If you don't, he's just gonna do his Abaddon thing, save everyone. There's also a chance for Aster, I believe, to just go full Rat.
Yeah.
Right? Like their team is really strong at that.
I mean, we saw what happened if you just leave that barracks open to a Lycan for just a couple of seconds. They still luckily have their fortification. They have been able to hold on to that one despite the split push. We're going to see tier 4 items come out, a leveler for the Dire, Timeless Relic for both teams, Ninja Gear for Aster. I mean, the Ninja Gear is pretty useful. Monet, he's going to take down that tier 3 tower finally. He just chips that one away. MKB completed on him, queues up a Satanic next.
Needs to get some sustainability in these fights, right? Like at this point, all your items besides the BKB are basically damaged. So the next one needs to be either a Satanic or a Skadi. Satanic obviously does way more for him at this point. Gives you basically 2 lives more or less.
And we'll be able to take down the top tier 2 tower, it seems, as Juggernaut comes in. Not really wanting to commit. They can just play the split push game like you were talking about. Like they've got Weaver and Lycan on the opposite side of the map ready to go threaten the high ground. And honestly, I mean, Aster pushes faster. Ghost needs to be careful. Rolling Thunder comes through. They get the Viper Strike as well. He's just getting healed up. They take down the tier 3 tower, trying to just disengage. Bobica can cancel any TP he sees. Meanwhile, ooh, you've almost lost a ranged barracks.
They didn't have creeps. That's the something that Puck did earlier. He killed, but look at this. Can he do it again? Can he defend? I don't think so.
I mean, there's no way he can do it solo. I mean, Ghost, he's kind of realizing this. I think all of RNG is realizing this. They need to get back. 4 comes out. Coil's gonna get popped there, catches Monet, does have time lapse though, and a BKB is gonna be forced to use it and just try and Sakuchi away for now, and there's gonna be the TP, so he survives. Meanwhile, Kaka just gets caught out, unable to just disengage from this high ground push. This is what's so, I mean, you have to be so frustrated right now if you're RNG, right?
You have to be, but at the same time, they did it to themselves. I mean, a game such as this one, you're playing versus a Lycan and a Weaver. If we could see it, they should have been able to as well. Like, you need to go back, you need to outpush this bottom lane first, and then you'll be able to take a fight. The problem is they already lost the top, right? I think that's one of the main reasons why they did remain top, as they're a side down and they really wanted to get that side back. You're thinking, yeah, maybe we won't have a chance soon, as the lane will always be pushed in.
Trying to think, you know, like, what can you do? Dude, this ninja gear on XXS is actually so difficult to deal with, because now he just never has to show. You're never going to find the Lycan now. It's like playing against the Nature's Prophet who has like the Sprout. It just keeps summoning treants and running them down your lanes, but it's worse because there's a Helm of the Overlord creep in the mix now.
Yeah, pretty much. And that Lycan is buying a Hex. He has 4.5k gold. He's not too far away from the Hex. If he gets it, suddenly you get this way of dealing with Somnus. Like, you could kill the puck as he's trying to defend. First Aghanims will be bought.
Finally, yeah. So, okay. We need to figure this out, because who does it actually go to? Is there a hero specifically that we're like, yeah, this is your Aghs builder? Well, self-stun, gonna get punished this time on the Alchemist as they saw it.
Yeah.
And you lose the gem as well. That's a big death, actually. 400 gold plus the gem.
It's the Alchemist, right? He usually gives a lot. Bottom lane Lycan is pushing in, and let's see, Razor alone probably can def it. I'm not sure, like, who do you give the Aghs to? You don't give it to Weaver, right? Like, he doesn't want it, he's a position 1, whatever. The Wolf Bite is my probable strongest guess.
Chalice? He's just getting destroyed. He has to pop the cheese. Monet's going to continue the chase, forces him all the way back to the fountain, and that's just going to be the melee barracks.
Yeah, that's the side.
And he just TP's home. They're out.
Yeah, they didn't have TPs. Ghost didn't have his. Tiny didn't have his. They're just struggling to outpush this bottom lane.
Here now too. Yeah. That's a little bit of catch that you were previously lacking on the Weaver. Man, I just am trying to like grasp at straws here for RNG, like what they can do to kind of stem the bleeding at this point. But you just see like it just pops that you know, the smoke and just starts running down bottom lane. He's like, I'm gonna go right back to what I was doing before, and we'll have to deal with it. Like, this is becoming such a nuisance.
Yeah, the problem that the biggest problem for RNG right now is like only one lane needs to be pushed in, and he can take your mid.
Alchemist gonna get found out once again. It is on the other side of the map though, so not the end of the world if it is just a support that goes down and it's, you know, in the RNG jungle, right?
Doesn't matter. XXS, he's got travels, and the bottom lane is being pushed in. That's really what matters, is that one lane is pushed in. As long as one lane is pushed in, he can use this Helm of Overlord, he can get the big creep, and he can send his summons down mid, as there's no backdoor protection, right? So it's an incredibly difficult game for RNG to play. You have two opposite sides pushing in, and they've both been broken.
Yeah.
It's really, really not a fun game. Not a fun place to be making calls in, you know, like telling your teammates what needs to be done exactly. Just push, lol.
Yeah, just try and push. It'll be fine.
They are hunting for the Lycan. Maybe they can find this guy in TTPs.
Dude, he is just... this is so frustrating. Like this Lycan is just in the minds of RNG at this point, and they are really struggling to deal with him. 2 lanes of barracks now, despite what has felt like complete dominance for the last like 5 to 10 minutes. Roshan did respawn, and it is instantly scouted out there by RNG. This is the 4th Rosh, so Aegis Cheese Shard and the Aghanim Scepter now available. I'm assuming you give the Axe to Ghost here, so he just has that Swift Slash, right?
Yeah, and then he buys Fifth Blink. I think it... Oh, never mind, you give it to Chalice. For some extra push, I guess? Okay,
he's got the
Refresher, yeah.
The Aghanim Scepter, yeah, with Refresher, so pretty good. Monet almost just destroys X-Nova. He's gonna pop that time lapse, and that's gonna trigger the stun. And a reflected Omni Slash. That is some anime stuff. You know, we love to see it for a moment. But Monet goes down. That's a big kill, and Chalice is in the base. With that Eye of Storm taken down, doing some damage. Ori will be able to TP out. No bash from Ghost. There's a buyback available on your Weaver, but the damage is done. They're now looking for their tier 3 of their own. They buy back on the Alk? I mean, they're really holding this on the Weaver. Ghost? He needs help. He needs a lot of help. Yeah. Healing Ward managed to keep itself alive. Finally gonna get sniped there by... Oh, it doesn't get sniped by Ori. Oh, they get themselves their first lane of barracks. That's pretty big.
It's huge because now they can focus themselves on just pushing top. Bottom lane should be kind of even with the creeps, right? And, well, not necessarily even because of the Lycan and what he does, but better than before, that's for sure. I also don't think that you force this high ground. You wait for the Razor. He needs to use the BKB and the Orb, so... Maybe just wait for him. Once he gets his stuff on, you can start pushing again.
Yeah. Oh, XXS. Getting back to business, buys himself his Scythe of Ice. And will now look...
You might find Tiny here.
Yep. I mean, this would be a big kill if they can get it. Is Mobuka gonna go for it is the question. The roll comes through, it connects. Shapeshift on the mark, and there's the Hex. Kaka is all alone. And that is a pick off onto the Tiny. Ghost, Blade Fury TP's out of the base. Trying a little rat Dota of his own. Role-playing a Lycan, perhaps?
Nicely done by the 2 of them, right? Like, setting up around that cliff that was warded. They knew that, okay, Lycan is finishing off Hex. If he has that Hex, we can perhaps find a pick-off. And instantly it pays off.
Might find Monet. Well, he's in a little bit of trouble. Gets the Sakuchi off. Mobuka able to connect with the stun. Gets a nice magnetize off, but ooh, Chalice unable to block the roll away. He's going to be safe, but XXS on the backside, not so lucky. Coil will connect, and that is the pesky Lycan finally dealt with for 100 seconds and no buyback.
Yep. The travels on the puck, the travels on the Razor definitely allow them to get back map control, outpush these lanes that are going in without having to commit anything, right? So you can go top with the Razor or the puck while Jug is pushing down mid. And then it's so easy to come back.
Did the Alk ever give someone an Aghanim Scepter?
No. He never bought it. He died. Okay. Remember, he had point booster and he was stuck on 2.2k gold and he never completed it.
And then he died and he had to buy back.
He died, yeah. He died like 3 times. Ghost is mid.
I don't see any Aghanim Scepter like markings on heroes, so I was a little confused. That is a Wraith Pact built up on the Abad, and they just want to get ready to go high ground.
He's just making sure to take that outpost. Yeah.
You're right, Swift Blink done on Ghost here. He just blinks right up onto the high ground. Cocker comes in. Avalanche. He's looking for his toss target. Gets silenced up. Coil does come out, connects onto all of them. You're going to lose the Alk first. Can they bring down Ori? They just get crushed inside the face. It is deja vu, baby. Wiped on the high ground, and RNG end the game.
Oh, that was just... what to say? That was beautiful from RNG, really. Really really nicely done by them. Especially in a game such as this one, they kept their composure, they're cool. It wasn't an easy one. You're playing versus a Lycan with constant smokes. You're playing versus a Weaver. The split push was really, really there, but yeah. I enjoy these games the most. Like the aspect of Dota that I enjoy the most is the strategical one. How do you figure out a way to break their base while they're ratting you, things like that? When to do smokes, what smokes to do. From RNG, ever since Kaka joined, it's just incredible.
Yeah, right? I mean, this is a team here, Lizard, who had spent a lot of time trying to replace their carry player. They went from the God King to Fishman to now Ghost. You know, and we always thought to ourselves that didn't necessarily seem like the fix that was required. But as you mentioned, as soon as Kaka has joined the team, it has just been night and day in terms of not only their performances, but how they look on the map and how cohesive they look. I mean, we used to see a lot of these games where it would pretty much be how well is Somnus doing? If Somnus carrying the game, sweet, RNG is going to win. If not, everything's going south. But now there's a whole team strategy. You mentioned it in game 1 and in game 2. They understood what to do as a squad, how to isolate an MVP because this was a team victory first and foremost. And now RNG have claimed a very strong team victory here. 2-0 is going to be the scoreline in favor of them. Kind of surprising here on Cryptic because, you know, Lizard told us it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Aster. We've got a 2-0, just not the team as expected. And
Never said it.
unfortunately, it's better, in my opinion, that you did say it because in both instances, you were actually right for a large period of the game. It looked like Team Aster was just set up for victory. But twice, Ricky, back-to-back games, deja vu, like you mentioned there at the end, that somehow RNG bounced back after one key engagement and just turned the whole series around.
I mean, at the end of the game here, like RNG was definitely pretty far ahead. They got 3rd and 4th Roche, pretty much uncontested. Despite being down 2 lanes of barracks, they managed to just like keep their cool and play their game. They're like, yeah, we win them head to head. If we fight them, we're going to win these fights. And just like the heads up play, like this early on in the game on the Jug to just be like, yeah, the Maelstrom, like Blade Fury build's not going to cut it. I need to kill everyone in an Omni Slash. Like if I Omni, it needs to at least kill a core or 2. And you just go straight right click damage this game with like slight survivability. But dude, X Nova on this Abaddon literally made this game impossible for Aster.
What a player. We see him right now in this first replay. You know, he might be dying here, but very shortly afterwards, he would be preventing many of the subsequent deaths on his course. And it just made the game seem so much easier down the line. And you know, early on, Lizard, we've been in games with Black before where he would maul super hard as soon as he sees Battle Fury on Juggernaut. Be like, what the hell is this? I want no part of this. You know, today he would have been very upset to see the build happen, but like Alcrypto was mentioning, it was definitely perfect from Ghost. But the positioning from X Nova, how are you supposed to deal with this if you're a Team Aster? Just how well X Nova is sitting behind his cores and preventing them from dying.
They tried dealing with it with some itemization like Nullifier, Torn. You know, it can catch him off guard, but it just didn't work. As a team, RNG just played extremely well from the positioning, from getting that psychic headband on X Nova as well that helped out. But itemization was on point on every single one of them. The double plate mill on Chalice, perfect, exactly what he needed. One plate mill, who needs one plate mill when you can have 2? Get both of them, get 3, get 4, I don't care. But no, they're really nicely done. Also, the whole team realizing what they need to do to win this game. That's why the Battle Fury was built, right? That's why he queues it up instantly. There were no second guessing, second thoughts, I believe, like Maelstrom or not, maybe a little bit, but you know that you need to go for that late game scenario in which you're stronger. And Battle Fury allows you to do exactly that with all the right clicks in the Omni Slash tool. So very, very well played by RNG. I'm impressed.
I'm very impressed by them, especially because one of the things that we've been seeing, a theme in the Chinese region has been the lack of these super pushing heroes, your Beastmasters, your Lycans, your Visages, your Nature's Prophets. We started to see more and more of them in these last couple of weeks, and they've looked very, very strong generally when they have been incorporated into these drafts. But today we see that RNG not only understand how to utilize one of these drafts, Ricky, game 1 with the Nature's Prophet, but also understand how to counteract it. So they're not necessarily stuck in the situation of, if we get out drafted like that, we can't do anything. They know exactly how to do play this map. I must also say major shout out to Ghost, who just kept us farm up at a very high level throughout this entirety of the game. But talk to me about Team Aster. Why did they lack the ability to be able to close this one out? At some point, they had 2 lanes of racks up. At some point, they were trying to force pushes all across the map, but what could they have done differently to allow them to actually end this game instead of giving RNG the chance to just get overwhelmingly strong to the degree we see here?
So part of it comes from like the lack of catch on Aster right now. Like they have Lycan and Weaver, which can just relentlessly chase people, but they don't have a hero that is exceptionally good at locking them down, right? Like you have a mid Viper, you have this offlane Lycan, you have a Weaver, right? No one stuns there. Alchemist can kind of just walk in and try and throw a stun, but it's instantly dispelled by the Abaddon. So there's not a lot of options at taking fights on their terms. You're kind of just at the mercy of I think that's where a lot of this comes from. Like it's a little bit of like a oversight in the draft. I think more and more I'm starting to see that this like position 5 Alk is just maybe a little bit overrated. If this is like a different hero that has like a little bit better catch or can do more in fights, maybe that would have been the better play, but it's really hard to say. I think RNG just read the draft super well, and I think the Abaddon pick was just so damn good.
Do you think that maybe they should have thrown themselves like earlier on at the Rexes just to go full divide, full YOLO?
I do.
Maybe that's the
I
case,
do.
right? Because they were so far ahead. Maybe they could have spared a couple of deaths in order to take full map control.
I think they needed the shard on the Viper way earlier, and they just get BKBs and start clicking the high ground. Like I think if you have shard on Viper and a Lycan with like, you know, his summons and everything there, I think you can take the high ground. But the problem is in this patch, it is the worst when you like go high ground and you die, because you just basically lose the game after it. Like it's a play that will almost always cost you the game if you don't do it correctly.
That being said, though, it's also very costly to not implement that move at all. And some of the skittishness of Team Aster across both games, where it just felt like they'd gotten a lot off the map, but weren't necessarily feeling comfortable enough to go up the hill. And skittish for probably the same reasons as you are right now, saying, well, we take this push, we lose the fight, suddenly the entire game turns around. But unfortunately, it ends up being the case where at some point you have to make something happen, and RNG is the ones that make it happen for themselves. A strong 2-0 victory. Lizard, you were bringing up in the game here just how close historically this matchup has been between these two squads. Just to give the context of how close it's actually been. So the easy thing to say would just be that, well, with this new regime of teams, they are 3-3 right now. Of course, now they are 4-3 in favor of the side of RNG, but it was very close. 3-3 in terms of wins. Historically, check this out, right? They have played a grand total of 38 series against each other prior to this matchup, and the score was 20-18 in favor of Team Aster. Now, of course, it's 20-19. But it's kind of ridiculous just how close these teams have been for so long, and how exciting this series has been to watch. But with that, after having witnessed yet another showstopper between RNG and Team Aster, we will now throw it over not just to ourselves to find out how this game panned out, but to Chalice from RNG. Chalice, good sir, thank you for joining us. This is going to be a very interesting interview, I think, because we've often seen it be the case that offlaners dictate how play goes. Chalice, welcome. Congratulations on your victory. And before the game started, did you know and did you have preparation for what these drafts were going to look like from Team Aster?
恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。在比赛开始之前的话，RNG有没有想到今天 Aster 会选择这样的一个 BP？ 你的麦没有拿下来。
我完全没有想到吧，根本没看懂他们这个2把的独龙吧。
I wasn't expecting this draft from Aster, and I don't understand why they pick Viper.
Oh gosh. The Viper pick is a bit of an interesting one in that regard, but talk to us about some of the other heroes that were in this game, right? We saw them pick Pudge in game number 1. What do you make of the strength of the Pudge hero overall? And then secondarily to that, what do you think about these heroes like Lycan, Visage, Nature's Prophet? Obviously, you played one of those heroes in game number 1, and you played against one in game number 2. Do you think these heroes are strong in the meta right now? And why do you think we don't see them as often in China as we do in other regions around the world?
想问你，除了毒龙之外，就是你觉得他们第一把屠夫的这个选择怎么样？另外还想问一下你关于召唤系的，像先知、狼人这种英雄。先知的话你玩的比较多，但是你是觉得 Aster 第二把这狼人的效果怎么样？然后你觉得 国内赛区可能这种包括像兽王这样召唤系的英雄比较少的原因是什么？出场率比较少的原因是什么？
首先兽王出场率低的原因是因为它大多数都被ban了，基本上每把都会ban兽王，只要你前2手不选出来，就大家都会ban吧。然后像他们这种召唤系的，像他们第一把不管是屠夫还是第2把狼人吧，他们就很明显吧，他们的前面和前期的正面都很强，但中后期他们基本上没有抓人能力吧。但他们配的那个大哥，都是被我们的大哥给就越往后打，就被打不过我们的大哥吧。就他们这样选阵容太拼了，他们大哥选的不行，他们大哥选的后期太弱了，就有点那种all in 的感觉吧。就他们要配这种召唤系，召唤系一般就是前中期打工控盾的，就他们大哥最好要选后面厉害一点的吧。但他们选的都是前面厉害后面垃圾的，所以都被我们往后打就带死了。
I think first off, I think the reason Beastmaster is not picking is because it's really popular. So if you don't draft them on the first phase, he will get banned. And Pudge and Lycan has something in common is that it's really strong in the early game team fight, but they lacking the gank ability and lacking the late game ability. I think today Aster has some weird draft where they go for the carries that is strong in the early game, but we all countered with a better late game carry. So I think they went all in the draft. They want to win the game early, but they didn't execute it. And we have the clear mindset to drag the game long, to split push, and to win the late game.
That definitely makes sense. And Lizard, you were outlining in the game itself about how this certainly was a team victory, and Chalice is reiterating that point for us. Since we have him on the line, and since you're basically on the same wavelength, holla our boy, what do you think about this game?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, were you guys ever worried when you were 2 sides down? You had Weaver on one, Lycan on the other. Were you ever worried, or was it all cool, calm, and collected?
你们在第2场的时候有没有就是担心过？因为其实对面2条路都打得非常强势，尤其他们选到像这个前期像蚂蚁跟狼人这种阵容，你们还是比较冷静的。
一直都比较冷静吧，因为像他们那种阵容，我们之前也就狼人英雄之前我也经常玩吧，就他就是这样的，他往后打基本就到点了吧。而且就完全不慌吧，我们打的时候一点都不慌，我们知道就只要他们上不了我们高，他们就输了。
Yeah, we were really calm. We were really calm, and I play a lot of Lycan myself as well. So as long as we have the set of Rex remaining, we knew late game Lycan will be a non-factor. So we just be patient. We were not worried at all.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Just one more question then. Do you think that snowball kind of a death ball meta is dead? Can it even work? Can a team end the game just by pushing very early on? We haven't seen it in a really long time.
你觉得是不是现在这种 all in 的就是这种强行的强推或者平推抱团前期 all in 的这种阵容，是不是已经完全打不了了？
也没有吧，但是他们的阵容我觉得选的不是特别好。他们虽然说有推进的，但他们没有选，就是怎么说呢？他们打我们的阵容并没有那种上高能力，就是你推进归推进，但是你一定要有能上高的能力吧。就你光推是没用的。他们选阵容的时候，感觉就是少了一个上高的核心点吧，或者说他们打的有问题，他们应该更早的就是拼一波，就是在前面抓住机会，很早的上高跟我们打，就是他不敢打的话，他就不行了，他一定要很敢打。
No, I think though. I think it's Aster doing it wrong, and I think how do I put? I think it's you have to have ability. They have ability to push, but they don't have ability to go to the high ground. That's the thing. And if you wanted to win us with this kind of lineup, you want to try to push us to the edge really early in the game. Like they should come to our high ground and maybe give us more pressure and trying to take down one set of racks really early in the game, and they didn't manage to do that, and that's a problem.
Yeah, we pretty much guessed as much. Ricky, do you have something? I'm all out of questions.
I mean, yeah, I mean, my questions were kind of along the same vein there. Like game 1, they run the Viper as a support. Game 2, they run it as a core. We were theorizing that maybe they were going to try and push more with a Viper shard. Do you have you said you weren't entirely sure how you feel about this hero. Do you think that was like the main weak link for Aster here, or should they have, like you said, just tried to death ball push faster?
然后就是2场独龙的话，其实他们一直在试，然后第2场的话，独龙没有很早的拿魔晶去跟你们推，你觉得这个是问题所在吗？还是你觉得还是他们整体的打法？
这个很关键，这在我的理解里面，独龙一定要出魔晶推，不然真英雄我也不知道有什么用。就他这个是很大问题的，因为他后面过来推高的时候，我发现他好像没有魔晶，有点搞笑了。
This is a key point you just mentioned. In my understanding of Dota, I think Viper has to get the shards as soon as possible. And there's a team fight when they trying to push us into the high grounds. I realized he didn't have shards. It's really funny to me.
Yeah. Okay. That literally makes perfect sense to me. I was very confused as well. So thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
That probably wasn't very funny for anybody who was supporting Team Aster at that point. Before we let you go, Chad, 2 more questions. I want to probe your brain firstly about this Alchemist hero that we saw picked by Team Aster. They're not the first team to have done this in the Chinese region right now. A lot of squads have tried utilizing this position 5 Alchemist. This time they didn't go for the Aghanim's Rush build, but do you think this hero is good at all? And if it is, do you still have to build Aghanim's Scepter to make it good in this kind of situation?
这场比赛的话，我们也看到了炼金的登场，然后最近其实看的也比较多，但是这把的话，他没有选择就是强行养 A 的这种方式啊。你觉得这个版本炼金如果要打的比较厉害的话，是不是还是应该去考虑养 A 仗这条路？
我觉得这版本炼金打大哥比较厉害吧，特别是等一下插技跟老干爷打，老干爷可能会选炼金吧。然后他主要这把阵容选的很畸形，就是他炼金选完阵容发现没人能养 A。然后他就没用了。
I personally think Alchemist is better on core position this patch. Next series XG against LGD, we might see LGD pick carry Alchemist. Again, like I say, the draft is kind of weird from Aster, and the reason he didn't buy Aghanim's is probably because there's no good Aghanim's use on the cores on that lineup. So that's the thing.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. The final question before we let you go here, Chalice. We spoke the other day to Yang from the side of, to PYW, excuse me, from the side of XG, and he was telling us that he believes that the best support duo in China right now is Xnova and Kaka on your team. Do you agree with him? And if not, who else do you look to within the region as an exemplar of what support play should look like right now?
前段时间采访 PYW 的时候，他说你们队的4-5是他觉得现在国内赛区最好的4-5，然后你同意吗？然后你如果有不同意见的话，你觉得可能还有哪个队的4-5你会比较觉得厉害一些？
我没跟其他的4-5，就是组过队，应该就是这样的吧？应该就只要赢的话，你就是最好的4-5啊。那输的话，那就出问题了呀。
I haven't teamed up with other 4-5 position players, so I have no idea. But if he thinks so, then that's how it is. And the thing is, if we keep winning, then if one keep winning, then they should be the best. If they lose, then there has to be some problem. So.
Oh, that is wonderful. Chalice, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your victory. And we're going to let you go back to keep practicing and keep winning. So we look forward to seeing your future games, and we hope to see you competing for those upper slots in the major here. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck going forward.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们 Major 前2这个出现好运。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was Chalice from the side of RNG with Marshall doing the translation for us as always. And a gentleman, he mentioned it there, a lot of the thoughts that we had about this game as well. The role of this Viper being somewhat atypical, the role of this Alchemist not necessarily fitting the draft. But the thing that I really want to talk about here, Ricky, he mentioned how they needed, when you go draft like this, you need to be able to end the game very quickly, right? And this brings to mind a conversation that we had sort of off air about how some of these games go nowadays. You either dominate and win the game in 20 minutes or it takes a lot longer than that. And if your draft is only limited to being very good in the first 25 minutes, like Chalice was saying, you can have these early game carries, but it's not necessarily going to get you to victory if you can't actually decisively close out the game.
Yeah, I'm really happy that he kind of verified what I was saying, because I really felt like the issue was that they just couldn't go high ground. And Viper is your tower push going high ground in the early game with that shard. And I was like, maybe I don't understand the Viper hero very well, but Chalice, like, he's like, yeah, that was the problem. So it, like, I don't know, just maybe a little bit of uncomfortable, hero picks there, or Aster maybe thinking they have a better late game lineup than they did. It's hard to say. Like, Dota is a game of tiny decisions that compound a lot.
Speaking of tiny, but probably big decisions that might be coming up in the next series, as we are done with this one, we're moving on now to PSG.LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Before we go on to a break to set that series up, Lizard, we heard it mentioned by Chalice that there's a possibility of a safe lane Alchemist coming out here. What do you make of that prognosis about Alchemist being stronger as a carry, and what do you think is going to be the result of the upcoming series?
Upcoming series, I hope for game 3. And I hope for XG taking it. It's gonna stir things up quite a bit in the region. I would love to see XG winning. Do I think that they're stronger than PSG.LGD in general? No, but right now I think that PSG.LGD isn't showing the best performance, so it's possible. Alchemist, sure. I think he's being picked more and more often in every single region, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's a core in the next series.
Well, we'll have to wait until said series kicks off to see whether or not that's going to pan out, and to see if Extreme Gaming can push PSG.LGD to the brink and secure a series for themselves. Right now, RNG, the first team to get themselves into a 4-1 scoreline. Of course, Team Aster will have to be comfortable with the 3-2, drawn up with VG Gaming, and PSG.LGD at 2-2 will be trying to prevent Extreme Gaming from also matching RNG at the top of this leaderboard here. This is still heating up, these major slots, not decided at all. And remember, we mentioned it earlier, 4 wins in China only guarantees you playoffs, not necessarily the actual ticket to the major itself. So all this Dota, every single matchup is very important. So it's important that you are here with us to witness every second of this action. So until the next series, we're going to be taking an extended break here. When we return, PSG.LGD and Extreme Gaming taking one another on. And hopefully, as Lizard wants, we get to 3 full games. But until then, make sure that you go ahead online. Follow Lizard at Lizard Dota and at R Cryptic. You can holler at Ricky too. Let them know what you thought about their casting. Give them the gas that they deserve. And of course, make sure you are following at Perfect World Esports on all the platforms as well, so you are aware of the games that happen and aware of who's going to be covering on the mic. Until the next series, we are going to be taking a break. This is the 3rd season, the 3rd tour of the China DPC, and we'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action.
we're not okay. I look into your eyes and see you fade away. No, we're not the same. It's like we're on two sides of the Milky Way. Somehow we got used to the problems. Baby, we got used to falling. I'm tired of feeling blue when I lose myself to love. Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my Do you agree? This is not the way it is supposed to feel. Oh, and I can see there are different paths laid out for you and me. 'Cause baby, I'm a true believer, and I wanna stay true to my feelings. I'm tired of feeling blue when I lose myself to love. Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath.
you. Pretty Caroline, stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the dime. Surface of her mind to count your blessings, 'cause it's tally fair, tally fair. They'll put you down and leave you dead, will make them scared. Yeah, it's the ugly truth. How they coming for you. Yeah, yeah, let's go. It's the mist up
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome. It is indeed time for the headline matchup. Previously to this day, the top 4 seeded teams of the region have not faced each other. But that all changes today. In fact, it's already changed today. We saw RNG take down Aster, and now we move into our final series of the day. That's right, the headline matchup. It is LGD versus Extreme Gaming, one of what could be the best teams in the world. Many people are saying LGD versus one of the highest potential teams of the region. They just formed this year, and they are looking so damn good. Every time we see them, this team is pulling out something new. They're learning something new, and they're showing us that they have what it takes to reach the top of this region and hopefully an international stage as well. Now, this could have been a really boring end to the China League if it was just the top 4 teams fighting for the top 4 spots, but thankfully, Vici were able to come through and pull out some pretty huge wins versus both LGD and against Aster, which means that this just gets so much spicier. This match actually means so much more than it should because Vici are now threatening the top 4 teams and saying, hey, we want to go to the major. One of you guys is probably going to have to drop out of this. We don't know who yet. You know, it could even be Vici themselves. So there is every possibility. We have no idea who's going to the major at this point, and that just means that this match is so damn important for both of these teams, especially LGD. So I want to talk about them first. And you know, B-Cop, as always, you've been LGD's number 1 advocate. You know, are you a little bit worried? They're 2-2 out of all of these top 5 teams. They're probably at the moment not looking the best, right?
Well, theoretically, I'm still I took an IV of copium earlier today, and it's been really working out. I think this team is still, you know, best in the world. Do I think they're amazing at the moment? Obviously, the 2-2 record is going to say contrary to that. And, you know, I think that I hope they win? Yes, I hope they win. But if they win,
you hope they
yes.
win.
I started that sentence. I had to commit to it. I had to commit to saying.
Cool. No, I just want to end it out. I want to cut you off and leave everyone with that little nugget from you. So, Black, you know, we are moving into this match really quickly. So I want to hear from you exactly what kind of path Extreme Gaming have been on, and most importantly, do you believe in them?
You know me, I'm a big carry critic, and I think that is still what I have to figure out. That being said, though, Lou has been getting better and better and better as he is just getting used to his teammates a little bit more, and probably his teammates are getting used to him a little bit more. So, am I a believer? Not just yet. I do believe, though, that in time, they're definitely going to be one of the, if not the strongest team in China, even, you know. We never know what's going to happen to LGD, right? Because they've been struggling a lot lately, but B-Cop has been on the copium train. Me too. I'm a big LGD fanboy.
Yeah, let's see what they can pull out in this series. We do have a draft, so we are going to waste absolutely no time in jumping into this one. Can LGD pull it out the bag and remind us all why they're the best, or is it going to be Extreme taking the surprise win? Let's find out at game number 1. And we're opening up with a tiny for Extreme Gaming. So LGD very deliberately letting this one through because this is the biggest, most popular, most contested pick in the Chinese region behind Puck. And LGD are going to grab themselves the Warlock, and they actually ban out the Pudge on LGD. So a lot of interesting things to talk about here. Black, you're a kid in a candy shop. Go. Eat the candy.
Analyze, please.
I'm not sure why they banned the Pudge. Actually, they...
Look at that jumper. Sorry.
Did they run a lot of Pudge? They didn't,
I do love that jumper. Who, Extreme? I guess it's just the flavor of the week, right? Like, Pudge is kind of getting picked up.
Yeah, but Lou and Paparazzi both don't strike me as like big Pudge players. They love stability, and Pudge is everything but stable. So
he's a big jiggly guy. He's not stable at all. Gonna fall over at any moment.
That's an early Void Spirit. Sorry, I'm 2 seconds. There we go. Yeah, wow, that's an early Void Spirit. I can't believe it. I forgot it shows up like 2 seconds after it's in game.
Yeah.
But I'm really surprised at early Void Spirit. Sorry to take you off track, Black. Go for it. Continue. Go on.
I mean, there's not much else to say about that, right? There's pick Warlock, one of the most up-and-coming supports. I think Aster made that one super popular, and now a lot of teams I think is very strong. I agree. It's also very good against Tiny. I'm surprised they actually picked it into that. Like, if you initiate as Tiny, you ever caught an upheaval, you are never gonna move again in your life until you're dead. Yeah. But yeah, Void Spirit early on. I'm not entirely sure why they pick it, because it's not great against the two heroes they have shown so far, but maybe they just want to keep the options open, because I do know that Xingqiu has been playing it, and even FaveBN has been playing it a little bit too in his pub games.
Be interesting
so maybe
to see if it was a 4.
Yeah, or even a 3 would be potentially pretty cool too.
Now you see the coaches.
Oh, yeah.
Blink
Coach Cam.
and
Love it.
Zhao 8.
I mean, coach battle, I always have to say goes to Zhao 8. Like, he's just
Of course you do.
the coach, man.
No, I was gonna say even against like if it was him against QQQ.
I mean, personal bias, no, of course I would go for QQQ, but just relevance and how much they have accomplished overall, like Xiaoba is probably unmatched.
He's a god, shiny golden god of the Chinese region. So Black, I want to ask you probably the question which is on most of our viewers' minds about this draft, at least the smart ones anyway. Why is Extreme just left Visage alone in this opening? Because Visage is their favorite hero so far. They've picked it the most out of all the heroes in the game, with 5 picks. They've got a 60% win rate with him. So how come they just let him fly under the radar here?
You know, I've been wondering the same thing when eHome just chose to ignore it as well. I'm not really sure why they would go away from the strongest heroes. Like, if they pick it first, for example, and it gets beaten badly, and then you go away from it, makes a lot of sense, right? But I haven't really seen it. Maybe it has to do with scrims, that the results with the hero haven't been as good. But yeah, I've also been asking myself the same thing about a couple of teams, actually. They just went away from the stuff they're really good with for no obvious reason, at least to us.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it could just be losing in scrims. Maybe they feel like LGD have figured that one out, or maybe they just don't want to give LGD a chance to figure something out. We've seen the classic LGD playbook is everyone's going, oh, this hero is so good. This hero is so damn strong. We're going to pick it first every game. If you don't ban it, we're going to take it. That was a story with Death Prophet, 100% contestation rate in the China region last season. And LGD just said, all right, have it. Fine. Take Death Prophet.
We don't care.
Exactly. And they destroyed anyone that dared to pick Death Prophet against him. Everyone goes, wait, I thought this hero was supposed to be broken. I thought it was a free win. But absolutely not. Yeah, wait, says
We're on a Beastmaster. Seen a lot more Beastmaster. This seems like it's a hero that's just gotten super popular in the offlane.
Yeah.
Makes me a
we just
little upset
spoke
they're not
about
going Void Spirit 4, though.
I mean, I do like some Void Spirit 4, I gotta admit. I think the hero is actually quite underrated on the position. But most teams, aren't as adventurous, but Xingqiu can make it work because he loves to get money, and that hero works very well with money.
Do you think they would ever go mid Mirana?
Or Mirana 4?
No, mid Mirana. You think they'd ever
Or mid Mirana? No, I don't think so.
I swear there was a few games we saw a full year ago where Nothing to Say played it like once or twice.
Yeah, it's just that, I mean, it can work as a spellcaster nowadays, but the right-click Mirana is like gone ever since they changed the shard. So, and I don't know how much you want to have a mid Mirana that goes for spell damage if you can just pick like Zeus or put the Void Spirit middle or something like that, So yeah, I'm a bit sad. That probably, as you said, means that the Void Spirit can't be a 4 anymore.
So a little bit of stats on the Beastmaster, because you did mention it took a long time for China to actually start playing with this hero. The rest of the world, they've been picking Beastmaster, they've been playing it a ton. It's got a 70% contest rate, which means, out of games which it's been picked or banned, so very highly contested hero. The third most contested hero behind Puck and just behind Marcy at 72%. In the China region, he is all the way down in 10th spot, I think. He's got a contest rate of 56%, so in stark contrast to the rest of the world. But They have started playing him a lot recently, and he is sitting on a 75% win rate in this region as well. So very high impact pick if you can make it work.
What about the Faceless Void? Because we're finding that a couple teams really like going to the Faceless Void, but it's still getting banned in a lot of games where we're not seeing like every team really want to pick it, but it's certainly on the ban list. Like, it's certainly got to be picked way less than it's been banned so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so far it's sitting on 46 bans and 12 picks on the Faceless Void in the China region. So yeah, you're absolutely right there, spot on. Contest rate of 64% in the China region. Across the world, 36%. So half as contested across the entire world. And yeah, a lot of that's coming from the China region. So again, this is just the individual metas of the regions breaking out. They love the Faceless Void. Well, at least they love banning the Faceless Void in this region.
Yeah.
Terrorblade picked up for PSG.LGD. Is it good a Terrorblade game, Black?
Yeah, they have literally zero answers to him right now. So whatever they pick last will have to be a very strong answer to that. And Zeus, something like that. Huskar.
Oh, wow. You must be happy about this Huskar pick. Come on. You've been begging for this all year.
Oh, Huskar. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, I didn't see that one coming. But yeah, Huskar into Terrorblade is mega risky. Like, if you shut him down early mid-game and end the game quickly, you definitely just win the game, because the inner fire is super strong against the illusions early on, right? But if you get up to the Dragonlance Skadi timing with BKB, you get destroyed.
Yeah. It's a risk. It is really. I mean, this is extreme. Just throwing the gauntlet down against LGD and saying, "Hey, man, you want to pick Terrorblade? You want to go late game? Let's go. Like, we're just gonna play tempo." This is one of these drafts where I feel like they put themselves in a position, Extreme Gaming, where they can't really make mistakes. You know, they have to play such a clean game with this draft. Would you agree? And can they do it, Biko?
I think they kind of can't make many mistakes. They have to play pretty fast with this lineup. There's so many ways that we're going to see Enigma struggle to get the black hole off. I feel like we're going to be seeing that Enigma go to like the utility build that we've been getting used to seeing.
Yeah.
Which I haven't really think we've seen it win that much, the utility build from Enigma, compared to obviously the priority black hole. I'm a little worried for Extreme's lineup. And I think LGD really have tools to push towers and really take fights early on if they want to come level 6 for like Faith Beyond and Nothing to Say. I think they have a lot of tools here.
Yeah. So I think basically what you're picking up on is that this Void Spirit needs to have a good time in the middle lane in order to make sure that his team have some kind of like tempo hero to play around, right?
Yeah, I think so. And if not, Faith Beyond, he's usually an anchor in the off lane, help them push, help them get that 6 and that control to maybe fight afterwards.
Yep, be annoying. So there's options for LGD. Which way are you leaning then?
LGD, just by a little bit. If the Huskar gets out of control, I could see that really ruining LGD's game.
Black, what do you think as we get into the game very quickly?
Yeah, I would have to agree, because Terrorblade in that lane should also be very free. Warlock TB against Enigma, Tiny, they can't really pressure the TB too much at all. So he should have a very good game, and he's their winning condition. So
all right,
should be fairly simple for them.
Both of you going for LGD. I'm more than happy to lead the way of Extreme Gaming in this one. You know, I think they're putting themselves in a difficult spot, but at the same time, I think it shows a lot of confidence. And I think this team has played with confidence so far in this DPC. So I'm ready to see them take it. I'm ready to see them absolutely smash this game one. But let's find out how this one's going to go as we get into the game. Game number 1 is this very important matchup of LGD and Extreme Gaming with B-Cop and Black starting right here, right now. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. And we'll get started in this first game. So it's going to be a fun series, because if LGD win, that puts 4 teams at 3-2, which is very much the script. 1-1 to everybody being 3-2. I'm a big fan of having it all very close as we get into the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how close it really gets towards the end, because we're kind of starting to see a separation already, right, between the bottom and top.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's see. I just want to see LGD at the top again, because, yes, I love LGD's drafts and the way they play the game. It's not a secret. Woohoo. You're so biased. Wah. But I love good Dota, and they give good Dota, usually, unless Armor cliffs himself on Void and Chronos nothing.
True.
In that case,
definitely
I'm
not
the biggest
good Dota.
LGD fan. That is not good Dota. No. Dude, you know, literally just before that I said, there's a 99% chance LGD wins this game. He jumps up the cliff, Chronos nothing. I'm like, okay.
You jinxed it. I mean, that's typical caster's curse.
That is not my fault. Like, I messaged Arma after, I said it's not my fault.
And what did he say?
Oh, nothing. He,
Okay.
I think he wasn't at the PC at the time.
He was already queuing for another game.
No, I
Can't
think he
answer.
actually... Maybe he went and had some food. Some... You know, trust me, when you lose, the best thing to do is eat something. Something nice. Like ice cream.
I gotta start doing that because I've been losing a lot of games. I was getting that MMR up there, and now it's starting to trend on the down slope.
Gotta be careful though.
Yeah, maybe.
With the amount you've been losing, it's gonna be a lot of ice creams.
Well, yeah, exactly. I can't be losing too much. I don't want to be gaining back the weight. But at the same time, I gotta be winning the MMR. I'm not on the Romania trend when I was out over there last year and losing 500 MMR, but you know, 4 games in a row and a loss, it feels pretty bad. Now, my question to you is, we don't really see the Huskar that much. What's this lane supposed to look like? Void Spirit against the Huskar.
Very easy for Huskar. As the levels go higher, like level 1, level 2 is always a little bit annoying for Huskar because you don't have the levels to get into Burning Spears and whatnot. But like level 3 onwards, this should be a very one-sided affair.
Right.
All these spirits can't really do too much against him at all. Which could be a problem, right? Like, we sort of identified Void Spirit as like the tempo maker. If he gets shut down badly, and maybe Faith Beyond doesn't have the greatest game either, then suddenly it's terrible against the world, and that doesn't really work out anymore. Like, 4 Protect 1, it's not a thing.
Yeah, it does get a little bit difficult. He does have Jin-Q to potentially rotate towards mid. Maybe make it a little bit easier for him in the lane. I guess if he were to land a good arrow and get him the advantage that he wants, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, they don't have any supports that can actually gank the mid lane properly. Like, they have no great setup for the arrow. They have, like, Warlock is just a Warlock. He can't do a whole lot. Arma actually in trouble.
Yeah, they've got the Avalanche as well as the Toss. Ame down to a sliver of health. He's trying to survive, but PYW is going to get first blood. Looking pretty easy there once Y had left the lane for a moment, and it's just the demonic conversion into the Malefice, Avalanche, and Toss. So just a 1-2 punch there to get the kill onto Ame to start.
I'm a little confused that he committed his Metamorphosis. Like, usually what you do against Enigma, you skill Meta level 1 with that plus 30 damage to hit the Eidolons, but he chose not to do that, and then he just randomly popped it to hit a neutral camp and pull with it. Like, I don't know, armor so far has been, yeah, not the armor that I've been looking for. Maybe he's still waking up.
Touch and go.
Yeah,
Do you think that's due to the spot that they're in for the season? Like, he doesn't have to give it 100%?
Potentially, but I know that, like, if you go into a tournament, no matter what you play for, you always try to win, right? There's just like this pride and ego on the line. At least for me, it was always like that way. Even if we have a favorites, I would never like underestimate anyone just because I want to win. Because I know I will feel like garbage if I lose.
Well, and of course, like, I'm talking maybe excuses there for LGD and with their performances being 2-2, but also the fact of the situation at home, right? Like, do you think that maybe there's burnout a little bit for some of these teams, especially you can kind of let burnout burn in a little bit easier when you're in a situation like LGD where you don't have to be going at 100%. And Ame, again, he's in trouble. Avalanche Toss, they've got the Malefice again. Fatal Bond's put on, but Ame's looking like he's just going to die. And he will. So PYW's got himself a second kill.
Wow. That is a really big problem now, because that lane was actually supposed to be pretty simple for Terrorblade, but now losing lane against Enigma, another toss back.
And they've got Y. And nothing to say is walking back to base.
He just walked up to him.
All their lanes.
Man, he just walked up to him and tossed him. Like, he would have seen that coming from a mile away. It's time to wake up, LGD. Otherwise, this is going to be a snowball fest.
Yeah, this could be a very quick game if they're not too careful about it. And that's something we talked about when looking at the lineups was Huskar can kind of make it go pretty quickly, but I don't know if I was expecting all these lanes to go so favorably for the side of Extreme. Definitely didn't feel like that at the start. Look at nothing to say. Like, he's 2 levels behind this Huskar now. Like, Paparazzi has a massive lead.
Yeah, this matchup is like, how do I put this into really fair words? As Arma is getting aggressed on again, and he's dead again.
He's dead again. There's nowhere for Arma to go, and you know, he'll want to jungle, but even there's not safe. You can already see the ward that's placed in the Radiant jungle that'll catch a glimpse of Ame if he does go that way.
Yeah, I don't mean to disrespect you in any way, but like, the mid lane is a lane where if we played that, you would probably beat me. Like, that's how easy that lane is. And now imagine if you're an even skill, both of the players. Like, it's just impossible.
You mean
Literally just
you'd beat
impossible.
me, not I'd beat you.
No. If I was the Void Spirit, you're the Huskar, you would beat me. Either way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's just how the matchup is.
Glad you have that kind of confidence in me.
Well, I don't.
Might just die. Like, PYW is just gonna walk up. He's got the toss. The idle on damage is there. They at least trade for PYW. They want to get old 11. This is a kill that they really could use, but nothing to say is only level 5, so he doesn't have that Astral step to follow up the damage in, and now he does have that 6, but old 11's too far behind the tower.
Yeah, he was looking for the 6 of the creeps. That's why Arma started hitting the Eidolons, but I just came a little bit too late. But you can see how desperate Nothing to Say is. Level 5 Void Spirit rotating feels so awkward.
And they see them. They've got that ward down. They know exactly where Y and Nothing to Say are, so Tiny could just set up, have an avalanche, toss, and he's going to toss him right on a Paparazzi, but just eludes PYW. And he sees Y, too. The PYW shows himself. He's got the avalanche, has the toss, throws him to Paparazzi, who used that life break and get an easy kill on the Warlock. Now the question is, where do they think that vision is? Because it's not going to be where they just place the ward.
Yeah. There's a lot of problems coming. There's already an Armored on Huskar.
DY
no raw
potentially
available
chased
yet.
by 3. Yeah, no level 6 for Faith Beyond.
Like, these rotations, you can see they're very forced, but that's because they have like no place on the map otherwise. So Huskar with this fast armlet, like, he can farm Ancients already. He can get really big really fast.
Sentry down for PYW while DY dies top to Nothing to Say, so PYW will relieve LGD of their vision, keeping their own jungle safe, and while that's happening, there's a kill up top. Nothing to Say. He rotates well, he gets 2 kills. It's not exactly the easiest rotation, especially the first one that was pre-6. Both sentries going down, and now it's going to be a dead Warlock once again.
Yeah,
he throws
it's
another
so easy
sentry,
right now.
but it just misses the ward. It misses the obs again.
Yeah, it's a very, very unusual ops placement. And it's just out of sentry vision, even if you put it on the hill there too. Pretty nice one. If you want to learn a new position, B-Cup, that's a very good one.
I was just thinking that. Tower goes down bottom.
Yeah, this is a big problem. Like, if you lose lane against Enigma snowballs so damn hard, he's gonna have a Wraith Pact soon, and Wraith Pact is one of Terrorblade's worst nightmares. Like, all your illusions lose 25% damage, and so does your main hero. It's so much reduction for him, or against him rather.
So I've been trying to look up Huskar stats, and I'm having a rough time of it because no one's picking this hero. It's been picked 3 times, all 3 times in the CIS region. Twice played by the same team, so never gets a Void Spirit as well. So no information on that matchup, but yeah, he's 1 and 2. Don't know what more to tell you.
Well, to be fair though, Extreme did play it already. There was pre-nerfs though, so Huskar got nerfed a little bit.
Oh, the old patch, right?
In the old patch, yeah. And Paparazzi has been playing it very well, even in that patch as well. So we'll see how we can do with the nerf version, but so far it's looking very nice.
It is indeed.
And it's another
trying to
tower
get the
gone.
top tier 1. Yeah, but they're losing their mid tier 1, and the rotations are coming out. They've got multiple heroes coming over. PYW TP's in, looking for an avalanche and a toss. Finds it on the Xingqiu, and they will have the life break. They'll have the damage to get the kill. The Terrorblade's here. They have the 8th Remnant. Paparazzi's in trouble with the Primal War. They get the kill on the Paparazzi. They look over at Old 11, who's level 9, and throws down the Black
No
Hole.
Sunder.
It's onto the Terrorblade, who doesn't have that Sunder to survive, and he'll end up going down. So Ami's dead for the 4th time only in the first 10 minutes. They found nothing to say. They've got the Malphus. The Avalanche Toss is there. They'll take out a 3rd on the side of LGD, make it a 4th with Y dying. And all of a sudden, Extreme Gaming, despite the fact that they lost Paparazzi early on in that exchange, they take a 4-for-1 and they have a 3K lead.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was not bad that they tried to burst on the Husker, but you're just pretty under-leveled and under-farmed on your support heroes especially. Like, you needed a Golem there. If you had the Warlock Golem, this fight is completely different. You can save the Terrorblade. Things aren't going well for LGD at all. There was also an Arcane Rune Black Hole.
Nothing to say
They
once
look for Enigma now, actually.
Yeah, they might
Pretty
even
tank,
be able
though.
to find him, but there's the Avalanche as well as the Toss. Lose here.
He's dying to Eidolons.
And nothing to say. He has to Astral Step away with just 100 health. They'll leap in. They'll look for the right clicks.
One
He's
more.
got the help
Yeah.
from the Treant Protector, but not enough help. Xingqiu, though, dies to Lu, who's now on a killing spree. He uses the Moonlight Shadow, but not in time and not to any avail.
Yeah, get a kill, but again, traded out.
And the tower
And
is
top
gone,
tower
too.
down anyway. Nice deny.
And despite the fact that Extreme Gaming have 12 kills to 4, they've even done extremely well in last hits as well.
Again. He's in trouble. Life break. Does he have the Sunder this time? He does, but he won't have an opportunity to use it. PYW wise enough to wait on that Avalanche to get the timing right, to get the easy kill on the Terrorblade.
I don't know if these stats
0-5 and
exist,
5.
Nomad, but when's the last time that Armor had such a bad game for himself? He's usually one of the backbone carries of China, but this time super struggling.
Yeah, I mean, his last hits still look okay, honestly. Like, he's on par for last hits, but yeah, that's kind of ignoring the fact he's 0-5. I mean, even then, like, I don't know how you stay on par with last hits when you're 0-5. That alone is impressive, but then again, it doesn't change the fact that you are, in fact, as I've said, 0-5. What is happening this game?
Yeah. I'm really... Yeah, Rave Pack is done already. Like, this whole mitigation draft is coming together very well now. Like, they give Husker the armor of Treant. They give him the Rave Pact aura, and yeah, it's gonna get super hard. Black Hole is back off cooldown already because of that Arcane Rune, of course. So they have to be a little careful.
Get a bond.
They have to Golem though, they want to force the fight.
He's going in. Arrow misses. They've got 4 heroes ready to go with the Overgrowth as well as the Black Hole ready, and they'll drop down that Wraith Pact. The side of LGD will back up.
I'm gonna say, now how everything played out, I really hate this Mirana pick.
Hasn't done anything.
Yeah. And it's so hard to do anything, because there's no setup for you. Like, other than the Roar, there's nothing.
I kind of take that back a little bit. It's not that it hasn't done anything, but it hasn't done anything that another support couldn't do.
Oh,
PYW,
nah.
and there's another
It's so
missed arrow.
forced.
And they just
It
can't
is
kill
so
him.
forced.
They've got
Yeah.
level 3 in the living armor. Hey, PYW is hard to kill.
He has 27 armor, man, as a tiny
Yeah.
with 1600 health. It's
That's insane.
If that arrow doesn't connect, no chance. And that being said though, like, the damage has been done, sure, but they're still controlling it. Like, they're not getting run over completely.
They're starting to mitigate it. Or not, well, they're putting a blocker on it a little bit. A band-aid.
What's really going to be telling is going to be that Roche fight. Like, if they can steal the Roche potentially, or like, get a really good Golem in there or something like that, it's a very big comeback chance. But if they get the Aegis unscathed on that Husker, it's going to be a big problem. He already has his BKB done, by the way.
Like, for LGD right now, it feels like when in a professional fight, guy gets opened up, round ends, the cut man comes over, puts Vaseline on the cut to stop the bleeding, but you get punched again, it's open again, and it starts bleeding once more. Like, they've kind of slowed it down for now, they just got to protect it. They're down 5k, like, that's going to be a very difficult task. There's a lot here for Extreme that can really help these team fights. The Overgrowth, the Black Hole, the mobility there of the Weaver, who's now got the Lincolns.
Yeah. Now, the good news is like, things are slowly coming together, right? Helm with the Overlord is just around the corner, needs 700 for that. Witchblade is done. Like, all the small pieces are slowly coming together. It's just really the question, when does Extreme want to force that Roshan?
Thank you.
I feel like if they force it now, there shouldn't be a whole lot they can do on LGD's side. With the Rave Pack, the Eidolons,
Overgrowth,
free.
Black Hole. Like the omnipresence of Black Hole, it just feels like it would destroy LGD's confidence to go after anything.
Yeah, the biggest problem is that you actually need to keep the rock. Well, why is that?
I don't know if
Paparazzi,
he can keep it, but
maybe?
they might be able to get the kill.
Wow!
See, they
He popped it with a grenade!
Oh, he popped it post-death. It sounded like he did. They're going to have the toss on and nothing to say. They're going to try and get this Void Spirit. The Overgrowth is there. So it's a 2-for-1 trade that, quite honestly, if you're LGD, you're not too upset about.
Yeah. Yeah, he popped that BKB, but of course, Astral Step is one of the few magic spells that actually go through that BKB. So it just barely killed him. Like, it was literally on the edge, probably 5 health.
It sounded like on my end that it was after he died.
Yeah, it only sounded that way because the last Astral Step tick killed him. So the boom. Vessel on Mirana. Now, that Vessel is going to be so late.
No charges.
Yeah, no charges, and it's super late anyway. Because there's already BKB on the Husker. He can dispel it with the Life Break, of course. Helm of the Order is up. Honestly, I think LGD, if Extreme is not too careful, they could just sneak a Roshan themselves as well. It's super fast for them.
They've got Moonlight Shadow. They might even move their way over there.
It could potentially also a very game-winning play. It's a risky one, but if they get away with it, I would actually give them the lead. They're smoked right now, but they're looking for a fight, not for the Roshan.
If they catch Paparazzi, that could be massive.
Old 11.
Great
he gets
chance to
caught.
step forward. 8th Remnant there onto the Enigma. The damage is done. The Starstorm is there. They get the kill onto the Enigma to start this one off. They've got the Chaotic covering with the BKB pop by Paparazzi. Now the Primal Roar stops him in his steps. The Golem's hitting him. Faith Beyond's on the run, but it's looking like he's going to die here to PYW. He throws the axes out. They also got themselves Innocence. So 3 die on LGD. They got a quick kill there onto the Enigma, but not enough. And it looks like Extreme are going to set up
Going to the
Roche.
pit. I'm a little surprised that Armor didn't try to connect there at all, because if he did, that Huskar's dead. Like, he didn't have any sort of backup for him. But he's just really focused on recovering his own game. But yeah, that is going to be the 3 ages for the Husker.
I guess I don't
Like, right now he's killable, B-Cop, but once that Halberd is up with that evasion, even the Terrorblade is going to have problems.
I was going to say, I don't really hate the Terribly just looking to recover, right? Like, he's going into the Manta style. He just about has that. If he can get the Scotty online, he's going to feel strong.
I don't hate it, but at the same time, if your entire move commits like that, or your entire team commits to a move like that, you gotta be able to connect.
Right. Knowing that Roche is the prize.
Yeah. So things aren't, again, over. It's still 5k. Oh, they're looking for... Husker gonna get him.
They have. All right, we'll start with that. They get the first life out of the
No
hands of
Rodo.
Paparazzi. Do they have anything to follow it up? No.
Well, there's that Ageless Advantage gone already, so maybe it wasn't a big deal at all, huh?
Advantage is gone, and it's still just a 5k lead for Extreme.
That is so silly. Very careless, too, from Paparazzi. Like, that Aegis was supposed to get all Outer Towers out of the game. Now, it's not going to be that simple.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's that Manta being delivered. And he's 700 gold into the next item, the Scotty. So we'll see what they can do on the side of LGD to try and turn this around. But for Extreme Gaming, they're in a decent position, albeit now minus the Aegis.
Yeah, but you can see the damage of the Void Spirit starting to ramp up as well. Should be into his Kaya soon.
Yeah, he's got that coming out. That's gonna be Kaya Sanj. Did they get the shard on Warlock yet? Yeah, they did. So Wise got his shard. You're going Yules on Sinkyu. He's got 1 charge on the Spirit Vessel now, and they're going to look to get the bottom tier too. So Old 11 here with the Eidolons. Paparazzi hitting away. He's got the Halberd, which makes things a little bit more difficult for Terrorblade, but we'll see if Extreme Gaming can kind of deal with what LGD's throwing their way.
Yeah, but really, it will really come down to like outplays too. Because Husker, of course, the inner fire, if you ever get on top of the Terrorblade, he is completely shut down for 4 seconds. So he really has to like try to keep his range, his distance. He popped meta for the top. There's no way they're gonna get this one. To be very careful.
They've got the Hawk scouting, and
Oh,
it's
they
Scout
saw
L11
L11.
TPing in. They've got the Aether Remnant, but they back off.
Yeah, it's very scary. It's very scary to go in there.
Everybody in. DY looking for nothing to say. He uses the Overgrowth. And nothing to say here with the Avalanche as well as the Malefice. The Life Break is in. They'll get the kill onto this Void Spirit.
That's
kind of
so
flying
stupid.
at nothing, yeah.
Just doing a bit of hovering. But yeah,
Yeah.
Dell used this opportunity to jump in with a quick stat on Paparazzi. So some uncharacteristic dying from him this game. You know, this is the kind of game where you kind of don't expect him to die on the Huskar and the Chase Faith Beyond. He is one of the lowest death cores of the China region. Like he is in the records for lowest average deaths. He's got an average of 1.75 deaths per game. So already over that with 2 deaths this game. And especially in a game as dominant as this, you don't really expect him to be falling in this way. So yeah, it's pretty interesting that he's breaking trend, especially in this game versus LG. It's so important for them.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't expect a mid laner to have that little amount of deaths anyway. That is very interesting.
Yeah, well, you'd be even more interested to know the record holder for least deaths in the China region on average is XXS. So make of that what
He died the most
wouldn't
or
have
the
been my
least?
guess. That wouldn't have been my guess.
Well, XXS.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I thought it was going to be another mid player, truthfully.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Not sure
Yeah,
who I
because
thought it
Puck
was
is so
gonna be.
balanced.
Yeah.
Stupid
Moonlight
Puck
Shadow
players.
is used. They're going to look for Paparazzi. They found him. They
Yes,
set the
Beacon, but
Aether
didn't pop
Remnant
it,
there.
though.
The arrow with the blink as well as the Avalanche that stops the damage from coming in. They've got a black hole coming in on a 3 of these heroes. There's going to be a massive turnaround for the side of Extreme Gaming. They've got the Primal Roar coming out with the BKBB Paparazzi. They take out Faith Beyond. They've lost Y. Only 2 die after the black hole that landed onto
Oh, they're getting the
3.
toss on Ame.
Oh, they've got the tosses onto Ame, and with no Sunder, oh, the Lincolns! He went for Lou.
Yeah, wouldn't have changed
This
anything. Would
game
have probably died regardless. But now the high ground is
over.
wide open. That's a Rex gone.
I don't want to call it too soon, but they are losing buildings on the high ground.
Man, did you see how close that was though? Huskar had like, what, 50 health? It is so uncharacteristic of LGD to not be on the same page.
And staying this close.
Now, why is
Wise
that?
dead. There's no reason for him to be there.
I feel as though if nothing to say committed onto the Huskar there, he's dead as well. It's game of inches, of course. If Huskar dies there, you're not gonna lose your Rex, you're not gonna lose your Terrorblade, nothing. But yeah, this game just seems pretty hard to recover at this point. Let's put it that way. It's not over, but yeah, that black hole from Old 11 was also insane.
Yeah, catching 3 heroes.
He caught a Warlock. Like, catching a Warlock in a black hole is literally illegal. Like, the cast range of that rock is pretty ridiculous. It got nerfed a little bit, but it's still 1,000.
Yeah, that's very far.
It's 1,000 plus the AoE is massive as well. How much? 600 AoE. So, technically 1,600 range, if you do it like max. And Alt 11 sum up on an opening. Now he has his BKB as well. Husky Busky is going for his Aghanim Scepter, so he's gonna get that free taunt on his ult.
It was feeling like it was going to be close, too. Like, Scotty wasn't too far away. Ame was going to get into that. You had the Void Spirit who was going into the Kaya Sanj. Like, things were lining up for LGD until that fight. They desperately needed to kill that Huskar, and they ended up coming just a bit short.
I do have to say though, like a lot of these armor deaths this game have been very silly. Like he's just getting caught by himself, basically with his pants down repeatedly. And yeah, that's pretty uncharacteristic of him, as we said before.
Like, please don't talk about Army with its pants down. The fanboys will get all hot and bothered. Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, over here. I'm hot and bothered.
There are a lot of stories that you guys don't know about. We can get into it later.
I'm not sure we can.
We can.
I don't know if we can.
As Lou is aggressive enough to say, but nothing to say is...
free to leave.
Fine. He's fine, B-Cup.
Yeah, just TP.
It's fine.
And I feel like in this game we're really seeing why Tiny is the second most contested hero off the region, just behind Puck. Actually, really close behind Puck at the moment. He's 1% behind Puck when it comes to contest rate, and it is 100% contested against Extreme Gaming as well. Picked against them a lot actually, and also banned sometimes as well. Always in the first phase. So when you're playing Extreme Gaming play, you will see this Tiny.
I love this Ags pick up on the Huskar.
Yeah, it's very strong for sure.
Strong.
Oh, they're looking for who?
Avalanche doesn't land. They've got the dust. It's on the Moonlight Shadowed Y and Faith Beyond.
Wait. He's going for another Vlad's on the Mirana? They already have a Helm of the Overlord.
Yes.
It would be strange.
Would certainly be interesting, that's for sure. Paparazzi, he's looking for his moment to just jump in. Also, it's a minute and a half until the next Roche is up. And when you've got the Ags, makes it pretty easy to get those Ancients, and 250 gold is a pretty good bounty for them. When they're controlled by the Helm.
I'm just looking at Sinkyu cycling through items. This is like his 6th item he's cycling through at this point.
Now he's on Heck. He's got a lot of gold. Like, there's no reason not to cycle, right? They're probably having a conversation on what the gold should be spent on.
Yeah. Well, that next Roshan is gonna be
massive.
Where either LGD comes back or the game is over.
Yeah.
So
definitely feels like one or the other. Ooh, they'll get DY's Courier. 45 seconds till Roche is up, with bottom kind of pushing in. You've also got Lou down there to do his thing. He's level 20, Paparazzi level 19, but compare that to the side of LGD, only level 16 for Ame and 16 for Nothing to Say. It is not close on the experience at the moment.
Yeah.
Not close on the
we
gold
also see a Weaver owning, right? Pretty rare.
Especially after the last time we were together broadcasting it. It lost like 3 games in a row. And by 3, I mean 2. Got dumpstered in both.
Same thing. 2 and 3. Would be less good as well.
Same thing to Valve. 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So
but
Roche
finish the Scotty up. He's going pure damage. I like that a lot. They need all the damage they can get.
It's going to be up.
Why? It would be a good kill.
PY. They'll start it off with a kill on the Tree Protector, who does have buyback. They use the Prime Aurora. Comes down on a PYW with the right clicks coming out from Ame. They have found themselves Nothing to Say with that life break. He had the taunt, so Paparazzi gets the kill there. They've got the buyback coming in from the Tree Protector with the Overgrowth available. Although 11 also looking
Black
for
Hole.
looking for his moment.
Yeah, but why, of course? Like, he can easily cancel that through that BKB even.
If he doesn't
There's no real counterplay either. If he's caught again, I mean... Yeah, they're gonna force it Roche now.
In.
It's so awkward. It's so awkward. It's so awkward. Oh, Paparazzi!
It's on a Paparazzi. The right click. We're gonna come through. They got the Lincolns placed onto the Huskar. They'll use the Overgrowth. The Manta's there to get out. He'll pop the BKB on Huskar as well.
Yeah.
Wraith Pact is thrown forward by this Enigma.
Another arrow.
BKB and Blink. Meta is no longer, and they'll throw the arrow. The Storm is thrown by Lou. Right click's coming in. You got to remember that the experience difference as well as the net worth difference. There's a lot more damage coming in from Lou at the moment, especially without the Metamorphosis.
Yeah. If they can delay somehow for 90 seconds, that would be amazing, but they're running into the pit already.
Time.
But the Eels are going to keep coming. It's not super fast. It is fast, but not mega fast. Arrow
You gotta
Lou.
remember, too, they've also got themselves the Dive Bomber on the Hawk, so that can start something
And Lou's
off
so
for them.
low already.
And he's taking some decent damage. Avalanche
You bought
comes
back enough
out,
in the second
and the
time.
toss. Oh, Nothing to Say dies immediately. He's dead for 80. Malefice, Tree Toss, Q getting low and still on the run with those
Oh, their
leads.
Fatal Bones, they're massive on 4 heroes.
Yeah, and the axes just continue to be thrown out. They've got themselves the Blink, looking for the Avalanche. The arrow comes in, it hits on a Paparazzi, but they've got Ame thrown over on the other side, looking for maybe the Black Hole, but Old Eleven's going to pop the BKB. He goes to the Black Hole. They've got the Life Break. There's the Chaotic Offering, but they've already got the Life Break. They get the kill onto Ame. Dead for 53 seconds. The Aegis is in the hands of Lou, and this is looking awful for LGD once more. PYW gets the kill on an Innocence. It's a double kill there for the Tiny, and a 16k lead for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah. And probably also a second, if not even a third side. Their build and damage is pretty massive at this point. I think if they get Mega, they probably might tap out. If not, Yeah, still a minuscule, tiny, little bit of a chance.
Yeah, they have meta on the next life. They'll probably hold on to it, I would say.
Yeah. Who has the Aegis? Lu this time. So they could burst Paparazzi, potentially. Paparazzi!
Problem is, now they have no Chaotic Offering, and that was used to really accomplish nothing. Everybody up in 2 seconds. The glyph is used. Extreme Gaming now on the run.
Yeah, very disciplined as always. Yeah, that's been like my only real big problem with the team, honestly. Like, discipline is good, but oftentimes they like overdo it and actually give an enemy ways back into a game instead of finishing the game when you can. We're gonna be able to pull that trigger, really.
There was a long time that Old 11 didn't get that ult off, but eventually he was able to just find the black hole. Ame was already hit by the life break, so the taunt was in, and the Chaotic Offering, despite the fact that it does have that quick little stun right there, doesn't matter. Because 1 second is less than 3, Black.
Yes. What else is less than 3, Big Up?
2, 1, every nanosecond in between. But,
and negative numbers as well.
That is true. Negative numbers do count. They've got Chaotic Offering up in 20. Again, a question on whether or not that's going to end up being what they need to hold on. They're also looking for a Daedalus on this Terror Blade. They'll push out bottom with help of Nothing to Say, but the top lane is not going to last too long if they just let it go with no glyph.
Well, as long as you don't lose the melee barracks, it's always gonna heal up, you know? So
Fatal Bonds doesn't go on to Lu. And looking for the blink in, but instead finds the Yules. Aether Remnant with the arrow. Starstorm in, doing a lot of damage on the PYW. The right clicks are through. They get the kill.
The Rex is gone already, though.
He's got buyback. They'll look over Paparazzi. They've got themselves the Primal Roaring down. There's the Lincolns, but it's a little bit late with the right clicks coming in. Paparazzi changes his mind, but he armlet toggles. He's A-okay for now. Overgrowth comes out. They've got the Manta. The Mega Creeps come in with a black hole being placed there by Old 11, but the Chaotic Offering comes in. They've got the taunt on to Paparazzi, but they get the kill to Ame. They'll take him out once again. He does have buyback, but it's not going to be worth anything with no Metamorphosis. And Extreme Gaming will take game 1 over LGD. Looking really crisp there for the side of Extreme Gaming and kind of lost for LGD.
Wow. Absolutely indeed. Extreme Gaming take game number 1 in this best of 3 series, wiping the floor with LGD with this very aggressive draft. And you know what? We came into this one saying, you know, they need to be aggressive, right? They need to be perfect on the side of Extreme Gaming. And they weren't that, I wouldn't say. But I kind of feel like LGD, they weren't perfect either. And I don't know, I guess Extreme in the end of the day just ended up being a little bit perfecter as... Black, I don't know. He's getting the perfect.
It looked way brighter in my room. I don't know why it was so dark on camera.
There we go. We can see your lovely face illuminated for all of us now. Yeah, I mean that was messy from LGD, I would say. Surprisingly so, perhaps, Black.
Yeah, especially the bot lane. I expected TB to be completely fine, free farm here, but he got caught out of position once with the first meta popped, with Warlock, I believe, dewarding the small camp. Dies the first time, TP's back to lane, dies again, and then Tiny walks up another time, tosses the Warlock in, suddenly there's 3 kills, Enigma is 2 levels above your Terror Blade, and you can't lane anymore. That really shouldn't have happened at all, because you are the answer to that Husker. If you're not farmed, no one is the answer to the Husker. So he was pretty free on Paparazzi. Like, as you said, those deaths were not Paparazzi-like, you know? What happens sometimes when you play on a hero like Husker, you're on 500 health all the time. It happens. Still, though,
yeah, ultimately,
gaming.
Yeah. Like ultimately, I feel like in the lane, the Huskar just wrecks the Void Spirit. Like it's very hard for the Void Spirit to really exist too much. But later on, you know, you do have the two things which Huskar hates, which is gap close and lockdown, and you know, just the inability to just sit there and hit him. And that was something which he struggled with in the late game, and that's what ultimately enabled them to get those kills. I think both of them were just nothing to say, just jumping right on top of Paparazzi and taking him down super quickly. He also has a physical damage as well, which is nice against him. And yeah, even popping the BKB in the last second. I was worried. I was a little bit worried that it was going to slip out, but there was also a Lu factor as well. I feel like quietly in the background, we were focused on Arme versus Paparazzi, you know, the Huskar versus the TB. And I think we might have kind of ignored the Lu factor a little bit this game, but he actually ended up having a really solid performance, didn't he, B-Cup?
Yeah, 10-0-9. He was perfect.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the attention was on Paparazzi, and for the right reasons. And not only Paparazzi, like Lu was able to just kind of like blend in with the terrain around him, because every time LGD went in, it was to focus either Old 11 to make sure that he wasn't getting a black hole off to get Paparazzi so he wasn't putting damage out, or to make sure that one of PYW or DY didn't have the lockdown to kill off LGD. And
yeah,
like there's so much to focus on here for LGD. That Lu just is able to be a Weaver with not a lot of lockdown on the side of LGD in terms of locking him down. And he went to that first item, Lincoln's, which ultimately made him feel safe too, right? Like, he just was never really in much trouble. And as much as LGD did a good job of stopping the bleeding after the laning phase was so abysmal for them, it was never enough because, like, yeah, you get Paparazzi here or there. Sure, you get PYW here or there as well. But you never got Lu. And at the end of the day, like, Weaver is gonna just make you pay, even if you do get 3 or 4 of these heroes. Like it just, you didn't do enough to in the laning phase to make sure that you could kind of slow down Extreme, and they did a really good job of winning this game.
Yeah. The Band-Aid did get put on, but you know, it was one of those like kids ones, you like a
SpongeBob on it?
Yeah, SpongeBob.
Bob the Builder, so down. Blue's Clues, hit me up.
Yeah. one of those bad boys from the early 2000s, you know, and they actually had been, you know, suffering multiple gunshots, and they were like, "Don't worry, this will stop it. It'll be okay." But it was not okay. And yeah, this Weaver just absolutely kicked off. I feel like the last fight in the game, like, really kind of
look at that black hole.
It summed up the kind of macro game which Extreme Gaming had been playing throughout this entire thing, right? The way that the Paparazzi was just dancing on the high ground on low HP, and LGD were like trading hits with him. You know, he came super close to dying a few times. Meanwhile, Old 11 and Weaver in the backlines are literally just sitting and waiting. You know, they're like, "Should we go in now? Nah, let Paparazzi dance around a little bit more. Should we go in now? Nah, he's having fun. You know, he's got his ballet shoes on, having a great time." And they just end up getting the black hole out. You know, yeah, okay, black hole is countered by the golem every single time. It doesn't matter. It does not matter, because you've already got the lockdown. You've already got the positioning advantage. You've got your team onto the high ground, and that's what wins you the fights here. As this slideshow moves on frame by frame.
Let me tell you, that's the ultimate clip of Chinese Dota. I've been doing this for so long. There were so many times throughout the early parts of my career. Like, it's gotten so much better. I want people to just, like, appreciate how much better it's gotten, because I had dozens, if not hundreds, of streams of DPL and H-Cup that were just slideshow Dota all the time. Like, impossible to just watch, and you're just casting a slideshow, but it's certainly gotten better. That fight,
here's the last fight I was talking about.
Ame never had a chance.
Yeah.
That's how you get better, though, B-Cup. You know, like, you don't actually see what's happening, you have to know what happened. You know?
Yeah.
And that's how you, like,
guess.
elevate it to the next level.
Yeah.
Thanks, Grandpa
if you
Black.
can do that as a player,
wisdom.
too.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm here for you guys. If there's anything else you need, hit me up anytime. You know, if you need a place to stay, I have a nice little guest room for you. Whatever you need.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, let's go visit Singapore. Let's go.
Now, hopefully not too far, you know, away your little visit.
Enjoying this this slow-mo ending as well. This is so dramatic, you know. Extreme.
Look at the Enigma, just like, yes!
Let's go.
Yeah. It's like the movie Gladiator. Are you not entertained?
Indeed. I mean, he's swollen. He knows it, right? Like, Enigma's just kind of like, he knows he's got a great bot on him, and you know what? credit to him. Credit to him. And credit to PYW, who is our MVP for this game, number one. As I was kind of expecting here, you know, I mean, Lou had a perfect game, no doubt, but it was PYW making the plays with some incredible tossbacks once he got that Blink Dagger as well. This is why you ban this hero versus Extreme.
He didn't even need the Blink Dagger, honestly. He was getting a lot done in that bottom lane. They killed Ame, what, 3-4 times just so quickly? He'd walk up to people and just avalanche toss. And then he got the Blink Dagger and it just gets way easier, right? Like,
yep, easy
perfect.
mode.
Thank you. Easy, yeah, ban that hero. I've noticed, too, that teams are not banning Marcy in the first phase, so maybe change your ideas to banning, instead of Pudge, Tiny.
Nah, gotta ban that Pudge, bro. I'm really surprised by the Pudge ban, though. Like, I feel like it's not something which I would expect XG to play, and it's absolutely something I'd expect LGD to play. So, yeah, don't know about that one. We did speak about that in the draft, didn't we?
First phase Pudge in general is just not a thing. I'm pretty sure almost the entire pro scene agrees on the fact that Pudge is very strong, but first phase in that hero just leaves so many weaknesses open. Like, that hero is so easy to exploit if you see it coming.
Yeah, maybe not Jenkins, but I think everybody else. Jenkins is probably just like, pick Pudge whenever. I love that hero.
Yeah.
He's so about Pudge. And I'm here for it.
I'm not going to say what I thought, but sure.
What are the answers to Pudge?
Where do you want me to start? Carries? Or offlaners or mid laners?
There's a long shopping list. I guess.
Yeah. There's really so many heroes. It's not just about the laning phase too, but in the mid game, some heroes just make it a living nightmare for you. It's like if you get the surprise, quote unquote, surprise pick Pudge in a good matchup, you own completely. You snowball, but you're very, very reliant on that snowball as a core at least. Because if you don't get that, you don't get your flash heaps, you get your strengths, you don't get your fast Aghanim Scepter. You're just not tanky. You don't deal any damage. You're just kind of there, doing your thing.
Yeah,
just really nothing.
What about techies? Well, I feel like that hero has strength, and
techies is really good.
Especially someone like Zinky who played it before. I feel like I'm surprised he hasn't given it just the old college try. You know,
I mean,
give it a shot.
If you just look at it subjectively, right, or objectively rather, like he jumps in with the shard, puts 2 bombs down, and his first spell, whatever that's called, sticky bomb, and that's like what 1500 burst damage,
It's
maybe
honestly
more, from a +4. Yeah,
it might be
it instant kills cores.
Yeah, it might be. It's more frustrating than the old techies.
But I do think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves because this isn't the LGD of past where they feel like, you know, they're playing it fast and loose. These guys, when they turn up to the DPC, you know, they're not really... They will experiment in ways which they think they believe make sense, but I would be very, very surprised to see at least a techies coming out for them. Again, I think Pudge might be like a second phase here if it makes it that far, but I think I'd be really surprised. I reckon we're going to see just very on the lines from LGD, and I think they're going to be trying really hard in the second game, obviously. But again, Extreme, you know, they just want to take the 2-0. And with how they played last game, I wouldn't be surprised for them to get it. But at the same time, you know, you cannot underestimate LGD. They are going to come and bring something new to the second game. So let's see exactly what that is as we have the draft going right now. So let's waste no time, jump straight into it, because I'm really interested to know what kind of bans we've got coming out from this second game. So let's see as we go into the draft for game
I don't want to talk about it.
Huh?
It's not on the screen yet, so I won't spoil the ban, but if you could tell by this face...
You can guess from Beacop's face what they've banned on LGD.
You can guess what LGD's banned. It's the Pudge! Oh my god! They banned the Pudge again. They better ban that Tiny.
This has to be a scrim thing, right?
You'd think so. There's the Tiny. I appreciate this a lot.
Spoilers!
Oh, sorry. There's the Tiny. I appreciate that a lot more now.
Spoilers!
Ooh, Warlock getting picked.
Okay, Extreme Gaming. It's their turn with the Warlock this time around. The very popular hero. It seems to be a rising commodity. Of course, the carries can no longer be salved, so they're going, pick Warlock. Where? Pick Warlock. I want free healing. I don't want to buy salves.
Fine, I'll pick Jug and do it myself, and then I'll
Shut up, carry players. Shut up.
Yeah, basically. Sign the petition in chat to have all carry players in pubs shut up.
Has nothing to say dyed his hair?
He
has, right? Or is that just weird color balancing?
No, he has.
It's like greenish or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks lovely. It's like a big mushroom. Delicious.
Bowl cut.
Strong.
Yeah,
Back in
pulling off
fashion,
the,
baby.
The Stranger Things.
Yeah, dude, the Stranger Things kid is triggering me so much. Whatever.
That's not a conversation for this battle.
Can't have
Story for
spoilers.
another
Can't have
day.
spoilers.
Talk about it after. We have the Treant and we have the Weaver picked up by PSG.LGD.
I'm enjoying this anything you can do, I can do better draft so far. Except the Enigma. That is okay, it's on the stream. That got picked. Cool.
Yeah. So that's an interesting response from Extreme Gaming. They get both the Warlock and the Enigma, because obviously you can't pick Enigma when you have Warlock. Well, you can, but as we saw last game, you just get your Black Holes cancelled. Worked anyway, but this time Extreme Gaming did get both, and PSG.LGD they did get this very strong Treant hero. This hero who me and Black have been enjoying a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Treant Protector. Yeah, indeed. I mean, it suits LGD's style pretty well too, which is just stability, right? Or at least in the past it used to be stability. Like in this season in particular, they haven't been too stable with their performance. But yeah, I'm a big Treant fan. It gives you an Enigma cancel as well.
Kind of, right? Like you still have to get kind of close.
Yeah, but I'm actually surprised. Like they don't actually care about the Enigma cancels at all. It seems like. They also picked Enigma into a Beastmaster last game. Like, they just want to have it for the fast Rave Pack, for the lane.
He was able to pull off great black holes anyway, so it didn't even matter.
Yeah, which is very surprising. I just hope that Enigma has a terrible game, like, all the time now. Because I hate having that hero in pubs. Just keeps denying the damn range creep.
Stop, being in my pub games. I feel
you guys remember when Lich did that, too? And you had, like, Lich Enigma lanes, and your creep is just gone?
Love Sacrifice. Bring back Lich Sacrifice.
Of course you love it, because it's broken.
Lich gonna have your mana.
That was ridiculous. I hated that.
No, bring it back. Bring it back. I want to see Faith Beyond on something a little bit more impactful than a Beastmaster. And I know that's like a weird thing to say, because I feel like Beastmaster has a lot of impact in its own way. But I feel like there are other things that have different and more impactful things that, like Beastmaster pushes and he has the Primal Roar. There are a lot of times, like when you've fallen behind, the push is whatever, and the Primal Roar feels like that's all you're doing. So, like, that's not exactly the most impactful hero. And I feel like there are other things that we've seen Faith Beyond kind of dominate with. Like, would you ever expect a Tide to come out? Like, could he get away with something like that?
It's possible, but I think they're going to move. If they want to get Faith Beyond on something which can make more plays, then I think they want to move into something like. I mean, Dawnbreaker's just been banned, but that was going to be my my suggestion there. Maybe something like the Timbersaw if it ends up being a good Timber game.
I just think Tide, like the Ags Gush is always good. Having the Ravage is always nice. It's not a single target with like the Primal Roar. It can still kind of clear creep waves and do an okay job of pushing out lanes. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
Didn't really like him on the Beastmaster last game, but that wasn't entirely his fault.
Yeah, Faith Beyond's a pretty epic Beastmaster player. I think it's just the lanes went so bad, you can't really play the game.
Again, I didn't think it was his fault last game. I just want to see. Maybe it's just I want to see him have more impact in general.
Yeah. Then you want to have one of these high impact cores with like good mobility. Maybe something like the Visage could be really cool for them. Which again,
He's a great
uncontested,
Visage
unbelievably.
player.
Yeah,
and both these offlaners are great Visage players.
Yeah, it's blowing my mind that this is just being ignored through both of these drafts. Like I can't believe that, but it is what it is. PSG.LGD are going to grab themselves the Spectre as their third pick here, so this is going to give them that late game carry potential. Also gives them some great options. This hero is very flexible in what she can build these days. Actually, you can go for the Aghanims build in China. They're still going back for the Radiance, and against the TB, I think that might be what we're going to be seeing this game.
So just to point it out, again, anything you can do, I can do better. But you got the Weaver and the Spectre, so is that going to be off-lane Faith Beyond Weaver? Or is it going to be Xingqiu playing the carry?
Yeah, feels Xingqiu Weaver, honestly.
It probably is in Q either, yeah. Which means they need a stun in the offlane for sure. For sure. You can't play this game like this.
You know what looks really scary right
don't have a
now?
lot of stuns
A
at all.
good
you
Super
go.
Mario Zeus
For
for
LGD or
LGD.
Extreme.
LGD.
And I'm
You
gonna
got
say he
Spectre
plays it,
Zeus.
and he's killed with it.
Yep. You have 3 to protect the Zeus.
I don't know though, don't you need more control than that?
Oh, you can get that from the offlane.
Alright.
I hope. I just like Zeus. Like Zeus Terrorblade is so sad for Terrorblade.
Yeah.
And Spectre Zeus in general is just like such a game-winning combo. Oh, I got 500 health. Oh, I'm dead.
It's the,
Where's the,
you can't run from heaven strat, right?
Yeah.
You can't run from heaven. Oh, sorry. Wait. You can't run from heaven.
Sound a bit more Street Fighter than Zeus, but I'll take it. Still good.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Hey, whoa, look
there
at
he
us, we're
is.
the best. Oh, wait. Hey, whoa, we're the best analysts there ever was.
Speak up.
We got, sorry. Hey, you said there it is.
Only after.
Although
he said.
I started going nuts first. I'm so sorry, Chad. Viewers at home, I am forgetting to just look at the VMix during draft. I'm having too much fun over here. I'm sorry.
You are forgiven.
Thank God. Thank God. What do you think now, Black? You've been getting the predictions.
What do I think now? For who?
Well, okay, I can
magic
go.
8 ball. All right. I'll shake the
you go
magic,
for Extreme, I go for
nomad 8
LGD.
ball.
Oh, I wanted to go LGD. That's the only one I had to read on.
Okay. Okay, go.
You need a
It'll be
stun.
Mars from PSG.LGD. I think.
Ooh, And what about for Extreme?
Yeah, I'm going Mars for LGD. For Extreme, Black, you want to guess?
It's so tough. It's gonna be support here for PYW, unless they do 4 Enigma.
I don't think so. With Hold 11, that just doesn't feel like
Honestly,
the right move.
if they want to go super ham, they could run the offlane anti-mage, but they have no control. The thing is, they have no control then, so it's very much on paparazzi to control the map. But anti-mage Enigma is a very strong lane.
PYW Shaman.
Yep. Shaman could work too. If I just don't know if they want to still run the Enigma offlane. After last game, probably, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no cancels, right? There's overgrowth, I guess. Wait, does overgrowth cancel black hole?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Disable is definitely nice because they're lacking in that sorely as well. Shaman is good, for sure.
What if they went for Sven?
Not this game. The physical damage.
It's really
is not
good
the
against
issue.
physical damage, but they have nothing. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, LGD could run it maybe, but I don't think they will. Still
Earth
doesn't feel-
Spirit.
See, I nailed it.
All right.
So sort of the same direction.
Yeah.
By the way, you
Mars,
guys spoiled. Come on, guys.
I am super scared of Faith Beyond Master, I gotta admit. I feel like you just give him an Underlord instead. Let's go.
What's wrong
down
with the
for
Mars?
Underlord.
What's wrong with the Mars?
Dude, his Mars missed like 10 spears in a row. I'm not even lying.
To be fair, everybody's Mars in that stretch of time was missing spears 10 times in a row.
Yes, but pick Underlord. Honestly, Underlord owns here. It owns like all of the heroes.
Yeah, that's true.
Brave Pack plus Underlord against Terrorblade? Woo!
Yeah, it's really hard for TV to deal with. I mean, you can't just kill the Wraith Pact item if he sees it. We've seen that happen a couple of times, but at the same time, you're also going to lose so much health in that point of time. And they go
Earthshaker.
for a damn B cup. Right.
Earthshaker, wow.
I called it. I can't believe that.
Oh yeah, sick prediction for B cup there. Right, you're getting muted
my
next
God.
panel, that's for sure. But it is a Faith Beyond
so
Earthshaker coming out from
bad at this.
PSG.LGD. I wanted stuns, they gave me stuns. I wanted control, they gave me control. This does seem a little bit off the wall though. I don't know, Black, can you make sense of this pick for me?
I am also not
distance.
entirely sure, honestly. Like, it's
It's a
an
good
interesting one
black
for
hole
sure.
stopper.
It can work. I mean, it's not the greatest black hole stopper because BKB is going to come out eventually. But yeah,
Eventually.
it's I mean, it is a scaling offlaner too. Like with BKB, you hit really hard, and they were lacking physical damage, right? So maybe it makes sense in that way. You have good initiation. I still like other heroes quite a bit better, but Shaker has its place. Like it's not a bad hero.
All right, all right. What way are you going to go for this game number 2 then, Black?
I mean, I like the global strat in general. I feel like it's super hard to play against, especially for the supports. So I'm gonna go for LGD. It looks pretty easy to execute, honestly.
Okay, all right. B-Cup, are you following your co-caster, or are you going it alone?
I am following my co-caster. Come on and slam. Welcome to the jam. It is time for some Earthshaker. I'm hyped for it. I feel like we don't see this hero enough. And yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah. So I like the Earthshaker as an answer to the Ember Spirit. I feel like that's a really nice counter because you can get that stun from the fog, right? Any nice long stun which you can land on Ember before he can zip away is exactly what you need to take him out. My issue is like this hero is too slow, which is weird to say for an Earthshaker, but you're playing with Zeus and Spectre. You need someone that can go out on the map and make plays. And I feel like, if you don't have Slam up, this hero is just not going to do enough unless he has a really good lane. I can't really see that happening either. I think this TP goes pretty uncontested. I just think Paparazzi's going to take this game. I really do. I know there's a Zeus, but like you've got Ember, you've got Black Holes, you've got options here, and I don't feel like the Earth Spirit it just doesn't control the game enough for me to stop XG just like taking up the whole map and just controlling up everything. So I am going to be going for Extreme Gaming this time around, but you guys are welcome to offer your counterpoints once we get into the game, which is starting right now. So let's get into it. Game number 2, PSG.LGD versus Extreme. And oh my god, they're taking out Lou straight off the bat. I changed my mind. I'm going PSG.LGD. I'm taking it all back.
It's too late. You're not allowed to do that.
Shit.
The Fatal Ball's on 5. Oh my god, the AoE damage is gonna come. Oh no. That was so anticlimactic. If there was an Earth Spirit ult there, it goes like, you're dead.
I think.
Alright, tell me what you think. Wait, I have to prepare first mentally. I'm ready.
Why do you have to prepare first mentally?
I'm ready. Give it to me. Give it to me
No,
straight.
now I'm not confident. No, I've lost all my confidence in saying that because you had to prepare mentally.
Yeah, because I need to be able to, like, absorb all the greatness. What do you mean?
Oh,
you can't dig
when you
up
put it like that. Yeah, well, you can in Minecraft.
I never played Minecraft.
Oh, come on.
Too advanced for me.
You guys want to start a hardcore server together?
Yeah, please.
Build some awesome stuff. I need friends, thanks. So yeah, I was just gonna say, I think this Earthshaker can kind of get a lot done. I'm wondering when he's gonna get the shard, the fissures from a distance, the blink dagger. Come on and slam. It's Earthshaker, and welcome to that jam.
What I'm gonna say though is that Earthshaker is a lot worse of a laner against Terrorblade than a lot of the other heroes that we spoke about. So that's where I'm a little bit worried. They're just gonna give this Terrorblade a free time.
I guess maybe they will. It also kind of depends on, like, you just throw a stun and then you get the damage from the Shikuchi. Think you can maybe try and harass a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah,
if it's
I mean, it's possible. It's just like Underlord is like a free win for that lane, for example, Which he played a lot of Underlord in the past. Yeah, I know. They want to work hard.
Work hard. Yes. Play hard. Yes.
Why does it feel so good but hurt so bad?
This is a lot of damage, though. Fatal Bonds and the reflection.
Yeah.
That is not fun to deal with.
And that's also the problem with Shaker, right? You are not really a hero that wants to go into a Hood or a Vanguard. So you don't build into an early Ring of Health. So you don't sustain the lane as easily. Could this be the reason they end up losing B-Cup?
We'll have to find out on this episode of Dragon Ball GT.
Are they done screaming yet?
No. It was always screaming in GT. Because it was the good times.
They're always screaming in every Dragon Ball.
True. What I'm waiting to see what Ame is gonna give with the Spectre. Back when we used to see Ame on the Spectre meta, it used to be that early Ags, and he would get involved in these fights as early as he could. Try and snipe a couple kills if they were to like gank over bottom and then farm bottom, swap lanes, TP top, do his thing. Like I feel like he plays this hero at a very advanced level compared to some others.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like, Spectre sounds very easy on paper as they aggress on him right now.
I'd say
Oh,
that,
flashback
but
from
he's
last
having
game.
some trouble, especially with that Malefice.
Leave me alone.
Just let me farm my lane.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that every carry player hates playing against Enigma. The free creep deny is so obnoxious.
It's one of the strengths of Enigma, though.
Yes, but I don't want it to be.
Beefbot not doing too terrible over bottom. Well, only 10 blast hits, though. Might make it 11.
Yeah, Terrorblade has double that.
Not exactly. He's only 7
Alright,
ahead.
because you want to get into semantics?
Yes, I will get into semantics.
Oh yeah, cool. That's great, man.
Very loved for the cast, I know. A lot of denies, though, for old 11. He's at 11 denies. Almost as many denies as Faith Beyond has CS.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a comeback draft from the Dire. Like, you don't expect to snowball off the lanes, but the team fights, you have like a massive advantage. Or should, at least, have a massive advantage. A lot will come down to Paparazzi, though. What can he make happen around the map? If a lot, game is potentially pretty easy. If not so much, those supports are gonna go feed.
Speaking of what Paparazzi can do around the map, what about what Nothing to Say can get done around the map? He's gone to the 302 build, which is that typical core Zeus damage output build.
Yeah, and we're getting a bottle refill too. So now, like, my golden rule of Dota is if you get a bottle refill, you have to carry the game. So
just one bottle refill.
Yeah, it's unfair. It's a full bottle basically that Paparazzi doesn't have now. But of course, if he gets his bottle refill too, that nullifies it.
You surprised at all that Earth Spirit's not coming off the lane?
He might when Ember is level 6. It's just very hard to gank Zeus nowadays with that jump. So once Ember is 6, there is an opening, but yeah, right now, not so easy.
Did you guys
Terrorblade
know
31 CS.
that Zeus has been picked into Terrorblade 6 times, and out of the 6 games, he's only won twice, so 32% win rate. It's a very small sample pool though, so can't really draw any
Was it a core
conclusions from that.
Zeus or?
Dunno.
Oh yeah. I mean, also, of course, it can easily happen, right? Like TB gets out of control, he gets like a blink dagger, gets on top of Zeus. Suddenly, Zeus is just dead every time.
Yeah,
There's
it's
definitely ways to play around it.
mostly being played as a mid laner, for the most part, honestly. So, from what we've seen,
Who gets the rune?
pretty close.
No man who gets the rune! Oh my god!
Oh, Zinq gets
Wait,
it.
Zinq got the fingers. Wow.
Yeah. No bottle refill for Paparazzi.
Oh, that could
Got
be
the
Zeus.
fissure. Yeah, I was gonna say they do have the Thunder God's Wrath, and Nothing to Say is gonna use it. He's got the damage coming out of the Paparazzi. Will take him out. So Nothing to Say finally getting the first kill post Horn here.
He was literally just waiting at that rune the entire time. Like, yeah, you're gonna come back. You have to. Nice visual block. Shaker already paying off? Probably not.
Not for now. He's going first item, Blink.
Oh, Brown with Blink? Okay. Interesting.
Very impactful early with the Blink. Echo
Nice. Look at Enigma again. You guys already know what I'm gonna say. Like, they showed their Enigma first phase and they don't pick a good answer to it. Always makes me a bit mad, honestly. Just a little bit, though. Have fun last hitting armor against 150 base damage.
And not too fun at the moment.
Ember Spirit is top, Ember Spirit is top. The spirits are uniting against the Ember. Ooh.
And they've got the kick towards
Have a
old
black
11,
hole.
who does have the black hole. That's going to be used. The damage is coming out on a PYW, though, for Nothing to Say. The Sleight of Fist comes through.
Well, he jumped in.
Forward, and he puts himself on a killing spree. Paparazzi taking some damage, but has the Sleight. Why, though, with no living armor? So Nothing to Say is in trouble. They've got Zinq coming over, and oh, the
Wait, he
Remnant
missed
up
the
top.
remnants.
Nothing to Say, though, hit with the Malefice, and eventually should fall. And the slight is in. These heroes are here for the side of LGD, and they are whiffing on going to get Paparazzi.
I can't believe they did that again. This game is looking pretty bad already for LGD, honestly. Spectre's picking bottom against the Terrorblade.
You know, Ahmed's been black holed so much this series.
Yeah,
they
loves it.
They often, you know, there's often a lot of discussion in the scientific community about what the inside of a black hole actually looks like.
Oh, Echo Slide maybe?
Disney task.
Yeah, he'll use it. Doing about half of Old 11's health in damage, and there it is. That's the Ame classic to move to the lane to try and get involved in the kill. And he goes back towards bottom.
The Ame classic. Okay.
At least with the Spectres, I feel like a lot of Spectres aren't as willing to use Haunt like that.
Yeah, it's a pretty massive cooldown nowadays, right? What, 3 minutes? I remember the days when it was just like 100 seconds. Oof, that was fun.
Well, like, it doesn't feel like many Spectre players would do that.
Yeah, I definitely think we should do it, like, just off cooldown, so you have an excuse to just be inactive and farm as well.
It also, like, it puts you top. If he needed to switch lanes, he could have. But it also gets him involved in the kill, so...
Oh, chip vest for Spectre. That's going to be a good farm enhancer.
Should be sent back, right?
Do you like farm accelerator more or farm enhancer?
I feel like it depends. PYW in trouble. Oh, look at nothing to say. All right, that was an interesting move, and I kind of saw what he was doing. It didn't look as cool because nothing happened, but he was expecting PYW to roll earlier, and he was going to heavenly jump in the way,
Dire's bottom tower is under
which I thought was interesting. Paparazzi invis, waiting for his moment. There's the slight, and he's back to mid.
And gets a DD
4
probably.
heroes top.
Illusion, not the best rune, but not the worst too. TB's free farming, Spectre is struggling.
So, I just
Zeus is good. Oh, go ahead.
Wait.
Execute's fine,
Yeah,
probably.
It's gonna run away.
You say that.
So, we keep seeing... It's
You
getting a
say
little-
that.
Overgrowth.
Overgrowth. Onto 2. Nothing to say he's going to be putting down a lot of damage with the ulti thrown by this Zeus. They get the kill on a DY, but they've got the Sight of Fist Searing Chains coming through onto Nothing to Say. They'll look for the roll, but there it is, Faith Beyond. He comes forward, lands the Fissure. They get the kill onto PYW. They've taken out Old 11. It's 3 heroes dead on the side of Extreme Gaming. They haven't lost anything yet.
Terrorblade's here.
But there's the Sight again to get the kill onto Y. They've got the Searing Chains and the damage in from Lou to get a second.
Statistics boy, you're allowed to speak.
It's really not a stat. It's just, you might have noticed the Roshan's health keeps popping up on the screen. I was like, why is that happening? And it's because Hemisphere, every single time he goes to the water rune, he's sleight of fisting the Roche pit to check for the tree protector. He's making sure there's no tree and trying to sneak up on him. So he keeps hitting the Roshan, and that triggers the automated Roshan health bar to show on your lovely screen.
Which is very cool, by the way.
It's very cool, yeah. Super helpful during the Roche fights. When he randomly takes a bit of damage, it's a bit like, why do we need to know this? Oh well. Nice to hear that Roche is doing well, though. You know, we only ever hear about Roche when he's dying. Nice to hear he's just having a good time at sometimes.
You know who's looking for a good time too, Nomad? It's Faith Beyond with that Blink Digger.
Oh, they might find him. They should know what camp he's in. And Blink,
Bam,
Slam,
push,
Fissure, the damage is in. Now
He jumped in on Zeus.
After this fight, because Paparazzi, he's going in. They've got the roll that connects. They have the silence for the geomagnetic grip. They also have the black hole placed down.
Right.
Zinq, nothing to say. They both die.
Yeah, and a wasted haunt too. That's 3 minutes cooldown again. Yeah, definitely a slight misplay from Zeus. Using the jump to deal like 100 damage is oftentimes...
He was dead already, in my opinion.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's a big investment, let's put it that way. Because it's the only real saving spell you have.
So,
Yeah.
No, man, what's the timing on a normal Blink Dagger here for Earthshaker? There's probably not a lot of evidence in this patch with it being picked so infrequently, but that was like a 10-minute blink.
They're finding Armor Beak up.
Yeah, they want him.
Ooh, he's too
Ame.
fast. But they dropped the rock.
What?
Under attack.
Do you have day vision? Wait, what?
So,
Alright.
that was definitely the fastest out of the 4 Blink Daggers we've seen on Earthshaker in this patch. There's an average of 17 minutes, so I'm guessing that's across position 3 and position 4. The fastest so far is 12 minutes, so yeah, he smashed that. But out of 4,
that was support probably, right?
Not that exciting.
Yeah, and most of them are support. So they might catch Syncue here again.
I like that you said that he smashed it because it reminds me of Nigel Thornberry. They found Syncue. Easy kill. Paparazzi getting credit for that. There are a lot of heroes down here bottom for Extreme, so more space on the map for LGD to farm.
Yeah, this game could potentially get very interesting, like in the mid-late game, because Terrorblade counters Spectre, Zeus counters the Terrorblade, then you have the Ember who tries to get on top of the Zeus. They're looking for old 11. They find him. They don't have the best amount of damage though.
Overgrowth, roll, and they have found Faith Beyond. He is very dead. That kick also, well, the Boulder Smash landed on Y. Under the tower.
Double chain.
Turn in place. They'll look for the chain. They don't get it. Heavenly jump away. Paparazzi's gonna chase down Y. And Paparazzi's now unstoppable.
Yeah, his game is getting way out of hand. He's very close to BKB already. Once sets up, he's just gonna jump on the Zeus and run him down basically. So that is what I was worried about for LGD. If this Ember has a way too good of a start, could get very problematic. I mean, Zeus can kind of be fine if you get to like a somewhat quick level 15, because you get the 350 health talent. But until then, you're a sitting duck.
He's going for the shard. How much is that gonna amp his damage?
A lot. That shard is like something happened when they changed it to a shard where it now gets affected by spell amp, where previously it wasn't. So it actually did way more damage than it did before. It's always a massive shard to pick up, especially against a hero like Terrorblade, where his illusions also take that bonus damage as extra damage.
Do you guys want a really boring stat you obviously already knew? Oh, there's Innocence and Paparazzi having a bit of a fight here, and Innocence is going to go down, but anyway.
One-sided fight.
Super exciting stat. The highest hero damage hero on average, it's Zeus. Wow. The second highest, though. Who's the second highest?
Ember Spirit.
Spectre.
Oh.
Wow.
I know. Incredible, right? So
I thought you were going to say something like not obvious, so I didn't go with the Spectre.
Yeah, no, it was obvious. I did preface it by saying that. Oh god.
Steering
yeah, I thought the first one
Human
only.
get a grip and a fissure. We'll see if they find a way into this. Time lapse, still surviving, but not for much longer.
That's a lot of lockdown.
Yeah.
Wraith Pact up again. Time to start it in the tower. He's also going for the pipe, just purely tank. He's going for the I'm gonna run at you Enigma style. Look at that Wraith Pact Torm just standing there. Just looking at you. What can you do about it?
Not
Canceling
much.
Blink Daggers on the way.
The skull on Wraith Pact looks like it's straight out of Doom, honestly.
Yes. Also, pretty much every pro player agrees that this item should be removed from the game. Thoughts?
I'll hard agree. No, I'm never here to disagree with pros.
Wraith Pact. Or triple ancient stack. Stolen by Lou as well.
I think Wraith Pact would be cooler if it just worked on one hero and it followed that hero around. So it's like a targeted ability.
The fact that it's AoE is just way too imbalanced.
Yeah. Just make it on one hero and it just follows them around going like, you know, a creepy little flying skull chasing you around. Oh my god, help me.
Yeah, more like a bat.
Well, it is. It's
It's
the Avenged Sevenfold logo, which I find really weird, but that's a reference like 3 people in chat are gonna get. Shout out to you guys.
I'm not one of them, but I'm also in the chat.
Yes, you are, don't lie.
Nah, I would never be in chat.
Who would ever be in chat at a time like this?
Black's not high enough MMR to talk in chat.
I'm sorry. None of us are, to be fair.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
I mean, the average chat MMR is 12k. We all know that.
Oh, really? I thought it was 13 at this point already.
You're only
yeah,
12k,
I guess the
Peacock?
average.
Please don't talk
Yeah.
in chat.
Well, you know, I'm a 5 position who got to 12k.
What
Meanwhile,
happened to
Zeus
say?
is
Does he have
caught.
something to say?
Nothing to
No,
say.
he
He's
doesn't.
silenced, and he's got the heavenly jump, so he does get away, but the remnant forward. Nothing to say. He's taken out by Paparazzi. And this game is
He has a buyback on
going
Zeus,
out of
if
favor
needed.
for the side of LGD, but they do end up trading for PYW. Not the greatest trade, though.
He has a buyback on Zeus if needed. Because there could be a massive Thunder God's Wrath. Are you ready?
Can it be?
No.
Also, what I feel like makes Wraith Pact really strong is it reduces all damage. Right?
What do you mean?
Like that. Like, it's not anything specific. It's not like it reduces just this damage or reduces just that damage. And 30% is a lot of damage of all incoming damage.
Yeah.
It's not like a this or that. There's no... Oh, wow. Blink Echo Slam. That was quickly committed. And they're going to look to try and get Paparazzi with the Haunt also coming in. That was fast on the trigger from Faith Beyond, but I don't...
Yeah, they needed that
really
extra
think it
lockdown
panned out.
from the overgrowth for Paparazzi. Like, Spectre will kill the Ember Spirit if he's singled out in an overgrowth or something, but yeah. That's not gonna happen for another 2 minutes at least now.
Roll in, Faith Beyond in some trouble. Swarm is out. They've got the Wraith Pact again.
Godlike, Paparazzi.
So, if Wraith Pact reduces all incoming damage by 30%,
yeah,
why would you ever build Crimson Guard or Pipe instead of
Yeah.
Wraith Pact?
Well, that's why you don't.
Like, it just doesn't make sense to me that an item like that exists. Paparazzi chased away.
Well, to be fair, it reduces the damage they deal by 30%, right? But it doesn't
Not the
increase the
damage taken.
mitigation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how Dota works in that regard, but maybe if you get like 30% from Pipe and reduce damage by 30, and it's like it just
Yeah,
adds up.
so that works additively, and that's why Underlord is so damn good, because you get 30% damage resistance when you come through its portal, and you then drop the Wraith Pact Totem, which then makes it literally 60% flat damage reduction, rather than if you got two sources of damage reduction upon yourself, which would be
Beyond
stacked multiplicatively. I'm done, don't worry.
He is very, very, very dead on his screen already. And we'll end up falling. Time lapse, double damage on Paparazzi, so it's time to run for LGD.
Man, if LGD gets 2-0'd here, what are you gonna do, B-Cup?
It's pretty big, because they'd be 2 and 3, and 3 is like the most amount of losses you can have.
But you said they're gonna be 4-3 at the end, right? Like, that's their plan?
That's what I said they are probably gonna be, yeah.
Okay. What are they playing after this?
I want everybody to be.
Who are they playing after this? Well, it's tough. It's tough. I'll tell you that much.
RNG and
Aster.
Aster. Oh, those two are still left? Nice.
Yep. All the top 4 teams have left each other until last. So good luck.
Cool roll. Y was looking for an overgrowth just on PYW. A little bit surprising that was who he's gonna overgrowth by himself. Also, Weaver was looking for the Rod of Atos, but he switched off to the Vessel and Veil.
What do you think about that, B-Cup?
Well, with no charges on the Vessel, I think that's not great.
Yeah, honestly, the Vessel doesn't seem like super impactful this game. I really like what Old 11 is doing, though. He's just going pure tank Nigma. Satanic second item on Terrorblade. Wow, I just saw that. That is ridiculous.
Blink in Overgrowth, and now they're going to try and use the Haunt. Chaotic Offering comes down on top of Lu. They've got the Thunder God's Wrath out from Nothing to Say. They've got Old 11 dead already, but look at Ame. He's just ripped apart by Lu. This is pre-using the Aegis as well. Faith Beyond falls without using the Echo Slam, and Nothing to Say is trying to get the damage to push back Extreme, but they're not scared. And there's no reason for them to be. Looks like PYW might drop.
The last
but
hit!
Unfortunately, they can't kill him, even with the swarm on him.
We shake up one back too.
Searing chains. Well,
Thunder.
Earthshaker's gonna buy back. Blue. Oh, the Echo Slam is a big whiff from Faith Beyond, and everything's just gonna fall apart from here. You bump back on Faith Beyond to have the Echo Slam, but he doesn't land it. They get the kill on a Y. It's a 7K lead now for the side of Extreme.
What is happening with LGD right now?
Yikes.
Devastating from LGD.
Wasn't quite
Yeah.
Faith beyond the ball with that one.
Oof. That was
Sorry, I'll stick to stats.
quite quite off the mark from you. Your puns are very LGD-esque.
Wow. I didn't ever know that could be an insult.
I don't think anybody would have thought it was an insult before now.
It is shocking, honestly. It really
That
is.
was a really bad echo.
I mean, it was also like a forced buyback. And not just him though. Like everything is just off sync. They're not syncing up their spells together much at all. Like Am went in and he was suddenly in by himself. You just told me about the classic Armor style. In, out, in, out. What happened?
Well, he went in and he got out. By dying.
Oh. I mean, I guess.
But it's okay. Zinq has 1 charge on the Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, it's also an interesting purchase. Veil 2 on him to amplify the Zeus's damage. Honestly, nothing to say. It's like the last hope and a good echo.
He really would love to have this Ags, that's for sure.
And this Satanic on a Terrorblade was actually a genius decision.
He never even lost the Aegis.
Yep, so hard to bring down. With that Enigma tanking him up as well.
Oh boy. Zinq.
Zinq's fine.
And interestingly, on the stats front, Lou is actually closing in on highest last hits per minute record, currently set by God King. Still a little bit of way to go, but if the game goes on late, then he might get there as Innocence just gets cut down. Another last hit for Lou.
Technically on that kill, yes. He's right now at 322 last hits. What? The number shows itself. This
Funny
is
number.
crazy. It's got
I'm 12, by the way.
110 more last hits than Spectre.
No, but he's also Terrorblade.
Okay. Well, don't ruin my fun.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'll buy you an ice cream next time.
Ooh, what flavor?
Whatever you want. I can't choose what you like.
True. Cookie dough, it is.
Cookie dough is fine, yeah, that's good. I'm a big vanilla fan, personally.
And it's vanilla ice cream with cookie dough chunks in it, so it's gonna work out.
Alright, yeah. I can do that.
Gonna have the Scotty come next fight, and it looks like, nothing to say, if given a little bit more time, we'll have the Nimbus from the Ags.
Yeah, so there is still a lot of burst damage to be had from the Dire side, right? So, don't count them out just yet. I'm just a little bit worried that they can't really get fights started at all.
It just,
roll.
Oh, why? Juking, trying, and dead. It's just, for them to get that kind of burst damage, what they want to turn this fight around, they really desperately need to be in sync. Like, if they're not in sync, it's just...
They smoked up the Shaker.
Not gonna work out at all, right?
Yeah, maybe they think they don't want to fight with the tree and down, and that's why they want to fight, but they have to be careful they don't force it too much, because the Enigma is very tanky in the front line there.
Like, obviously, if they want to be in sync, everybody wants to be Justin Timberlake. But,
oh, the lack of BKB again.
It's going to work out here for Faith Beyond. Overgrowth comes in. He'll survive for now. They'll go to the Haunt. They look for PYW. They get the kill there on the Earth Spirit, but the Side Effect Steering Chain.
This could be what they needed. No spirits.
Getting run down. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him. They'll get two. LGD.
Wow.
Finally putting it together. Nothing to say, getting so much gold from that kill.
yeah, 1,000 gold going his way, absolutely insane. And he used that Terrorblade counter, so yeah, very well done by them. Paparazzi really overstepping his boundaries there. I thought he had way more damage than he really did. Like, he itemized into Kaya Sanj, which isn't a whole lot of damage. It really isn't. Like, it's not like a Desolator or something. So struggled to kill the Earthshaker.
With Roche
ultimately was taken down.
Potential.
Very nice. I still question the decision of not going BKB though on the Shaker. We'll see if we can get one soon or not.
I don't really know how much I like this Ags from Faith Beyond.
Yeah, same.
I don't really.
It's nice if
think
you're
it makes
snowballing.
much
It's just if you're behind, it's very rough to get.
It was rough to get, and I don't really know what it accomplishes for him.
Same. I mean, like the reason why it's so nice when you're snowballing is because it gives you like a farming spell, because it adds cleave to the totem. You just kind of wanted the wave. But yeah, if you're like this with brown boots, we'll see. One chains on him could spell his doom, even though there is no doom.
Not yet. Not yet. There's not. Psychic Headband, that feels great for Extreme. We'll see who they end up passing that over to if it doesn't just stay on Old 11. And for right now, it looks like it will stay on Old 11. It gives them a pretty decent range on this Malefice. And they're setting up to control the Roche area.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do
Psychic
as well.
Headband for both sides, and a Titan Sliver for the Dire.
But you could see, right? Like the damage they deal on the Dire is still very significant. Like they're never gonna be lacking damage. Just can they get the good initiation or not? Yeah.
He was gonna go Refresher, but I like this switch. Because
Same.
these heroes get on top of him, and he needs another way out other than just Heavenly Jump. Remnant found Faith Beyond. They spotted him, and they're going to get that kill. He's dead for 52 seconds. That's not exactly going to line up with Roche back in 15, which will mean he's back in 30 afterwards. However, at the moment, Extreme are not...
The Ilu is going to expire, though.
Roche, yeah, and it's going to expire, so they won't see this at the moment.
They're knocking on the high ground. Against Treant, this doesn't do anything, though. If you don't get this tower, might as well not try it.
It's just wasting time, but they don't think that Roche is up at the moment. Nimbus down to try and deter them, but that Nimbus quickly dispatched.
They have Glyph now.
And will they Glyph it? They do. So they Glyph. It's starting to heal. The creeps are there, but they want to stick with it. They've got the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains. And now the Heavenly Jump. Blue taking some damage, but they'll get the tower. So that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try to commit to the defense a little bit more.
Well, Ame at the moment is farming a butterfly. And I guess maybe just trying to slow it down and slow them down from going for Roche as well.
There's a BKB now on Enigma, so you have to be careful as Spectre.
Echo could have been an option there for Faith Beyond. Didn't quite see everybody. But they're going to try and make the move. They've got the Nimbus down with the BKB being popped by Paparazzi. They're looking for Xingqiu. He's in the Nimbus. The Midnight Pulse is in, and he's rooted, killed, gone.
No BKB on Paparazzi now for a minute. So he has to be careful.
Make things a little bit scarier for them, especially if they want to go into Roche, and they do.
Well, they're just going to the pit like this. There's no BKB on Paparazzi. Yeah. But they're giving it up.
From a distance, looking for an opportunity, but he's going to be spotted. The roll comes in. They can't lose Faith Beyond here, and he'll drop with no buyback. He is short
Faith Beyond
5 gold, though.
Yeah, his game has been super rough.
I don't know if he wants to commit the buyback, but I mean, Extreme have done the little things right to get this Aegis, to get this shard. LGD never really looking like they were gonna go for that Roche.
You remember my last the question in my last game, or in our last game that we just did?
With Faith Beyond?
No, with Armor. Like when it was last time we've seen a bad game like that from him. Like look at Faith Beyond now. Like his game is atrocious.
1, 8, and 10. Yeah.
Yeah, like he has not had a game like that, and I almost want to say almost forever, man. Like even his Mars games where it didn't go super well, they look way better than this. Makes him wonder what's happening.
So, Spectre does have the butterfly going. Basher next. You had Y pushing the bottom lane.
Mm-hmm.
But LGD, they're on their heels.
Oh, almost M can be done already on Terrorblade, so this butterfly won't do anything.
Not really sure they have the chase. Not really sure you want to fight into an Aegis either.
Yeah, fights are gonna get very difficult from this point onwards.
It really needs to be perfect. They're gonna look to get Y. Y taking a lot of damage immediately. They go to the haunt, they get the kill on a PYW. The chaotic offering is in. They'll take out Y, they'll take out DY. 2 years dead on the side of Extreme Gaming. With Black Hole being used, it locks up, nothing to say with the BKB. He goes to the Heavenly Jump, but the damage is there from Lu to make sure this Zeus ends up dead. Faith Beyond's on the run. He's got the Fatal Bonds on him. He'll smoke himself up. They look over at Ame. They're going to continue to chase. They've got the buyback coming up from DY. Faith Beyond maybe looking for a way to get an Echo Slam in, and he'll jump. He'll Echo, but he just does not have the follow-up damage. They'll time-lapse, they'll sunder, they'll searing chains. They've got the lockdown. It's on a Xingqiu. They take out this Weaver. I guess in a way it's okay by getting Ame out alive, but you've now blown pretty much everything and have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, and on Terrorblade, it's pretty much free to just take your buildings. Zeus up in, what, 40? Might be two sides. You got a 3M, but he can't delay that much either. I'm shocked that Extreme is actually making LGD look this bad. Didn't expect that when the series started, honestly.
I didn't.
But then again, I didn't expect LGD to lose to VG or eHome either.
Yeah, and sadly, it doesn't look like Lu is going to overtake the current GPM record on Terrorblade, which is currently held by Kaiko from Shenzhen at 1000 GPM. 1009 to be exact. But yeah, this game's ending too quickly for that to be reached. But maybe, you know, if LGD hold on in here and don't just lose the game right now, there's still some hopium that we get a record.
I mean, they got Zeus at least, but yeah.
Yeah.
They're knocking.
Looking for the Mega Creeps.
They're knocking very aggressively.
Nimbus. Fissure with the shard. They're trying to get the lockdown here. Going to the time lapse. Old 11 doesn't have Black Hole for the moment, but they still have this Aegis for another minute and 15. They can continue to knock on the door of this top set of racks for as long as they really want while that Aegis is up. Ame, what can he do? He's about to be level 25. Like, is that even enough? He wants the Basher. Doesn't feel like Ame's had free reign in this game at all.
Yeah, Spectre can't outcarry Terrorblade. Like, it's a direct counter matchup in the carry department, and he's like 10,000 net worth ahead. So, Silver Edge is already there to counter his Dispersion. MKB is there to counter his Butterfly. Whenever Spectre is in the fight and TB's next to her, she's gonna blow up.
He's pretty far forward. The Fissure comes out. They'll heavenly jump back. They've got the totem that's going to continue to get that lockdown. They go into the Metamorphosis. Backdoor protection is
just staying bottom to get level 25.
But now it's gone. So Lu taking damage. There's the Nimbus, but he's got the Satanic. The Satanic that he bought is the second item. They'll go to the halt. They'll try to get the damage out onto Lu, but it's not going to be there. The BKB's being popped. They get the kill on the DY. DY bought back in the last fight, but they take out Y. So now, without this Treant, without the living armor, do they have enough survivability to go back in and get these heroes on the side of Extreme Gaming? They've lost the Aegis. There's the Black Hole. It's on to Ame. They also had themselves going in with the Echo Slam to get Lu. They'll take out the Terrorblade. And now Ame trying to survive. They've got the totem forward. They get the kill on a PYW with the buyback being used by Ame.
Oh my God.
Paparazzi now using the remnants to try and run, but they've also got nothing to say with the BKB. Paparazzi on the run. Fissure doesn't land. Paparazzi, he's out. He is gone. But they did get Lu. They did get a little bit here from the side of LGD. I don't know if it's really going to be enough to hold. Both racks are still up. Cost them the buyback on Ame, though.
Yeah, but at least the game is still on, right? Like if Spectre reaches like this 6-slot territory, it can
Critical
get very
mass.
scary. Yeah, that's just. Can you ever reach critical mass against the Terrorblade? Is the real question. The Zeus and Faith Beyond, they worked very well together there. Like nice chain stuns, good combination of spells. If only that had been the case a little bit earlier, Armor would probably, be a little bit happier now in the state of the game.
I do just want to point out there was no reason for Armin to buy back in that fight. Like the fight was over. He bought back to try and kill the Ember Spirit, who just Ember Spirited away. So they've given them a win condition on Extreme Gaming. As much as good as this defense looked, like I feel like that buyback just makes it just leaves a bad taste in the mouth. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
the thing is though with the buyback, if they do get that kill on Paparazzi, that's a big amount of gold that Ame could have gotten. Like it would have been worth the buyback. Like yeah, he's got the death timer.
I don't think so.
But you have to go all out, and you have to get Paparazzi there. He's just having free reign of the game.
Well, what happened is now they don't have buyback, so Arma is going to be very, very scared. He's going for Heart next. Into a Skadi, into a Vessel. Could potentially also be very rough. They have a lot of ways. Like I feel like everything he's itemizing into is already sort of countered.
Why do you
Nothing
feel like
to
the Heart
say
is already countered?
needs. Yeah, because they have a Vessel as well as a Skadi, right?
Right, and the Midnight Pulse as well, right?
Yeah. What they need really is a Timeless Relic for the Zeus.
Do they have
so you can
Skadi?
carry the game.
Extreme doesn't have a Scotty.
Or they don't? Oh yeah, oh terrible, didn't go for one. I just assumed he did. Never mind.
Who's showing up the other way, nothing to say, he's going to use that Heavenly Jump. Faith Beyond on the other side of this fight. Paparazzi kind of cliffs himself with that Blink Dagger, and now gets the Remnant down to the low ground. Zinq looking to scout a little bit. This is an awkward fight. Blink, Echo Slam, it's only going to land on a 1. They've got themselves a Hunt as well as the Chaotic Offering coming out, but they get the kill on the DY as well as Old 11. Old 11 is going to buy back immediately. The dunk right on top of PYW, looking for the fissure. Ame's got the damage coming out with Paparazzi popping the BKB. They've got Lu coming over them with a BKB of his own, as well as the meta. There's the Black Hole, the Overgrowth. It's a perfectly placed Overgrowth. They're Shield trying to get the damage on PYW, though. Trace with the roll. Sleight of Fist coming out. PYW ends up dead. Faith Beyond gone with the BKB. Popeye, nothing to say. Why on the run, but the Magnetize gets the kill there. It's actually, I believe, Paparazzi who finishes him off, as he's got that shard, so the damage over time from that Remnant is what finished him. Ame survives.
They're making things work on LGD now, slowly but surely.
Somewhat, yeah.
Like the initiations are good, the way they use their spells are good. Like that instant Black Hole cancel couldn't have been any more perfect. Maybe they're onto something here.
Potentially
25
so.
on Zeus is going to be big. And he's there very soon. Almost Hex on Weaver up as well. Let's see what Timeless Relic are for the wrong team. No.
If that was
Zeus
for the
wants them.
Zeus, that could have been massive.
Zeus has 2 more chances though. Goes into the AoE Lightning Bolt.
47 seconds till Roche is up.
Yeah. It's gonna be pretty hard to contest, but if LGD can win that fight there, maybe they're even ahead of the game, in the game. But they need to get those neutral items. Like, Timeless Relic on Zeus it's just king. If they can find it, it can make a very, very big difference.
I mean, they're starting to get things done, right?
Yeah. It's just so hard to get out of base with like 2 sides down against the Terrorblade, because the Elos just keep pushing in everything. Mega annoying. Refresher now also on the Ember, so he has 10 Remnants, potentially. 4 Sleight of Fists also instantly. And of course he got that Timeless Relic.
Green. Spell Prism for
Flicker.
Zeus.
Uh-oh.
Ame level 26. He's got this heart. He's going into the Bloodthorn next. The buyback situation is yes on Terrorblade and Zeus, yes on Warlock and Treant. So openings for both teams in terms of if somebody dies, right?
Yeah. Spectre's gonna be the big one.
Yeah.
Because of course you can always just haunt back into the fight if you ever die.
Spectre's buyback on cooldown for another 2.5 minutes. But
Roche
Roche
is
is
up.
up.
That could be a very big one. The Terror Wave from
He's
Terrorblade.
nagged. Yeah. You need to make a move, it feels like, if you're the side of LGD. They'll get a Remnant out there.
Cancel Blink Daggers and whatnot.
See if they can make the move. Yeah, especially with that shard. He does have the ability to cancel those Blink Daggers.
They could burst Lou. They have a Hex.
Now they've got the Fissure blocking him inside the pit. We'll see how comfortable he is with that. Waiting to see if Xinkyu's going to throw himself a Swarm. They go over, they look for the Side of Fist as well as the Searing Chains. They've got the Chaotic Offering coming out as well as the Geomagnetic Grip, but he gets the Shikuchi off. It's not going to matter as Xingqiu ends up going down for 85 seconds without buyback. The Nimbus is in, hold 11 with the BKB. He runs away with this BKB, but they're chasing Faith Beyond. They've got the Black Hole on Ame! Oh, but the Fissure coming in from Faith Beyond. They get the kill on a why. They're going to take it a second here on the side of LGD. They've got the Searing Chains. That will take him out. There's the Thunder.
Spectre's very strong. There's no Terrorblade here.
The Aeon is going to be popped on 11 as he puts
TB's
it
there.
together. They're running away from Lou. There's no buyback on Ame. He's dead for 2 minutes. It's a triple kill for Lou. And he ends up surviving it all. And they'll be going into Roche to claim their prize. As there is no Ame for 2 minutes. His buyback's on cooldown still for another minute and 9.
That's kind of what we spoke about, right? Like as soon as Terrorblade shows up, yeah, like his health didn't really drop at all. Terrorblade appears in front of him and he's just dead.
Nimbus,
Paparazzi. Yep. But they can jump, nothing to say now. He has no buyback, he has a refresh orb, he just bought out. If he dies, it's game over. It might even be game over with him alive, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a really 2 Thunder God's Wrath at the moment to refresh. We got the Remnant down, doing that burn damage, living armor on the Zeus. He's trying to keep himself alive. And Paparazzi, it's going to be them against Mega Creeps. The question is, how deep can LGD hold? They finally have Xingqiu back up. They'll look over at DY. The roll is in. They'll look for the Boulder Smash, but nothing to say. Gets the BKB off with the Heavenly Jump. They've got the Nimbus down right around PYW. Pops the BKB. They go to the Thunder God's Wrath with the Andis being popped on DY. They've got the damage with the Thunder God's Wrath to get the kill, but they're going to be losing these 2-4 towers. There's
Paparazzi died.
Paparazzi! He's going to be gone. But the Terror Wave comes in.
Oh my god.
Faith Beyond Earthshaker, and they're going to try and get the throne.
He's coming for the throne.
Over Faith Beyond looking for something to try and lock down Lou, but they've got the buyback coming out from this Paparazzi Ember. They get the kill, nothing to say. He doesn't have buyback, but they've got Ame in just 30 seconds with Lou continuing to hit the base. They're looking, but they've got themselves the overgrowth. Xingqiu trying to do the damage with Paparazzi holding on and controlling up Faith Beyond. Lou now right-clicking without the Metamorphosis. Now Paparazzi gets the kill on a Faith Beyond who's going to buy back, and that will be the throne going down in Extreme Gaming, getting the 2-0 over LGD. LGD fall to 2-3. Extreme move up to 4-1. It is a 2-0 over LGD that bumps them down real low.
Yes, indeed it is. It is Extreme Gaming taking the 2-0 and LGD. I mean, you got to give credit to this team, right? You know, even in a game like this, even in a series like this, they still keep it entertaining until the very end. What a finish there from Extreme. And, you know, like, I was like, all right, they got this. And then, you know, they come in, the Zeus starts getting kills. You're like, they got this, right? And then, like, you know, they start running in with the Earthshake and the Weaver's getting involved. It's pretty down to the wire there, but in the end, the TV is able to finish the throne and kind of inevitable. But LGD just giving it all they've got, trying to hold on, but unfortunately, they do end up dropping. And yeah, absolutely right. They are now 2-3 LGD in the standings, which is very, very scary for them. They are now in a place where a major is by no means guaranteed. In fact, not even that likely anymore. They really need to push hard in these last few games, and there are some tough games coming up. But first, let's reflect on the final game in this series. I mean, how were they unable to contest this TB? Why did this TB have such a free game back?
Again, I think it really just boils down to the Shaker pick. I like even throughout the whole game, I could kind of see why they picked it. Obviously, like a Shaker does Shaker things, right? But if they just pick an Underlord instead, like I can't help but think this game looks pretty free on paper for them. Like the only damage coming out in team fights was from a Terrorblade. If you go into like a Wraith pack and you're just there with your aura, like Terrorblade won't really do anything. Your Spectre and Zeus are suddenly super safe. I think they dropped the ball with the last pick. Of course, there were execution arrows too, but they made it pretty hard for themselves with that Shaker pick.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of just put Faith Beyond on a platter and said, like, hey, like this guy's either going to kick off and control the game, or he's not going to be able to do an awful lot. And unfortunately, in the end, it did look like it was the second choice in that option. But it's a hard hero, This hero has not had much success through the DPC. Well, it just hasn't really been picked, to be honest. It's only had 4 games, so it's not really that surprising to see Faith Beyond not able to pull out a performance on this Shaker. But yeah, very, very sad as well, because I feel like, as you say, if you get an Underlord, you just get something more stable. Even the Mars, I know you don't like Faith Beyond specifically on the Mars, but it certainly would have done more to give them a bit of team fight, a bit of control, just protect the Zeus a bit more. I feel like that's what they needed.
All right, B-Cop, I need your professional insight here. What happened to Ame and Faith Beyond in particular? Like game 1 and 2, they took turns just dropping the ball repeatedly.
Yeah, they both didn't. Actually, I wanted to say that Jinkyu really kind of didn't do much either, right? Like,
yeah,
he wasn't sure about
pretty
his
much the
item
entire
build.
team, right?
Well, nothing to say was doing his job. He felt like the only
tried
one.
really hard,
him and Innocence. I think Y did well. His overgrowths were pretty on point. Stops that black hole in the jungle fight. Like, there's only so much you can do, but it felt like the big players on this team, the Faith Beyond, Ame, Jinkyu, they just didn't do what was necessary to win. Ame's lanes, both games were pretty
Enigma hero, man. Like a lot of, again, pro players, they rate this hero in their tier list super, super high. Like A tier, close to S tier, just because of how strong it is in the lane.
Yeah.
And we can see why. Like, it's a carry's nightmare, it really is. You just get the 3 deny on every range creep, then you have the 3 Eidolons to contend with. If you don't have a hero that can kill these Eidolons, like a Monkey King or like a Gyrocopter, something like that, you cannot farm in that lane. It's like an almost auto loss. And they picked the Spectre into it. I thought, honestly, they could make a little bit more happen in those mid-game team fights, but again, they didn't really ever got to sync the spells properly. Paparazzi was just all over the place.
You could see that, like, LGD had, like, the ability to get things done, but just like the first game, they were already too far behind.
Yeah.
Lou did an amazing job this game and last game of just farming the map and getting everything he needed the entire time. And, like, even just 5-6K behind, it was not that much of a net worth lead at times, like 5 or 6K, but Lou was so much higher than Ame by just so much gold. Like, he was almost the entire net worth lead at times between just him and Ame. It was grossly just so one-sided in the carry matchup this series.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's kind of down to the teams and how they played around it. But PSG.LGD in this game, I feel like they actually woke up around the 40-minute mark. Like all of these fights, okay, this one didn't look so great, but all of these fights past the 40 minutes, other than that one, looked pretty damn close. They were still able to make things happen on LGD. But yeah, in the end, it just wasn't enough, and they just started playing a little bit too late, unfortunately. But yeah, Lou having like an absolute godlike performance on this TB, and again, I think that's, I mean, still for me, I'd say both games in a row, PYW was the standout performer. Like, one thing which you might not have picked up on because it was a bit of a side interaction, but PYW and Jinkyu were having their own little POS 4 battle on the sidelines of every single fight, where Jinkyu was basically just trying to like get his spells off, get some right clicks in, and like he was nailing him every single time on the Earth Spirit. And that's not an easy thing to do. Weaver's a tricky to catch hero, but the PYW on the Earth Spirit was just flying around all over the place, able to get a silence off on him. And some of these silences were just ridiculous. Like they were so good. He was just absolutely on the ball. My MVP personally for the second game in a row would definitely be PYW. I just think he played a phenomenal Spirit game.
I feel like I'd have to give it to Old 11 just if I think the fact that he played into 2 not easy Enigma games to like pull off big black holes, but it felt like every black hole was game or team fight winning. Like, it just felt like he was always in the right position, except for the one that gets stopped by overgrowth. Like, every time it felt like it was what was necessary for his team to turn a fight or win a fight. And yeah, I guess that also just doesn't happen without PYW as well, right? Like, he was kind of the front end vision for that side of extreme gaming. They both played really well.
Absolutely. Black, who would you be leaning towards for MVP for this game too?
I feel like, of course, the lanes went super well, both the side lanes, which made it pretty easy for Paparazzi. But I think his rotations overall, they really just made it very easy to play for all the 11, for his entire team, really. Like, they had all the space in the world to farm. Itemization of all the 11 was also perfect. Honestly, it's really hard to like call an MVP out. Like even DY did an amazing job just dewarding everything. It's not as flashy, of course, but this entire team just like outplayed LGD on every front, which is something I didn't think I would say. Not this season, at least.
Yeah, this is something I'm going to ask in the interview as well. But is this the strongest team in the region?
I think
arguments for it, right?
Yeah. I think so, just because as much as I think Aster is really strong or RNG is really strong, I feel like if all these teams were going to go to the major that are in the top 4 right now, I'd have the most trust with Extreme Gaming. And I think that's what makes them the strongest team in the region in the moment, that I find that their play would be best internationally.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like, I think last season they had a lot of drafting issues, and Lou was a very big problem for me personally, just because when he was too pressured, he couldn't really perform. But this season, Lou has really, he has improved a lot. The drafting has improved a lot, and the two biggest weaknesses sort of turn into strengths now. And when a team can do that with just so little time, we don't even know where they could end up in in another 2 months or 3 months. They're improving at a rapid pace. Every season they're getting better and better and better. And yeah, they're definitely getting to the point where you could say they might just be the best team in China at the moment.
Yeah. I think Lou's not a question mark anymore. I think, like you said, Lou is kind of holding them back, and maybe it was like the hero pool, right? Like, it felt in previous seasons they were very limited on what they could give Lou confidently. But right now, that's not the case. It feels like Lou's playing a lot more variety. Maybe it's not much more variety, but it's not like just PA that got them here into Division 1 in that first season in Division 2. He's playing a lot more things, and I think they can play behind him a lot more confidently. Of course, that also comes from the fact that Paparazzi seems to just be dumpstering every single opponent that he's gone up against. He's literally making it look like DAC 2017 and 2018, where he just shits on mid. Come fight me, 1v1.
Well, BCOP, if wouldn't you just love to be able to talk to him right now and ask him these questions?
Of course I would.
Of course you would.
Tell me we've got the interview.
Have I got a treat for you? That's right. We got an interview ready right now. We got Paparazzi on the mic to talk us through this game. And Paparazzi, very excited to talk to you. My first question for you is going to be the one I just asked my fellow panelists. And that is, are you guys the strongest team in the region right now?
很高兴能够采访到你觉者，想问你一个问题，就是我们之前也在跟我的这个同僚讨论的，你们现在觉得自己是这个赛区最强战队了吗？
并不是吧，我感觉我们也就中等偏上一点吧。
Not really. I feel like we are just above the average.
Just above average. Wow, the humbleness never stops. So what's it like playing against Nothing to Say in the middle lane? Is this a matchup you enjoy?
跟莫言打中路对线的感觉怎么样？是你喜欢的这种中单对决吗？
还可以吧，就挺厉害的呀。
He's a good player. He's strong.
Do you have much of a relationship outside of the game, or do you not really know each other?
你跟他这个有游戏外的交流吗？还是你们就是线上的对手？
线上的对手吧，一般不怎么交流。
We don't talk. We don't talk besides out of the game. So just a good opponent for me.
Just a good opponent, a worthy adversary. Well, I do want to ask about LGD. Do you feel like this is LGD at their full strength, or do you feel like they're holding back a bit?
你有没有觉得老干爹现在是拿出了就是100%的力量了，还是你觉得他们可能在藏一些实力和战术？
说实话，我不太了解。
To be honest, I don't really know.
All right. Well, I'm going to throw it over to my panelists if they've got any questions for you. B-Cop, I'm sure you do. Big Paparazzi fan.
Sure. Yeah. you seem to be beating up on everybody in mid. What's harder, playing against these guys currently in mid, or the DAC solo tournaments that you dumpstered everybody in as well?
你最近状态非常好，在中路基本上是把大家都打了一圈，然后你觉得，这个现在对线把打仙游的这个难度怎么样？是你觉得是现在更简单，还是说当时 DAC 那个 solo 大赛更简单一点拿冠军？
嗯，感觉差不多吧，感觉还是看感觉差不多吧，感觉对线这东西就是看状态吧。
Yeah, I feel it's kind of on the similar level. But I feel like learning skills and it's really on and off thing.
Who do you think is your hardest opponent that you've played against in the mid lane?
你觉得你中路遇到过最棘手的对手是谁？
涛哥、No One 还有狼哥吧。哦
，maybe
Sumail 狼哥。
Maybe Sumail and mid laner from Ares.
Okay, wow.
Wow.
And just a final from me. Is there any chance we get to see the Shadow Fiend Paparazzi make an appearance this season?
后面还有机会能够在这个赛季看到你中路玩影魔吗？
有可能吧。
Yes, there's a chance.
That's all I need.
Very exciting. Very exciting. Over to you, Black.
Yeah, last question about the mid lane, I promise. What made you actually switch to the mid lane? Was it because you liked the lane more, or was it out of necessity? Like, did you have to do it for your team, or what was the...
当时是为什么想要换回中路呢？是觉得你现在自己的话更喜欢打中路这个对线，还是说为了团队选择去转换一下自己的角色
？1号位打得太菜了，就转2号位了。
I'm such a new position 1, and that's why I turn into a position 2.
Okay. If that's bad, then. But yeah, last question from me. Lou has shown like an incredible rate of improvement. How much do you think you guys contributed to that?
楼的话进步非常大吗？你觉得你们作为队友的话，给他的帮助有多大？
我感觉可能辅助DY 对他帮助就是可能会比较多一点吧，然后我们就还好，就正常给他一点建议，出装建议。
Yeah, I think supports players and our supports, especially DY, help him the most. Rest of the team, we just give him some little advice regarding about the item building the game.
Okay, awesome.
It's very promising as well. So I want to know about the team outside of the game. Are you guys a very serious team, generally speaking, or do you guys have some fun as well?
除了比赛，然后比赛以外的话，你们队伍的氛围是一个比较严肃正经的队伍，还是说会比较搞笑一点？
比较搞笑一点吧，大家都挺活泼的。
Yeah, we are all outgoing guys. We are just making fun of each other, making some jokes.
That's fun. That's fun.
Easy
So who's the funniest out of the group?
谁是最搞笑的
？PYW。
What's the answer?
Yeah,
that was the answer.
Oh, right. PYW. I see. Wait to the translation. Alrighty. Well, I think we're all done here. Paparazzi, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck on the rest of your DPC journey.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你后面的比赛好运。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Seem like a fun bunch. You know, it's you know there's good vibes in the team when you ask him whether their team's a fun team and he's already like giggling. He's already laughing. It sounds like these guys get along, and I think that's very important in a team as well, right, Black?
It is, but obviously I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case, but it's always easy to be happy when you're winning, and they have been crushing it this entire season. So there's not really any reason to be unhappy. But if ever they go through like a lot of struggles or whatever, then it's really important, like how will they bond together then? Because a lot of teams actually broke down just because they lost like a couple of weeks of Dota. Like, oh my god, I can't play anymore. What can we do? But yeah, we'll see what happens.
We'll see indeed. B-Cup, any takeaways from that interview before we tie things up here?
Yeah, he's a baller mid. Maybe we get SF mid. I'm very excited if we do, because I just want to see him absolutely dumpster people with that hero. And I think Extreme are legit. There's only so much copium I have in this house for LGD. It's running on low supply, but 4 and 3 is still the schedule here. So all according to
4 and 3
plan,
into the
we're
major,
good.
right?
Yeah, 4 and 3 into the major.
4
We're
and
good.
3 into win the major. Yep, with their current matches remaining being versus RNG and being versus Aster. Yeah, simple. No problems at all for LGD. They are in a tricky old position right now, poor old LGD. Will they dig themselves out of it? Only time will tell. Stick with us for the rest of the China DPC as we move through things. And of course, don't forget to join us on our next day of broadcasting, because we've got some Division 2 matches coming up tomorrow. That's going to be Team Cyan versus Fusion, and then Magma versus LBZS. And if you're looking for Division 1 action, well, then we'll have the rehost of eHome versus Aster Aries, where we'll actually be playing that second game from the same net worth and items and time in the game in which the bug took place, which cancelled out the game. So join us for that one tomorrow as well. That one's going to be very interesting indeed. If purely from a curiosity point of view, you should probably come in and view that one. It is a very important matchup as well. And then after that, on Tuesday the 5th, we have Vici Gaming versus Aster Aries, and then Extreme Gaming versus Aster, which is, again, a hugely critical series. That could be the one which secures Extreme Gaming the major position, so a huge series for them, and very exciting across the board. So make sure you guys stick with us for more China DPC action. But from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my Yeah, I just wanna lose my breath. Yeah, I just wanna lose my Do you agree? This is not the way it is supposed to feel. Oh, and I can see there are different paths laid out for you and me. 'Cause baby, I'm a true believer, and I wanna stay true to my feelings. I'm tired of feeling blue.